The sacrifice of safety. The sacrifice of safety strikes again, backfires again.
3 people were hospitalized.
This out of New York. Oh, look at that sweet baby. That pooch. Oh, looking so innocent.
Today following a dog attack in Hicksville, and one of the victims was a young girl. News 12's Kevin Vesey is outside that home right now. Kevin, what can you tell us?
Well, Joe, this was just a horrific scene from the way it was described to us, and this attack really left so many people in this neighborhood in shock. So it happened at this home right over here behind me. Police say 2 dogs were involved, and the child had to be airlifted to Cohen Children's Medical Center because of
2 dogs joined forces, attacked a girl. 2 adults tried to stop it. They attacked them too. Oh, those sweet babies. They have so much love to give.
Children's Medical Center because of injuries to her face. So we have video of one of those dogs being taken out of the house by Town of Oyster Bay Animal
Control. But he looks so sweet. Oh, the faces make hearts melt. Oh, my heart's melting.
Taken out of the house by Town of Oyster Bay Animal Control. Police say the attack happened at around 12:30 this afternoon at a home here on Lantern Road in Hicksville. Police have not given the age of the girl who was injured, but according to neighbors and a source familiar with the incident, she is 11 years old. 2 adults were also hospitalized with injuries to their legs. We spoke with a neighbor who says the child had bites on multiple parts of her body. Another neighbor described what the scene looked like.
I've seen everything, all the first responders here, and everybody's just, in panic mode. Think about a poor little girl. Her life could be ruined.
Can't wait to see what happens, right? Put them down. Get more. Are you on your social media hugged up with them under the blanket? Maybe got them paired up next to your youngsters that they went after. Was it worth it? To them it was. And they'll probably go right back to doing it. Probably blame the 11-year-old.
Just terrible. And we did see those 2 dogs taken away this afternoon by Town of Oyster Bay Animal Control. And at this point, we do not know the current conditions of that young victim or the 2 adults who were injured.
Okay. Another day, another unprovoked attack by a worthless mutant, trash, turd maggot of an organism. And they should all be exterminated at once. Every bully breed right now. I mean right now. And then we'll work our way down. Like German Shepherds. Whoever is in office. Kamala, Trump, make the call. Make the call, send out the troops. Round them up or go to these shelters. That's where they're overflowing because nobody wants them. Because they always do stuff like this. And I guess this is the propaganda that we are misunderstanding, according to pit bull advocates, right? It's caught up in the news. It's a victim. See, stories like this make the pit bull a victim, the bully breed a victim, right? Only in their mind.
Here recently, there have been 2 4-year-olds who've been killed by dogs. First one in India. Very strange story. They say that the boy was attacked and then died several days later, several days after being discharged from the hospital. He was playing, as always, attacked by a dog, unprovoked, as always. They took him to hospital, and he was at the hospital for 4 days, the 4-year-old. And his health improved. The doctors released him, said, "You're okay." And a little while after being released from the hospital, the 4-year-old dies. And it sounds like they don't know what he died from. Look at this. He started acting strange on Monday night and fell unconscious. And the family rushed him to the hospital, declared him dead. A week after the boy was released from the hospital, his body started feeling cold. Talking about the 4-year-old. And he developed a fear of fans. This is after being released from the hospital after the dog attack. Developed the fear of fans. He would cry frequently and would not talk much. So the adults were concerned, took him back to the hospital, and they said that the treatment had been completed. This is crazy. They said, oh, he's okay. And suddenly, January 22nd, the child collapsed while walking. Body started to cool down, and around 9 p.m., he lost consciousness. When that happened, they took him back to the hospital where the doctors declared him dead. Doctors had 2 opportunities. They did not diagnose him with rabies or anything. And they never mentioned rabies in this story. So what was it? Another mysterious infection or illness that can kill you, like what happened here? Y'all remember those 2 stories I shared recently? People being attacked, going to the hospital, and several days after being released from the hospital, they die. Or their infection gets worse. These doctors are confused. Dogs carry next level filth. They're next level filthy. And it's crucial to stay away from them. And do not touch anything that dog lovers touch. I said long time ago, I believe a lot of infections and diseases are being kept from the general public because they're too serious. And if they release the information to us, people would be taking their dogs to shelters in droves. So this happened in India. 4-year-old. And here recently also in Canada, a 4-year-old was killed. Only this time, after the 4-year-old died, the locals in this village in Canada rounded up and killed 70 to 90 stray dogs. 70 to 90 stray dogs were caught and killed by these village people after the death of a 4-year-old. Now, the crazy part about this, the 4-year-old boy was walking to his grandfather's home. Could you imagine being outside and seeing a 4-year-old by himself walking down the sidewalk? Like, wow. You don't do that. Who allowed a 4-year-old to walk somewhere anyways? Are you not aware that 4-year-old cannot defend himself from a dog? You know there's stray dogs everywhere. You send a 4-year-old to go walk somewhere? What are these people thinking? People, what is the mental state of these people? I'm up here defending them and sympathizing with them being attacked, but look at what you're doing. You don't let no 4-year-old walk anywhere by him or herself. But hats off to the village. I gotta applaud them for giving a proper response. This 70 to 90 dogs that they rounded up, hopefully that was all the dogs in the town. And if not, then I would say they still got some work to do. These things are killers. I told y'all they look at kids as prey. That's why they attack them on sight. Almost every story you hear about, the dog launched the attack as soon as it laid eyes on them. The smaller you are, the easier the dog sees you as a target. You're viewed as more vulnerable the smaller you are. You're not supposed to be taking your kids up to dogs. The smaller your kid, the more you keep them away from dogs. Y'all better smarten up. So how many of you have seen this?
New at 10, a San Francisco man who survived a vicious attack by not one, but two pit bulls is having a hard time since that incident. He says he escaped being mauled to death by scaling a tall fence. And tonight he is sharing his terrifying story for the first time. KTVU's Betty Yu joins us now after speaking with that man. Betty.
Julie, the victim says he's beyond traumatized by this brutal attack that could have ended his life. The pit bulls belong to RV campers located just blocks from his Potrero Hill home. Tonight, he says he's sharing his story of survival to raise awareness about a bigger problem in the neighborhood.
I just felt something doing like this. When I look back, I saw two pit bulls.
A short walk home from the gym near Alameda and Vermont Streets took a terrifying, nearly fatal turn for Pablo Rocha. Surveillance video shows Rocha taken down by two dogs. He tries to get up, but is attacked again and again.
He was taken down 3 times. You see how big this man is? Taken down 3 times.
Another camera captures his escape. Bloodied and battered, he climbs a nearby fence before the dogs eventually run off.
That's terrible. Sort of propped himself up on the fence, couldn't completely climb over it. Just elevate his body so he'd stop getting attacked. Running in fear. Big burly man.
Happened just after 6 p.m. Other camera captures his escape. Bloodied and battered, he climbs a nearby fence before the dogs eventually run off. It happened just after 6 p.m. on May 25th.
So this is my blood. This is my blood.
He underwent surgery and received 30 stitches.
In that moment, I thought I would die. The only thing I was like, I don't believe I'm gonna die like this. I just thought I would die. You know, I saw my friend was trying to help me, but the dogs were just ignoring him. This gate saved my life.
His friend Eduardo Pachu tried to fight off the dogs with a water bottle and ran to get help.
Now,
While Rocha was stuck in
my life.
His friend Eduardo Pachu tried.
Now understand, this guy is LGBT, and I think this guy's LGBT, but it really don't matter. This is a big dude. And I'm telling you, LGBT dudes can fight. Dudes can fight. Don't matter if they're LGBT or not. It's believed by many that one of the best fighters in the world is LGBT. So I'm just putting that out there for the people who think, oh, well, he's kind of feminine, so of course he didn't respond accordingly. No.
Tried to fight off the dogs with a water bottle and ran to get help. Meanwhile,
and they look like they lift weights, right? Like tell somebody lift weights, look like they would. And he just said he was coming home from the gym. The guy who was attacked said he was on his way home from the gym, so he works out.
Rocha was stuck in an enclosed space, pleading for help from passing drivers.
The cars just stopped and left.
Rocha said police later.
He lost his shirt, or maybe he took it off for his wounds, and everybody who saw him just kept driving.
Told him the majority of the 911 calls received at the time described him as a burglary suspect.
The bites of the dog hurt a lot, but to know the reason they didn't stop to help me, that was very painful.
SFPD said it arrested 2 suspects, 39-year-old Hillary Flynn and 31-year-old Jesse Alley of San Francisco. The woman is facing charges including failure to control a dangerous dog, resisting arrest, and also had outstanding warrants.
It's been the better part of 7 years that we've been fighting to get our neighborhood cleaned up. And it gets cleaned up, it comes back, it gets cleaned up.
This is his husband.
It comes back up, and it gets...
Yeah, this is the husband of the victim. And he's talking about the condition of the community. Now, I don't buy into this.
It's cleaned up, it comes back.
39-year-old Hillary Flynn and 31-year-old Jesse Alley of San Francisco. The woman is facing charges including failure to control a dangerous dog, resisting arrest, and also had outstanding warrants.
It's been the better part of 7 years that we've been fighting to get our neighborhood cleaned up. And it gets cleaned up, it comes back. It gets cleaned up, it comes back. We call 311 constantly.
Rasha's husband, Robert Fountain, has lived in the neighborhood for 15 years. In that time, he's witnessed its degradation.
I'm on high alert from the time I leave the gym door until the time I get inside my door. And that's not right.
Well, see, I don't want to hear nothing about no degradation. I don't know what this degradation lecture is all about. This got to do with dogs in society. This ain't got nothing to do with no poorly degraded community. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Has spent 3 decades as an event designer who has produced several of the city's high-profile marquee galas.
Had Pablo not been 6'6" and 220 pounds and healthy, I'd be planning a funeral today. And the city that I love so much and has given me so much would have taken, and I'm getting emotional, would have taken the thing that meant the most to me away.
It's not like removing one dog. We have more situations.
More situations? Okay, what are you talking about? You're talking about more dog attacks. I don't know what he's talking about. But listen here, if you ain't talking about removing all these mutants out the community, you ain't talking about nothing. You ain't really just think about it. You're not really talking about a solution unless you're talking about the complete removal of these mutants from the community. Because if you leave some, then you'll still have those that attack people popping up. Their rate of attacks is not going down, it's going up. They're staying consistent and improving on it.
Care and Control confirmed that they confiscated those dogs, but it would not elaborate on the process to determine their fate. Now, the court released the male suspect on his own recognizance with electronic monitoring and a stay-away order from the victim. The preliminary hearing for this case is set for Wednesday. Julie?
Okay.
Yeah, Betty.
So as you can see, you have 2 more witnesses of completely unprovoked attacks. I have no idea how these so-called experts find a way to twist cases like this as situations where the dogs were in fear, filled with anxiety and fear, and somebody provoked them. No, these are just bloodthirsty, very deranged mutants. And in regard to bully breeds, which these were, inbred mutants. There was this story that upset me. I reported on it already a day or so ago, but this media outlet did gave their take on it, and I did not like this. I'm still disturbed by this.
Children's hospital right now because a friend's dog attacked him. Hello, I'm James Brown. Cheryl McHenry is off today. The child's mother talked only with News Center 7's Mike Campbell about the family's trauma and the good news they've received in just the last 24 hours.
The attack happened on Sunday. Tristan's mom got the call, ran to her aunt's house, and then came in the ambulance here with her 2-year-old son, who was badly injured.
Just a scream and, the line went dead.
Christine Lee said she and her son's father were painting their new house while Tristan's aunt babysat the 2-year-old boy at this high-rise apartment.
Oh, there's your problem right there. She and her husband were painting the house, and they allowed
the 2-year-old boy at this high-rise.
They allowed her sister to watch their kid. The kid's auntie.
Were painting their new house while Tristan's aunt.
The kid's auntie is a pit nutter. So the parents should have said, no, you will not watch my child. My child will never step foot into your home. You are the owner of a pit bull, of a bully breed. That's what should have happened. But instead, because the parents are dog lovers, pit bull lovers themselves, they left the child over there, and they have left that child over there with this dog several times. They knew this was possible.
Babysat the 2-year-old boy at this high-rise apartment complex in Dayton.
That was the worst part of the whole ordeal, was that I wasn't even able to, figure out what.
Now they want to act like the caring parent, the parent who's so concerned. I love my kids so much. Yeah, it's easy to talk and act like that after an attack, and everybody's feeling sorry for you.
Was going on.
Lee said her aunt and 2 visiting friends were struggling to pull this pit bull, Diesel, off her son and unable to give her details about what was happening. The dog, who'd been around 2-year-old Tristan Valentine many times before.
There you go. They said the dog been around the 2-year-old many times before. Here you see a picture of the boy with the dog. This is not her dog. This is her sister's dog. So this boy is over her house. So you clearly see she's dropped this boy off at this lady's house several times. And this is exactly why you shouldn't. You need to avoid people with dogs. Avoid them. That makes me sick. And she gets to act like she's not a criminal. I'm talking about the auntie and the mother.
Ran out of a bedroom and attacked the child without warning. It took 3 adults.
Hear that? You hear that, behaviorists?
Before, ran out of a bedroom and attacked the child without warning.
The dog ran out of the bedroom and attacked the child without warning. There you go. Unprovoked attack. Just like all of the rest of the attacks. Okay?
Valentine.
All of the attacks.
Details about what was happening. The dog, who'd been around 2-year-old Tristan Valentine many times before, ran out of a bedroom and attacked the child without warning. It took 3 adults several agonizing minutes to pull the dog away.
Stabbed him 6 times with a kitchen knife.
Christine arrived just in time to hop.
You know what?
The child without warning.
It really makes me sick the way people look at photos like this and they think it's magical and they are drooling over the dog and really nothing but the dog. And the only reason they think this is an adorable photo is because the dog is in it. How these people glorify the presence of these things, yet these are the only creatures that carry out attacks like this.
It took 3 adults several agonizing minutes to pull the dog away.
Stabbed him 6 times with a kitchen knife.
Christine arrived just in time.
3 adults to pull 1 dog away. Had to stab it 6 times with a kitchen knife.
To hop in the ambulance with her son and head to the hospital. That's where she saw his wounds for the first time.
I almost fainted. I was just at loss for words.
Tristan has 7 deep wounds on his left thigh, right to the bone. All required multiple stitches. There are 3 more similar wounds on his right calf. Were you afraid?
Man, that is, Man, and for people to sit up and not try to come up with ideas on how to make sure this doesn't happen again, y'all are really pathetic for that. That's what makes you primitive. That after these attacks happen, you don't take any steps towards making sure it don't happen again. And you're not going to take no steps if you're not talking about banning these things. Talk about anything else, you're not serious.
Afraid you would lose your son?
I was very afraid that
Oh, now you were afraid you was going to lose your son. You wasn't afraid you was going to lose your son when you was dropping him off repeatedly over her house. No, you was being a pit bull lover then. And then when these people get their kids attacked, they get to make a GoFundMe, sit up and act like the victim, get all this sympathy. That is what is criminal. That's the crime right there.
Stitches. There are 3 more right calf. Were you afraid you would lose your son?
I was very afraid that I was going to lose my son. There was just so much blood that had been lost.
Doctors have worked nonstop on little Tristan.
Man,
they
please.
discovered he has no...
I know it's a loaded statement, but I don't care. These people don't love their kids. These people don't love their kids. Yes, I know that's a mouthful. That's a loaded statement to make. I don't care. These people don't love their kids. Don't tell me you love something that you constantly endanger. You can say you love your kids all you want. If you then proceed to throw them off a bridge, I have the right to not believe you. Okay? You claim you love your kids, but yet you're bringing them around pit bulls. You're dropping them off over some lady's house with a pit bull and leaving them there. I don't see the love. Actions speak louder than words. If I don't see the love, there ain't no love.
Tendon, ligament, or nerve damage. When they told you that, did you think that was almost like a miracle?
I did. I honestly did.
The family had to put the pit bull down because of what happened and the dog's injuries.
They had to put the pit bull down because of what happened and because of its injuries. What do you mean, what happened?
The family had to put the pit bull down because of what happened.
Because of what happened. Because it mauled a 2-year-old. And they had to euthanize the dog because of what?
And the dog's injuries.
Because of the dog's injuries. The dog was stabbed 6 times with a kitchen knife. Why did they include that? As if they would not have euthanized it had nobody stabbed it 6 times. Had nobody stabbed it, the dog will have still mauled the 2-year-old. So the dog was put down because it mauled the 2-year-old. But they wanted to throw in, oh, because of its injuries. Oh, we didn't want it to suffer. That is what makes me sick. The deification of these things.
They're healing from all the trauma because little Tristan is healing. Tuesday afternoon, Christine walked around the corner to see him walking with his nurses for the first time since the attack.
I was on my knees on the floor, just sobbing because, I did not expect.
I was on my knees sobbing, but happy because your son was alive. Stop. I don't want to hear it, man. Don't volunteer that information. Nobody asked, if you love me. Don't tell me you love me if you are going to then put me in danger. What is your love worth? What is your love worth? How does it benefit me that you love me if you're endangering me every day, all day? Put me in danger. Your love ain't worth nothing. If you don't express love, you don't love. That's my opinion. Okay? You will express love in some way, even if it's to yourself, by yourself, in your own thoughts. But when you do stuff like this, man, no. Not buying it. These attacks don't stop, people. This time a 1-month-old was deleted in Torrance, California. This surfaced a few hours ago.
A 1-month-old child has died after being bitten by a dog. Police responded to a call of an animal bite at a home in Torrance and found the injured infant. The baby was rushed to the hospital where it later died. And now News reporter Ashley Mackey has the details.
A family in Torrance is grieving their 1-month-old baby after being bitten by their dog. Police say they responded to this house for an animal.
Kind of disrespectful, right? The way he referred to the infant as it. Didn't even bother to get the gender of the infant. Maybe a name. Bet they would have got the name of a dog.
Animal bite call, but the baby was pronounced dead at the hospital.
They're good.
And not animals. Uh-oh. Look at her. This looked like a dog lady.
They're good people. They didn't pay attention to what they should have paid attention to. It's
What, the signs? Sounds like she's talking about the signs.
really is a tragedy. It's a month-old baby. It's really sad.
Tohidi says there were multiple dogs in the house, including a Mastiff, a Pit Bull mix, and one other mixed breed dog.
All bully breeds. Mastiff, Pit Bull mix, and one more mixed breed dog. All bully breeds. Oh boy.
At this point, an exact cause of death is still being determined.
What? The exact cause of death still being determined. Only in Nutterland is that possible. Wow. Okay.
Determined.
I'm a dog person myself, and
I can tell, ma'am. I can tell you're a dog person. Go ahead.
Person myself, and I have a dog at home. But the matter is that you don't bring infants.
What? Why not?
To a atmosphere that has so many big dogs around.
So many big dogs. So one big dog is okay? Is that what you're saying? If you got one big dog and it tries to attack an infant, what are you gonna do, ma'am? Leap into action? Now you gonna tie up your boots? Strong arm this dog? This cane corso or whatever? Okay.
And it was wrong to begin with.
Police say officers...
Well, at least she said that. It was wrong. And it would have been endangerment even if there was one dog. Again, speaking of endangerment, listen to this.
Have been called to the house in the past, but none of the calls were animal or DCFS related. Lieutenant Fareed Ahmad says it's still early in the investigation.
Some things could be considered child endangerment.
Can you believe that? Lieutenant, don't do that. Don't do this. I'm going to reach out to this guy. Y'all know I've been waiting for years for somebody in the law enforcement or whatever to discuss the CHILD endangerment laws. Here he goes. Let's hear what he got to say. This is a big moment for me on my channel.
Endangerment, depending on if the parents were neglecting the child or not. But this.
No, what? So it's not endangerment unless the parent walks out of the home or the room? The infant is safe with the dog in the home as long as the parent is in the same room or the same home? No. No, no. You can't make that work. See, I knew this would happen. As soon as they would try to suggest that dogs don't violate the endangerment laws, it's dogs fit those laws or violate those laws closer than anything else. Like I said several times, it seems like they created those laws specifically for dogs. Wow.
Child or not, but this is all we do not know. As of right now, investigation is still ongoing, and we don't know if any crime has been.
Yeah. The endangerment laws were broken. The dog is deadly. It's dangerous. It's a threat. Don't tell me that neglect has to accompany this scenario. Again, even the facts state most attacks take place while the adult is present. Oh boy, like I said, I'm going to reach out to this lieutenant respectfully and try to get more feedback.
Actually committed or not.
Police say all dogs...
Shame. Shame on all of you for not tuning in to the dog culture critics, for not listening to us. We're proven we're justified with the things that we say gets confirmed with every report, every single one. And with every report, the experts are proven to be frauds.
Check this out.
Now, this is a story that likely made every parent's heart sink. A 1-year-old boy viciously attacked and killed by 3 dogs while in the care of a babysitter.
It all happened yesterday.
It's a story that likely made every parent's heart sink.
Notice how she starts off by trying to suggest that dog owners are loving, responsible people who wouldn't dare create the type of environment that would make this possible. Basically starting off defending the owners of these killers.
A 1-year-old boy viciously attacked and killed by 3 dogs while in the care of a babysitter.
It all happened yesterday. We've been on this story since then in Duncanville. Today, though, our Bo Evans has spent some time in the neighborhood. He's joining us live at 5 o'clock. Talk to us about, obviously, what happened yesterday, what we know on that, but also what are neighbors saying about everything that unfolded.
That's right. The medical examiner's office identified the 1-year-old who was killed in the mall attack. He was among 3 other children inside the house when the attack occurred.
This is certainly a tragedy.
Sadness and questions still linger on Limeleaf Lane in Duncanville. Police say 1-year-old Shiraz Asverdam was inside this house when 3 dogs belonging to the homeowner and the child's babysitter made their way indoors and attacked the baby. 3 other kids were also inside. We're told they are the homeowner's children.
I don't know why they keep saying that the dogs made their way inside the home. The homeowner, who was also the babysitter, owned the dogs. I'm sure they could freely go in and out of the home as they please. But keep in mind, she has 3 youngsters herself. The 4th was a visitor, and she does this for a living, and they attacked the visitor. And I think that should reinforce the reckless endangerment law, the child endangerment law that they are in violation of. But we know that won't happen.
Our fire personnel and police personnel worked very hard to try to save this child.
Police are now working hard to figure out what provoked the dogs.
Oh,
it's terrible
did you hear that?
what happened to the
You hear
child,
that?
and
You
I
hear
feel
that?
so
You hear
terrible.
that? Trying to figure out what provoked the dog. Now, we all know that's what happened during these investigations. But how crazy is that? They're letting you know we're about to find out what that 1-year-old did to provoke this dog.
It's terrible what happened.
And then they go right to this lady. Who you think she is?
It's terrible what happened to the child, and I feel so terrible for the family and the whole situation. But I have to look at it from another point of view, too, because I have a lot of friends at the shelter, and I'm animal control, and this has just got to be devastating for all of them.
She's animal control and works at the shelter, volunteered and got friends at the shelter. So what is she saying? What are you saying? What do you mean you got to consider? Consider what? She's saying consider the possibility that the 1-year-old did something to provoke him. That is exactly what she's talking about. And we all know it. Can't make this up.
It's terrible what happened to the child, and I feel so terrible for the family and the whole situation. But I have to look at it from another point of view, too, because I have a lot of friends at the shelter.
What does that have to do with this case? What does you having friends at the shelter and you being animal control, what does that have to do with this case? She's trying to tell you in her own way, I'm a dog lover. And I'm going to consider the possibility that the 1-year-old provoked it. In fact, that's most likely. 99% positive. That's what she is going to side with. That the 1-year-old did something. Nobody saw what the 1-year-old did except for the dogs. That the 1-year-old did something to provoke the dogs into attacking. Can't make this up. Isn't that despicable? Despicable. It's crazy.
It's terrible what happened to the child, and I feel so terrible for the family and the whole situation. But I have to look at it from another point of view too, because I have a lot of friends at the shelter, and
What does that got to do with anything? It didn't even make sense, that statement here. Right? Otherwise, what is she talking about? You got to look at it from another point of view. I got friends at the shelter. And she's just trying to say, oh, I'm a nutter. And I'm on side with the dogs.
Animal control, and this has just got to be devastating for all of them.
Disgusting.
No, that's just hard to accept. You see, I mean, they never even had a chance at life.
The dogs are being quarantined in Cedar Hill.
Ain't it crazy? They don't care. They're willing to create the environments to make this happen, for things like this to happen. And there's a constant, basically daily reporting of it happening. It's no mystery. They're all aware that it's possible.
The dogs are being quarantined in Cedar Hill pending the owner's surrender. Still, questions remain.
Dogs could still live.
If the dogs were that aggressive, I can't really understand why they had access to the house at all.
Listen to this nuttery. What are you talking about, lady? What's she talking about? Maybe they were never aggressive. Maybe they haven't never shown aggression before. That happens all the time. What is she talking about? Now, as you all know, I've said several times that whenever parents bring dogs into the home, what they're saying by that behavior is that the dog's presence is more important than the child's safety. Okay? Because if anything happens, the child is going to be the victim. The parents are always saying that, hey, I'm willing to take that chance.
Right now at 5, a heartbreaking loss for the family of a little boy.
I know he's in a better place, but I hope he didn't suffer. I hope he was numb to it.
Now that was interesting. Because again, that's the whole part of euthanasia, is to make sure the dog does not suffer before death. So dog owners, they're willing to open the door for their young to die in pain, to suffer before death. They're willing to allow that to happen. No matter, listen, I don't care how oblivious you are to dog attacks. Everybody knows these things got teeth and what the dogs use them for. And you dehumanize your family when you bring these things around.
Oh God, this hurts so bad.
Their message after an unimaginable tragedy. Good evening. Thanks for joining us for the news.
Unimaginable still. They're still calling stuff like this unimaginable. Okay?
At 5, I'm Amber Diaz.
And I'm Mike Heideck. That East Hartford family is suffering such heartbreak, immense loss yesterday when their 1-year-old baby was killed by their dog. We want to warn you, this is difficult to hear.
Yeah, it happened in the backyard as this baby and his mother were playing. NBC Connecticut's Amanda Pitts is live for us in East Hartford with that heartbreaking interview. Amanda.
Yeah, Mike, Amber, it is heartbreaking, and we want to warn you again that it might be tough to listen to. The family tells us 1-year-old baby Lennox was playing on a trampoline in his backyard with his mom when the family dog attacked them both.
I just want my baby. I want to hold my baby.
Now, this is the owner, the father.
That's all I want.
An East Hartford family dealing with unimaginable grief.
I witnessed it.
After 1-year-old Lennox was killed Wednesday afternoon by the family dog, as the baby and his mom, Keishla, were on the trampoline in the backyard.
Got onto the trampoline. He grabbed the baby.
This is the dog that police say was the aggressor. They took 2 dogs from the home. It's behavior that the family says isn't typical.
If the dog would
it wasn't typical. How many times we heard that?
have been aggressive or anything like that.
If the dog would have been aggressive or anything like that, trust and believe he would have never been around.
So the owner says, hey, I've never seen the dog behave aggressively. Can't blame me. I'm just a dog owner, just like everybody else. It's legal for me to own dogs. The fact remains, the parents created the environment that made this possible. Flat out, you can't get around that. You as the parents, and this is something they're never held accountable for. You strategically created an environment that made this type of attack, murder, torture possible.
Baby.
A day after the tragedy, a grateful embrace with their neighbor.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Tried.
He ran over to help after hearing screams and said he wished he could have done more.
I tried to fight off two pit bulls.
Where was the gun? You got dozens of pit bulls and mixes in your house and you don't have no handgun? Okay.
You know, and help the baby as much as I could. It was a long, 1 minute seemed like forever, a long battle.
The family says they just celebrated Lennox's first birthday and were planning a celebration that night. Now a memorial is growing outside of their Fuller Street home with happy birthday balloons still tied to the fence.
We were supposed to be celebrating his life. He turned 1 on March 9th. But instead of celebrating his 1-year birthday, we have to come together as a family and plan a burial service.
You can hear there just how much they are suffering. The family says they're trying to stay strong because Lennox's mom is pregnant with another.
Listen. All adults know that this is possible. All dog owners. Every single one of them. I said every single one of them. I don't care if you raised them from a puppy and they never shown aggression. All adults know that this is possible. But you see, nothing is done. Another sacrifice seems to be at an uptick right now. Like I said, this is the era of Moloch, right? It's the era of Baphomet. What do you think's going to happen in this case? Now, I checked out the father's social media. He has an Instagram account. And as you could have expected, could have predicted, it's littered with dogs. And actually, the dog, the killer dog that actually killed, is said to have killed the baby, I believe is this one right here. But it could have been any of them. He has gold chains around him, okay? Look at the optics here. Actions speak louder than words. You don't simply say that you love your family with your mouth. Show it. If you're surrounding your family with killers, you're not convincing. Y'all know how they say the chances of an attack increases when there's more than one dog. It increases like 50% with one additional dog, just having 2 dogs. The more dogs you have, the more likely an attack. You mean to tell me this many people are oblivious? Now, I don't care if it's never shown aggression. Those stories are replete as well. They took the chance anyways. They rolled the dice anyways. And that's what they all do. It's their way of sacrificing their child's safety. And when there's an attack, it's then a blood sacrifice. So I don't think people should be allowed to act like they played no part in killings like this. The parents most certainly played a part. They are the very ones that made this possible. And because the law doesn't do anything, nothing is done, basically, That's sacrifice. I don't know what happened in this story, but it does not sound right. And I'm going to tell you
When I get up to the gate,
what I'm talking about. Listen to this.
these dogs have my baby in their mouth.
Well, you just heard from Lynn Boyd. Her 18-month-old is recovering in the hospital tonight after being mauled by several dogs.
Firefighters say it happened yesterday on Riva Ridge Lane in Colleton County. The toddler is being treated at MUSC for several severe lacerations on his face, neck, and leg.
That's where we find our Molly McBride, who spoke with the toddler's mother today. And Molly, we saw the pictures. They're really tough to look at.
That's right, Michael Cameron. Absolutely tragic is really the only way you can describe this. Lynn Boyd says yesterday just felt like a
Okay. I don't want to...
for just 5 minutes to use
I don't want to really show the photos, but listen to the scenario.
his house. She and the moms were watching the neighborhood children play outside. That's when
Whoa.
she went yesterday just felt like a typical Sunday afternoon over at a friend's house. She and the moms were watching the neighborhood children play outside. That's when she went inside for just 5 minutes to use the restroom. Nothing could have prepared her for what happened when she returned. We want to warn you that some of these images are graphic.
Okay. Don't need to see that.
My 6-year-old daughter is at the door screaming, "Mom, they've got him."
A mother.
Okay. So you hear that. They were all outside. They were watching the kids play. And they went inside for a few minutes. And the dogs attacked the children. Or this child, this 2-year-old.
Mother's worst nightmare. Boyd says she sprinted in the direction her 6-year-old daughter was pointing, where she found her toddler in the...
Something does not sound right about this story. Because they don't talk about where the dogs were, whose dogs were they? Where were they? Were they in a fenced-in area? Were they out off leash in the yards with the kids? That's what it sounds like to me. And they want to use this excuse that, hey, I just went into the house for a couple minutes. Why is it that they're always going into the house or looking away for a couple minutes and then something is happening? Okay, so I don't understand that. There's something missing from this story.
jaws of 3 dogs.
A lot of it's fuzzy, but I remember him screaming and crying. I don't know how I got the dogs off. I just remember grabbing him and cupping the wound on his leg and using my face to put pressure on his.
She says she picked him up and started running, screaming.
Okay.
Reported him to the that opened the gate to the dogs.
What happens to the next
Listen to this.
kid in the neighborhood?
She says she was told there's nothing more law enforcement could do because it was her children that opened the gate to the dogs.
It was her children who opened the gate to the dogs? What are they talking about? I thought they just described the scenario. They said that they went to a friend's house. The kids were in the yard playing. They were watching the kids. Then they went into the home for a couple minutes. So what are you talking about? The kids opened the gate to the dogs. What gate are you talking about? And how were they able to open a gate? This was a 2-year-old. The 2-year-old opened a gate. How could the 2-year-old be on the side of the fence to open it, and a 2-year-old was big enough to open it? This is a new story. I'm not looking for holes in an old story. This surfaced July 3rd, just yesterday. This story has a lot of problems.
Boyd says she was friendly with the dog's owners before the attack, but wasn't warned that the dogs were aggressive.
So, it sounds like the dogs were right there with the kids off leash. That's what it sounds like.
And had no idea what they were capable of.
She seemed really nice. And I've met her son, and my kid has played with her kid, so I thought nothing of it.
See? Just went over there. The people had their dogs out. She figured, oh, I know her. So, you know, these people think that they have complete control over their dog's brains. Why they think that is beyond me, and they act on that. That's the dangerous part. Wow. Really? Case closed. They said her kids opened the gate to the dogs. Case closed.
Were aggressive and had no idea what they were capable of.
She seemed really nice. And I've met her son, and my kid
Now,
told there's nothing more law enforcement
how do you know that they knew that the dogs were aggressive?
could do, because it was her children that opened the gate to the dogs. Boyd says she was friendly with the dog's owners before the attack, but wasn't warned that the dogs were aggressive.
They may have never been aggressive before. That's the thing. And why would you expect them to tell you that if y'all also believe in second chances? You're not supposed to dwell over things that dogs have done in the past.
And had no idea what they were capable of.
You think she would have cared even if she had known?
She seemed really nice. And I've met her son, and my kid has played with her kid, so I thought nothing of it. So if all the children are playing in the neighborhood at the same time, and all the moms are watching for a split second, just to be able to use the bathroom, chaos ensues.
Yeah, that's what dogs do. And you know it. Everybody knows it. Speaking of something happening in a dog's past, this story surfaced about 2 hours ago. Dog attacked with machete in June finds a new home. This dog was attacked by a man with a machete. Okay? And they've given the dog a name. I'm not going to share the name. But this dog is up here with staples in its head. And it has already been adopted. They've already adopted it out. And this is the actual dog. Now, why did someone chop it in the head with a machete? And what else has gone on in this dog's past? We don't know. They don't know. But they do know it's been chopped in the head with a machete. But if a dog has gone through traumatic experiences, they could attack anyone at any time in the future, even their own owners. That's according to the experts. But the shelters are not supposed to operate based on that information. So instead of euthanizing a dog that we know has been through a traumatic situation, you want to hurry up and adopt them back out, which possibly gives them a chance to attack someone else if this thing had attacked someone in the first place. The person who tried to kill it could have tried to kill it because it attacked him, her, or someone in their family. Not saying that they should have executed it. I'm saying we don't know the dog's past, and it's dangerous to simply adopt it back out based on your own dog standards. We had a 2-year-old attack here recently by a worthless mutt. Significant head injuries.
A 2-year-old boy is recovering tonight at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital after being attacked by a dog. We're told it happened while he was playing outside his home. Georgia MacArthur is live outside the hospital with more on how that young boy is doing tonight. Georgia.
Hey, Allison, how are you? Well, I spoke with the young boy's grandmother who says his parents witnessed the dog attacking their son. And now she says the little boy, whose name is Noah, now has a long road of recovery. A loose dog attacked 2-year-old Noah on Thursday while he was playing in his front yard, alarming his family and neighbors.
The dog just came running down the road, grabbed Noah. He was on his bike, grabbed Noah off his bike, and mauled him to the ground.
Okay, that's an unprovoked attack. And this is the story almost each and every time. They're minding their own business. Out of nowhere comes a dog. You experts, y'all need to be ashamed of yourselves. Putting lies out here like this. Again, people, if you look up why dogs attack children, go look it up right now and listen to what these behaviorists, dog trainers, and veterinarians say. They all say that the kids provoke the dogs. Each and every one of them insists the kids are primarily attacked because what they're doing to a dog.
And then we rushed him to the hospital, and then they flew him here to All Children's.
Marlene Barnier says Noah has severe injuries and is now recovering at Johns Hopkins Hospital.
The dog, when it bit him, fractured both sides of his skull on the left and right. He had to have surgery. There was a piece of the brain that they had to remove.
Noah's grandmother says she...
So it scalped him. Bit him in the head. Bit him in the head. And these dogs, you gotta understand, they can fit the kid's whole head inside of their mouth. How dangerous that is. And y'all think it's worth it because you so desperate to rub on a dog. Rub on these stinking, nasty things.
Noah's grandmother says she wants the community to be aware of aggressive dogs and to judge the deed, not the breed.
I actually...
Whoa. Listen to that. Defending the dog. I don't even want to hear what she got to say. I'm going to listen anyway. Deed, not the breed. What? You don't be aware of the threat. You remove the threat. What sense do it make to be aware of a threat if you ain't going to do nothing about it? See, this is all nuttery.
Not the breed.
I actually own a pit bull mix as well.
Oh, I bet you do. You ain't bragging about how they'll never attack them now, are you? You ain't talking about how misunderstood they are you? Oh no, you singing a different song now. Huh? Misunderstood. Wouldn't harm a fly.
And my dog has never...
I don't care what your worthless mutt has never done. These breeds produce extremely disproportionate statistics in several categories. Deal with it.
Aggressive to anyone. And I do feel that the owner and if you know you have a vicious dog, you should be responsible for anything that your dog does.
Boy, this is some dangerous, sick stuff. What are you talking about? Be responsible. Be responsible by not being dumb enough to bring these things around. And you notice they just love to bring youngsters around these killers. And they know. Everybody knows by now. As often as this happens, everybody knows that youngsters get attacked by these things. And they get off on that. That's why they keep bringing these dogs around them.
And again, 2-year-old Noah is still recovering at this hospital tonight, and the family tells me that they do have a GoFundMe set up to help with his medical expenses.
And some organization somewhere is doing something to raise awareness about dogs in homes. Oh no, we're not having a discussion like that. No. Even that's the most obvious discussion that people should have. That's the lunacy. That's the regression. That's the primitiveness. That's the subhuman behavior. That's suborganism behavior. No other organism does that. They don't bring predators into their societies and homes that are actively attacking their young. They attack those organisms with a vengeance. Dog culture represents regression, primitiveness in human beings.
Well, time is running out for a family to find the dog who bit their son at the balloon festival in Queensbury over the weekend. The 3-year-old's parents talked to CBS 6's Sean Cavanaugh about the answers they are hoping to get and get soon.
And she just snapped right in his face and like snarled at her.
A night at a balloon festival took a turn. 3-year-old Trent Morgan's...
Now, did y'all hear that? They skipped over the story. They did not share. I'm talking about the media outlet. They skipped right over the story of what happened leading up to the attack. Now understand, when cops do their investigation, that's the part of the story they want to hear. What happened leading up to the attack, because they want to know if it was provoked or not. The media made sure not to share that part of the story. So already we got a red flag.
And she just snapped right in his face and like snarled at her.
A night at a balloon festival took a turn.
And because they did that, I'm going to go ahead and assume what happened. You're at a festival. This is a place where people bring their dogs. And I bet these two parents are dog lovers. They saw somebody with a dog and they said to their son, hey, you want to go pet the dog? Let's go. Went up, got permission, and then the dog attacked them. That's what happened. We'll see if more details come out. But because they cut that part off, I'm going to assume that that's what happened.
A night at a balloon festival took a turn. 3-year-old Trent Morgan's family describing the moments a dog bit him in the face. He had to go to the hospital, and days later, his parents are still looking for the owner.
Where the frustration lies for us is where we're the ones that are having to deal with the consequences. Trent's the one that's going to have to go through more pain and suffering, and this person, is just going to, not suffer any consequences.
At this time, they just want to know the dog's vaccination records, so hopefully Trent won't need rabies shots.
At this point, like I said, we are running out of time.
What type of... That's crazy. You know how inhumane that is? Dog attacks your child. You say, oh, don't worry about it. Has it been vaccinated? Oh, okay, thanks, bye. That's a dirtbag thing to do. Oh, okay, I just want to know if it was vaccinated. Bye. Your son's sitting there bleeding and crying. Okay.
We would like the person to at least be held accountable for any of his medical treatment.
But if not, oh, that's okay. All right.
Because it's only fair.
Is that we do not want to put the dog down. Even if the owner is found, it's not the dog's fault.
Okay. Even if the owner is found what? Guilty of not having vaccinations? No matter what, listen to him. No matter what, we don't want the dog put down. Now, pointing out to the members, when he says that, look at how his wife looks at him.
Only fair.
Is that we do not want to put the dog down. Even if the owner is found.
And I pointed out to the members, looked like they talked about it already. She got an evil, sinister look on her face. Like, yep, that's right, honey. We talked about it. And the dog staying alive is paramount. That's the most important thing. Listen to this guy. No matter what, we do not want the dog put down, even though the dirtbag owner scurried off. Even though the dog just demonstrated that it's aggressive towards children, that's your fatherly, responsible thing to do. And you too, mother. She didn't object. She looked at him with this snide, evil smirk on her face.
I want to put the dog down. Even if the owner is found, it's not the dog's fault. Okay? It was, the dog was in an environment that it shouldn't have been in. It was
now you hear that?
Very stressful environment for it.
You hear that? Which tells you what? It was unprovoked. When he said, oh, we don't want the dog put down, it was not the dog's fault. It makes it sound like, oh, the dog was provoked. No, this dog wasn't provoked at all. So if it's an unprovoked attack, what do the parents do? They blame the environment. They can't blame the kid. He didn't do nothing. Sounds like they got permission. Oh, go pet it. Dog attack. Oh, the environment is at fault. There's too many people around. They do anything. They'll blame anything. They'll blame the grass. They'll blame the blue sky, the heat, the sun ray, sounds, movement. Very dirtbag, primitive, subhuman behavior. I'm showing y'all irrefutable, primitive man. This is primitive man. Dogs above people.
It was, the dog was in an environment that it shouldn't have been in. It was a very stressful environment for the dog.
So, why was your kid around the dog? That's why they chopped the story off, in my opinion. Because they already explained that they got permission and voluntarily went over there and allowed him to pet on that dog. That's why they cut that off, because he's contradicting himself. Oh, it's a horrible environment, but we took him over there to pet the dog. That's what it sounds like.
The family has been working closely with the Warren County Sheriff's Department and has talked to the Department of Health.
For just assisting us in trying to find the dog, which we're grateful for, don't get me wrong, and we're not looking for anybody to once again get in trouble.
Warren County Sheriff's Department told...
Why not? Dog attacked the boy and left. That's the equivalent of leaving the scene of an accident. You have an automobile accident, you have to stay at the scene, even if nobody's hurt. Here, a minor gets hurt, and it's okay, bye-bye. All right.
Told CBS 6 the incident has turned into an investigation, and they cannot give out any information at...
These people are sick. Sick, dog-worshiping lunatics from this seat, demonically possessed, and all that. What do you think? We all need to watch our neighbors. Pit bull owners especially, but also owners of large, vicious breeds. These people are enemies to entire communities. They make communities dangerous, more dangerous than gangsters. Generally, gangsters don't want to attack kids. You understand? And for the most part, gangsters and thugs from the street, they're not going to bother you. Most of the riffraff is personal. How many of y'all heard this story surfaced today? A few hours ago, 70-year-old woman, North Carolina, dies about a week after being attacked by a neighbor's pit bull. Pit bulls, plural. There's more than one. Belonged to her neighbor. That story I just reported on. Those kids who were attacked. That was a neighbor's dog. Owners of large, vicious dogs, especially owners of bully breeds, are enemies to communities, and they make communities unsafe. this story where a 4-year-old was attacked. This 4-year-old was in her car seat when she was attacked by a neighbor's pit bull. The owner called for his dogs to come back. They didn't listen. They started to attack. This is all according to a plumber who witnessed it and helped to shoo the dog away. He called for his pit bull. They didn't listen. They attacked the 4-year-old. So the owner tried to pull the dog off of the 4-year-old and failed. And after he failed, he took off. The plumber said he was nowhere to be found. That is a true enemy of a community. Even if he would have stayed, the damage is done. So this guy takes off after he failed to pull his pit bull off a 4-year-old. And the plumber eventually chased the dog off. Some supervisor. What good does it do to have laws that tell dog owners that they're responsible for controlling their dog? You can't control them. And it's most difficult to control them when it's a pit bull that's attacking. Once they attack, it's virtually impossible to stop them. It's complete suicide to simply say, hey, control your dog. Just as ridiculous as saying, hey, control your grizzly bear. Yeah, control your African lion. People, we need to wake up. This is such a foolish and silly game. Now, I don't mean to belittle the seriousness or anything like that, but this is so silly, it's like a game. But it's a wicked, evil, and dangerous game. It's very cultish. This is cultish type of stuff where you risk your life, not just your life. That would be different if it was just you, the adult life. But no, these things have proven to prefer to attack children, and they get promoted more and more. Yeah, we need to expedite the neutralizing of this culture, expedite the extermination of bully breeds. There's no excuse. I'm not getting too far over the hill here. I'm not exaggerating. It is not unreasonable to request the extermination of pit bulls. Many people before me have. They've said that they should be banned and they should all be spayed and neutered. That's extermination. They have no place in society. Same goes for other large vicious breeds, German Shepherds, and other large Great Danes, other large vicious, powerful dogs. The same applies to them. But there's no excuse for the breed that was bred to attack, to kill on instinct, and bred to be quickly triggered, where it doesn't take much at all. In the fighting pit, you didn't have to do anything. You just release it. No matter if it's attacking a bull or another dog. You don't have to do a magic trick or anything special to get it to attack. You simply let it go. Y'all remember that video of that guy who released his pit bull and it attacked a cat, what'd he do? All he did was release it. You don't have to teach these things to attack. It is not about how you raise them or how you train them. People have been attacked by a wide variety of dog owners, dogs. Let's stop playing dumb here. The vast majority of these dogs that have attacked have been owned by very mild-mannered type of people. Many times, these very mild-mannered women who misunderstand. See, some of these women, they have this motherly instinct, and it works against them. They think the answer is love. They hear that everything said about pit bulls is a myth, and they assume, oh, it must require love. And they're sold on this idea. And for as long as the dog doesn't attack them, they believe their love is working. And they fall deeper and deeper in love with this behavior. With many of them, they get this type of high, this euphoric feeling when the dog is not attacking them. Almost as if they get off on it. Like, hey, look at my magical love. It's working. And they become addicted to that. And they end up putting themselves and other people in danger. There's no excuse for bully breeds. These things were bred to fight. Look at how often they're in the news, far more often than other breeds. It is time to ban them. We need a global ban, nothing short of. Now let's continue with this crusade against these dangerous dogs and their dangerous owners. First of all, I am in the process of creating my own website. I have a lot of work to do, but of course I will provide the link as soon as it is completed. Yet another baby has been mauled to death by a brainless, out of control mutt. This incident took place in Georgia this month. In the early morning hours of Sunday, June 10th, about 2:55 a.m., police received a 911 call from a frantic caller who was not able to communicate the nature of their emergency. According to a news release issued by the Clayton County Police Department on June 14th. Upon arrival, responding officers discovered that the family dog, a German Shepherd, had mauled a 5-month-old female to death. According to the family of the child, she was placed in a bed to sleep and left in the care of her mother's roommate, while her mother left the home for a few hours. When the mother returned, she discovered that her roommate had fallen asleep in another area of the home. And when they went to check on the welfare of the baby, it was discovered that the baby had been mauled to death in the bedroom where she had been placed to sleep. The family advised detectives that the dog had been around the baby since the baby's birth and had never shown any signs of aggression toward the baby or anyone else in the home. The dog was removed from the home by the Clayton County Animal Control officers on the night of the incident and has since been surrendered to animal control to be euthanized. First of all, this was not a pit bull. All of these mutts are aggressive. Second of all, notice how they said the dog had been around the baby since the baby's birth. 5 months. Never showed any aggression toward the baby or anyone else in the home. Yet that mutt waited until everybody was gone and asleep and killed that baby as it slept. In my video titled, Dog Lovers Should Be Arrested for Child Endangerment, you heard 17-year veterinarian Scott Miller talk about how dogs don't look at each other in the eye unless they're fighting for dominance, and that the way babies stare at you will be taken as a challenge in the mind of dogs. But in this situation, the baby was asleep. The babysitter was asleep and everybody else was gone. The baby had no supervision and the dog knew it. And despite the fact that this dog had been around this baby for 5 months, and it knew full well that this was the master's baby, that mutt couldn't wait to kill that baby. This is nothing short of the behavior of a child murderer, a baby murderer. How can any of you argue that these dogs should not be outlawed? If you have kids in your home with a dog, you should be arrested right now for child endangerment. You stupid mutt lovers constantly try to impose human traits and human intelligence onto wild, lethal carnivores, believing that if a dog spends several months in the home with a baby, then the dog knows the baby and views the baby as family, when the only one who's viewing the other as family is you viewing that stupid mutt as family. That mutt has no concept of family. It views babies as competition for food. As the veterinarian said, they get jealous of the attention the baby gets. Right? It views the baby as a trespasser on its territory. And that mutt carefully timed the murder of that baby. And they euthanized the dog as if there was something wrong with only that specific dog. No, all of these mutts are like this. They're all brainless. People act like some dogs are born with a brain and some are not. They're all fucking brainless. You cannot take the chance, just like you cannot take the chance that a drunk driver will not have an accident. They get arrested. It should not only be illegal to allow wild, aggressive animals to live in homes with children, it should be illegal for people without children to own dogs, because they may have other people's children visit their home. Family members who have kids visit their home. That cannot be regulated. All dogs need to be outlawed. Again, most dog attacks on children are either by the family dog or in a home that the child is familiar with, friend or family. And I guarantee you that none of these mutt lovers on these social media websites, Twitter, Facebook, are talking about the death of this child, even though it happened only a few days ago. They're still worshiping the existence of all dogs, aiding and abetting child killers, baby killers, projecting dogs as innocent, loving creatures. They're doing it as I make this video. These people disgust me to no end. The idea of treating dogs as if they have the same mentality as humans is criminal, and it leads to injuries and death. Most serial killers
do not target babies. They target adults. Dogs specialize in babies and children just as much, if not more, than adults. How can anybody argue that there should not be laws that regulate the ownership of these mutts? There is none. Anybody can buy a goddamn dog. This is an outrage. And the nerve of people to put these mutts in movies and commercials as if the consistency of their vicious attacks is irrelevant. As if these animals do not methodically plan the murder of babies as they sleep. As if they don't target children. Right? There could be 10 adults, one child, that mutt is going after that child. How can you argue that these things should not be illegal? It is a black eye to this government, to the citizens of this country. I have absolutely no respect for anyone with such a poor sense of protection for babies and children. The way people trust dogs as if they would trust a human is disgusting. That is absolutely brainless, stupid. And the nerve of the American Kennel Club to say that it is our responsibility to feed these mutts, provide shelter for them, these child killers, baby murderers. The nerve of anybody who projects dogs as teddy bears with as much blood of children as they've shed. You people are absolutely disgusting. And as I've always say, I cannot wait until the day when these mutts are made illegal. You people are seriously deranged. You have severe mental problems, mental disorders. That dog cannot speak English. It can't talk to you. You can't communicate with it. You cannot gauge its mindset. Yet you let it in your home around your kids and around your babies. Will lay your babies on top of these brainless, lethal, deadly mutts. You people have mental problems. You act like you're not even human yourself. You're not evolved. Your intelligence has not evolved. You're part human and part mutt yourself. You're that dumb. Don't talk to me about your intelligence and your intellectual advancement when y'all doing brainless, retarded shit like this.
Yet another unprovoked attack. Several years on YouTube, thousands of reports. I've never seen or heard of a dog attack on a youngster that actually was provoked. Never heard it.
The trauma he's going to have the rest of his life. That day, you know. Being ripped apart.
It's hard for Kevin Lovely to recall the past few days. His family has been staying at the Stollery after his son, 7-year-old Eddie, was attacked on Wednesday by 2 dogs. It happened as the little boy was running to retrieve his ball from the school bus.
Running to retrieve his ball from the school bus. Not running to retrieve the dog's toy, his own toy. Yet another unprovoked attack. So I have to ask you, so-called experts, where are you getting your information? Where are you getting this information that suggests that they actually provoke these things? You're the one that says this. You say that all attacks on the young is the result of the young doing something to the dogs.
I can see from our front living window, the neighbor's dog, the big black one, running across and tackled my son to the ground.
The dogs would not let Eddie go until the bus driver and monitor intervened, forcing them to run off. Both EMS and park...
Y'all telling me, you experts are telling me that this dog did this because it was scared of the boy? It was full of anxiety? Tell me this boy was teasing this dog? How'd you find that out? Y'all discovered this information even though the reports don't say it and you don't see it on film.
Glen RCMP were called to the Paul First Nation near Wabamun, with stars coming in to fly the boy to Edmonton in potentially life-threatening condition.
Left thigh was so badly damaged, his muscle and his veins, blood vessels and everything were hanging out, his skin was just hanging there. They couldn't stop the bleeding.
Eddie has now undergone intensive surgery, requiring more than 100 stitches, also catching an infection while recovering.
Oh, God. Let me go ahead and welcome Eddie to the crusade. I have a strong feeling he's going to run into this video at some point in his life. A lot of these youngsters who get attacked, they're going to grow up and they're going to run into some of these reports, videos from me, other content creators possibly, and then they're going to realize they never should have been attacked in the first place. That the adults in the community was a bunch of dog-obsessed zombies who never should have had dogs in the community in the first place, and they're going to join the crusade like they're supposed to.
My son, he's starting to have a few nightmares here now, so I don't think he'll ever want to go near a dog. I hope not, but I keep telling him not all dogs are like that, right?
Lovely.
No. Kevin, don't tell him that. Don't tell him that. They're all like that. There's no dog on this planet that has too much morals. You know, their morals are too high to launch an attack on a youngster. They're all willing and able to do it.
Dogs are like that, right?
Lovely says he's
not all dogs are going to attack you. Not every dog that sees you is going to attack you, but those dogs are not above attacking you. The reason they're not attacking you isn't because they're humane.
Not heard anything from the dog's owners or police about the fate of the dogs involved. He mainly just wants to make sure other children aren't hurt.
Make sure your dogs, you know.
These youngsters should have been taught since they were infants to stay away from dogs. That dogs are their enemies. Dogs are the only creatures in society that looks at them as prey, that wants to attack them for fun, for sport. That's the only reason dogs attack youngsters, for fun and for sport. And these are lethal attacks. Under no circumstances do you instruct young people to go up to these things. You instruct them to stay away from them.
Not to train to attack, you know.
Wait, what? What did he just say?
Make sure your dogs, you know, not to train to attack.
What?
Involved. He mainly just wants to make sure other children aren't hurt.
Make sure your dogs, you know,
They cut off whatever he said, and they shouldn't have.
To train to attack, you know.
No. Sir, these are predators. Look up the definition of a predator. You don't have to train predators to attack. It's their instinct. It is never their desire or option. It's not like it has nothing to do with training. You don't have to train. Dogs come out of the womb launching attacks. Do your research as a father, as a parent, as an adult. They come out of the womb attacking, biting, and being aggressive. They're dogs, just like all other predators. You don't have to train them. They have a natural instinct to want bloodshed, to kill, to assert dominance, to attack just to assert dominance. That is an unprovoked attack, an attack for no reason.
Not to train to attack, you know, especially an innocent little child. Like
They're not training these dogs to attack youngsters. Where are you getting that from? You can tell he has not done much research on dogs. He's still brainwashed.
Not right. They should be able to walk on the road or play in the yard without worrying about them.
True. Now that's true. Okay, but do not put this message out there that these attacks are the result of people training these things to attack. Stop it.
Dogs.
For now, 7-year-old Eddie is taking it slow as he starts his recovery, trying to get caught up on schoolwork.
Yay!
It should no 7-year-old be going through nothing like this. All you young people, I don't care if it's your teacher. I don't care if it's your parent. Stay away from dogs. Anytime an adult asks you if you want to pet a dog anywhere, even if you see the dog, no matter if you see it or not, you say no. The only thing you're doing is putting yourself at risk.
Let's continue with this crusade against these dangerous dogs and their stupid owners. I had a viewer post this story in the comment section of one of my recent videos. It was reported by Yahoo News on May 31st, 2018, yesterday. Miami baby mauled to death by a pit bull sitting in a bouncy chair. As I mentioned in previous videos, most dog attacks on kids and babies are by the family dog. And this was one of 3 family dogs, and all 3 were pit bulls. USA Today goes into detail about what happened. The grandmother was walking the dog when it got away. The baby was in a different room. The dog went into that room and mauled the baby to death. This is what an 8-month-old baby looks like. You hear dog lovers all in the comment section of each media outlet that has reported this story, saying that we should blame the owner. Blame the owner. Of course, we blame the owner, but I equally blame the dog. What exactly are these people trying to say? That it's not the dog's fault? Many of them say exactly that. That killing babies is totally normal for dogs. Well, if that's the case, then dogs should be illegal to own, right? That supports my entire channel because they are baby killers. Some say maybe the baby did something to provoke the dog. Listen, if dogs are so stupid, and they are, that they can't tell that babies are in fact babies, then they are too stupid to be kept as pets. They are too wild. Dogs are just as wild as lions and tigers. How much more wild does an animal need to be if it will randomly attack kids and babies? There are no animals on this planet that would defend another species that decides to kill their own babies. It is only these disgusting dog lovers who do that. These are deranged, retarded, dangerous, unstable, primitive, subhuman people. Babies do not talk like the dog's master. It does not move its limbs. It does not walk or even is remotely the same size, same height as the dog's master. How much more of a sign does an animal need to know that this is the master's baby? These wild, dumb animals will attack the babies anyways. This is a wild animal, and they should all be illegal. Not only pit bulls, but all dogs. Even small dogs will show unprovoked fits of hostility. All they need to do is see you, and they become angry. These dogs should also be kept away from babies and kids. We all saw the video where a cat saved a small child from a dog attack. That was a small dog. They are just as dangerous and unstable as large dogs. Don't tell me that it is not the dog's fault. It is the dog's fault because it is a stupid animal, a dumb animal. To permit these dogs, these child killers, these baby killers to be legal to own is an insult to the intelligence of the modern era. As much as we brag about being intellectually advanced, it is a gross display of irresponsibility on behalf of our government and on us as citizens. Nobody speaks out against it. Credit to those who do. I won't say nobody, but there needs to be far more. The vast majority should be speaking out against it. Yet, it seems as if we are far outnumbered by these retarded, deranged mutt lovers. And believe it or not, more and more states are legalizing the ownership of pit bulls, even though, according to dogsbite.org, a website that I donate to, they do excellent work. Please visit that website. They report that on average, nearly 2/3 of all fatal dog attacks in the United States are committed by pit bulls. Yet more and more states and cities, jurisdictions are making it legal to own these animals. This country likes to brag about our intellectual advancement, especially compared to third world countries. Well, at least many third world countries understand the danger that these animals present to their society. We talk as if we are so much more evolved than other countries, yet we don't even have the basic rules of survival together to not allow wild, deadly animals to live in your civilization. How many more children have to be mauled to death? How many more babies have to be mauled to death, disfigured permanently for the rest of their life because their irresponsible parents allowed some wild, vicious animal to live in their home? Wanted that stupid, disgusting mutt to come and lick on them so they could say, "Oh, how cute." You deranged, retarded people. These animals need to be made illegal. I encourage people to share their own stories. This government is not operating in the best interest of our youth. This is a government that needs to be taken back by the people. Our voices must be heard. This crusade is not only being waged by myself, but also anybody who shares their own experiences, views, or stories related to the content of this channel. There needs to be more channels like mine. This is a very serious problem. When people are attacked in the home, it is children and babies ages 9 and under that are being attacked 75% of the time. These mutts are child killers, baby killers. There are very few more noble causes that you can fight for in your lifetime than to make all dogs illegal to own in this country.
An 11-month-old baby has been bitten by her family's pet dog in Adelaide Hills. The girl was rushed to the Women's and Children's Hospital on Monday morning after being bitten on the nose by her family's blue heeler. How many times does this have to happen? You know, it almost seems like the more it happens, the more people there are who want to prove that dogs are harmless. So they are rushing to create a baby with dog photo or video. Not saying that that is what happened here. We don't know the details. The baby is said to be in stable condition, but will be kept in the hospital overnight before being discharged tomorrow. Again,
Currently, no details on what led to this incident. Let's hope that it was not the result of what we see as a growing trend on social media where people lay their babies next to and on top of dogs. As I've indicated, kids and babies are much more likely to suffer severe damage and death from dog attacks. And this was no small dog. This is a big, mean-looking dog, like a pit bull mix. So if this dog was only able to bite the nose of the baby, it seems to suggest to me that an adult was close by to intervene and prevent an all-out mauling. Because that is what dogs will usually do, virtually always, with a baby. They don't simply bite them and walk away. The screams from the baby causes dogs to increase their aggression. And when dogs are attacking a vulnerable target like a baby, they usually go all the way. They get a rush out of feeling dominant. They have an instinct to be rewarded with food when they feel dominant, and screams from a victim causes dogs to feel dominant. This is why I consider the possibility, I hope I'm wrong, but I consider the possibility that this may have been a situation where the parent wanted to create a baby with dog photo or video and upload it to social media. Several people have commented on videos like this, and they're all over YouTube, warning parents that this is dangerous. It should not require anybody to warn a parent that this is dangerous. Absolute Russian roulette. Dog lovers are obsessed with proving that dogs are harmless and loving. The more vicious and powerful the dog is, the more they want to prove that it is a teddy bear. This trend of recording videos and taking photos of dogs with babies is growing rapidly. There's an entire channel, perhaps several channels, here on YouTube exclusively dedicated to videos of children and babies with dogs. As I've said before, these videos should be removed, and the adults in these videos should be tracked down, arrested, and charged with child endangerment. Again, not accusing this particular woman. We don't know the details. We may never know the details. But if the dog only bit the baby's nose, it makes me wonder. So this is yet another unfortunate situation where a baby's safety was sacrificed for a dog, where parents refused to get rid of the dog for the baby, right? Could have been much worse. Let's hope the baby has minimal damage and is able to recover with minimal scarring. Dogs and babies do not mix. Let's hope the parent or parents has this dog euthanized, and let's hope they smarten up and does not bring in another dog into the household. From this seat, that is child endangerment at the highest level.
So we are back again, and dog lovers, we have yet another unprovoked attack.
So I'm hoping that somebody can at least give me some information to help us, so hopefully save her at least 3 rounds of rabies shots.
A distraught mother is hunting for information tonight. She says her daughter was attacked by a dog in Dormont. The child was treated at the hospital, and she has to get several rounds of rabies shots totaling about 16 doses. They filed a police report and were told animal control has been notified, but now they're hoping their neighbors will help them find the dog's owner. It was around 10:30 a.m. on Labor Day. 11-year-old London Carroll was walking on Dwight Avenue in Dormont, heading to a friend's house.
I saw this dog, and I was like, we were on like the
opposite sides of the sidewalk, and her leash was just very long for the thing, and it lunged at me.
The dog bit her and scratched her.
Okay.
It was.
She just described an unprovoked attack. Now, some of you might say, well, of course she's going to say it's unprovoked. She's the victim. But no. She never indicated she tried to pet the dog. Did she walk up to the dog, approached it? There's no way you can argue a sense of self-defense on part of the dog. This is just another unprovoked attack.
The dog bit her and scratched her.
It was very painful. I tried to go as far back as I could, and it just came at me. So I ran into the street, and I tried to get away from the dog, and the lady walked away.
Ran into the street. Could have got hit by a car. It happens all the time. Right? People running away from dogs get hit by vehicles all the time, which is why this is so dangerous. It's not just the dog attack you have to worry about.
London told her mom the woman who was walking 2 large black dogs said, "I'm sorry," and turned right onto Potomac Avenue.
2 large dogs. A woman was walking them. Like I say, they may as well be off leash. I really don't understand how this is legal.
No.
I was very upset. It was very disrespectful and unsafe of her to do that. And I got really
So she just left. She said, "I'm sorry," and just walked off. This 11-year-old.
Scared. So I just walked the rest of the way to my friend's house.
Her friend's brother called 911 and London's mom, who came running.
And I was like, where's the person? And they were like, oh no, she left. And I was like, what do you mean? She just walked away. It just grabbed her by the leg and her arm. She actually has a bite on her arm as well. How did she not see that?
London was taken to Children's Hospital.
It really freaked me out.
The 6th grader had to get x-rays to make sure the puncture wound didn't get to the bone. She got some stitches along with 3 or 4 rabies shots.
No. Yeah, okay, rabies. But there's a lot of other infections that you need to worry about, even from a small injury like this. I know a lot of people look, oh, it's not that bad. No, that could be the start of your death. That right there. Because dogs are just that filthy.
She got some stitches along with 3 or 4 rabies shots and a tetanus shot.
Now I don't know if the dog is up to date on its shots, and we don't have any information.
London has
Yeah, you don't know if there is an infection that might develop. Some of dog attack victims have died weeks after the attack. Some of them had symptoms that got worse while they were in the hospital and after they've been released from the hospital. Y'all remember that case where a lady was released? Then she started to have bad symptoms and had to be admitted back to the hospital for the exact same attack.
3 more rounds of rabies shots to go, 12 in total over the next 2 weeks, and lots of aftercare.
I'm hoping so I don't have to keep taking the rabies shots, because it is a lot.
London is in good spirits. She and her mom retraced the path looking for cameras and asking neighbors if they've seen the owner and her 2 dogs.
I don't want any other kids to have to struggle the way I did.
There has to be cameras. That's a good point. Where are the street cameras? Where are the street cameras? There had to have been cameras. This is in Pennsylvania. So where are you at? Dog behaviorists? Veterinarians? You dog trainers? Who say that all attacks are provoked? Take a look at my channel. I got well over 1,000 cases, and I'm probably underselling that number, of nothing but unprovoked attacks. No matter what attack you find on either one of my channels, they're unprovoked. Go to Google search and do a search in the news. Every attack you find is unprovoked, 100%. Where are y'all getting this information that says all attacks are provoked, or even that most of them are provoked? You're just incompetent, and you're not true professionals.
I woke up about 10 minutes ago, read this article. 12-year-old boy in a coma after he was attacked by multiple dogs, 6 dogs. He's in a drug-induced coma in Montgomery County. Boy was riding his bike and these dogs ran out and attacked him. As usual, these veterinarians, dog behaviorists, people who actually are supporting these attacks, the blood of these kids are on your hands as well. Because for you to make such ridiculous statements that all dog attacks are provoked somehow in the face of reports like this. How many reports have I done so far this week? Unprovoked, totally unprovoked. And you educated professionals telling us that there is always a fear component, a predatory component. We don't give a damn if there is a predatory component. And you can call this predatory component all you want, that the boy was moving. And dogs as predators, they are wired to chase down things that are moving. That is exactly why they should be illegal. That tells you that these creatures are unfit to live around our youth in the same society as our youth. What more evidence do you need than that? These professionals try to present that information as if it excuses the dog's behavior. No, you are incriminated with a statement like that. Thank you for clarifying that these things are not fit to live in our territory. So here was this boy riding his bike, minding his business. Here comes 6 dogs, maul him. Luckily, a man and his son saw the situation and helped them out. This boy is in a coma, and this woman will not be charged. On top of the madness of allowing these things to exist in our territory, they have no leash law in this county. You can just let your dogs roam free. What kind of law is that? Who makes laws like that? How is that even possible? Actually treating dogs as if they are harmless, as if they are a bunch of rabbits. It is mind-blowing, just totally unbelievable. So I read this article, and then I go over to this other article where they're talking about lifting a ban that they implemented about a year ago, last year sometime. A pit bull ban. You know, it does not discriminate anymore. A lot of dog nuts are pushing for this. Breed-specific laws. Don't specifically target pit bulls. Well, they lifted the ban, and of course, there was a pit bull attack on another dog owner. And I'm reading this thing. As soon as I get there, I start reading, I scroll back up, and I look off to the right, and I see an ad for dogs. Adorable puppies for sale. And they got a photo of a mutt. Here I'm reading an article about a dog attack. And on that same article, they are advertising the sale of mutts. There is no way that this crusade will not continue to grow. It needs to start growing much more rapidly. Somebody posted a comment on one of my videos several months ago. And they said that if this was some type of toy that you could just purchase off the shelf, that would out of the blue attack children, leave them disfigured, and kill them, that toy would be pulled from the shelves. But with dogs, they just keep selling them. Oh, another child? Keep selling them. Another child? Keep selling them. Nothing gets done. These companies, these lawmakers, they push for toys to get pulled as if they're morally upright, as if they're doing the right thing, as if they have a grasp on the right thing to do. But with dogs, they continue to sell them as if nothing ever happened. Now I go back on to this article with the dog attack, and a new ad pops up. Help us stop the dog meat trade. No, I'm going to help support the dog meat trade. How about that? On these same articles about dog attacks, they're trying to get people to feel sorry for these mutts. You can see the game that's going on. They don't want you to see these creatures for exactly what they are. They will report it, and at the same time they're reporting it, they got these stupid ads on there trying to make you feel sorry for these mutts. And notice how they keep putting a puppy there, right, to project this image of harmlessness. Puppy with a sad face. This is truly disgusting. I expect this crusade to grow nonstop. It may grow slowly because people are just that stupid and brainwashed, but it will grow continuously. And eventually, people are going to be forced to recognize us. Here at this channel, the Facebook groups, Dog Free, dogbites.org, you're going to have to hear us. You're going to have to face the music. There is no way laws could be this hypocritical and go unchallenged forever. This really is disgusting. Just like you would pull a toy that would just out of the blue kill, maul, disfigure kids and babies, and actually prefers kids and babies, just like you would pull those, you should make it illegal to own dogs. It's that simple. People act like they can't give dogs up. There's no way. We'll never do it. We don't care how many kids dogs kill. We'll never give them up. Like it's crack. And they are crack addicts. Oh, it's all about proper training. You can't just, pass by word of mouth that it's all about proper training and expect an entire population to be able to control uncontrollable man-made mutants that will turn violent and act on instinct regardless of how much training you implement on them. So I don't want to spend too much time on this. I really need to get some more rest. But this pissed me off. This dog love culture really is the most disgusting. I've said it before in my videos. You dog lovers, you veterinarians, you dog behaviorists, you people who support the existence of these creatures in our society, you are the most immoral people in the society, bar none. And it's sickening to see you all projecting yourselves as if you are the most morally upright people in society. Are you kidding? As if because you love dogs, you're better than everybody else. You people are sick. So let me get back to bed before I get pissed off and be unable to fall asleep.
A 13-year-old fighting for his life tonight after his own dogs, turned on him. As the night team's John Paul Barajas explains, the boy's injuries were so severe that he had to be airlifted to University Hospital.
One by one, 6 pit bulls were removed from this home of Escalante Run in Agave Spine.
6 pit bulls. What on earth was anybody of any age doing inside of a home with 6 pit bulls? People, they raised these pit bulls.
The sheriff's office responding to the scene because the dogs attacked a 13-year-old boy who lives in the home. The boy's grandparent called 911.
He heard the young boy screaming, came into the room and saw at least one.
Wait, the grandparent called 911? No, that's unacceptable. The grandparent is supposed to be the guardian. The law says that they are adequate as protection, protectors, supervisors. So again, notice how the adults are always helpless when these things go into attack mode. So essentially, these nutters simply bring these things into their home and get off on being at their mercy, knowing that if they launch an attack, especially you got 6 of them, there's nothing you can do to stop them.
And possibly up to all 6 of these pit bulls piled up on the young boy attacked.
How is that possible? That is an extreme example of inhumanity. That couldn't have been human beings. There's no way you can raise 6 human beings from a baby and one of them attack you and all the other ones help. No, they're going to pull them off of you. Your parent, basically your guardian. How unusual for humans to behave that way. But this is protocol for dogs. They're nothing like human beings. This is not supposed to be possible, not even for one pit bull to turn on the people that raised them. So again, an extreme example of inhumanity. Don't ever compare these things to human beings. Don't ever put them in the category as human beings. And we should not be treating these things like human beings. They should not get any special rights or privileges. In fact, they should be exterminated. And we're talking about bully breeds. We should have wiped these things out a long time ago.
On the young boy attacking him.
Sheriff Javier Salazar tells us the family owns all 6 dogs. They raised them and wanted to sell them.
Family owns all 6. They raised them. There you go.
At this point, it's unclear why the dogs attacked the boy.
Unclear why they attacked him. They're still trying to humanize these dogs. Unclear why they attacked him. Is their way of suggesting that there may have been a justifiable reason. You cannot make this up. That is their way of humanizing that. Understand that. Every time they say that it's unclear why the dog, they're saying that it's not really a dog. It doesn't have dog behavior. It's not a predator. That statement completely ignores the fact that not only are these predators, when you're talking about bully breeds, that's what they were bred to do. And they want to take your attention off of that and humanize them, even after they launch attacks.
The sheriff tipped his hat to the deputy that responded to this house, saying he happens to be one of only 2 fully trained paramedics that they have.
Oh, the Twilight Zone. Disgusting. Disgusting. What a trash culture this is.
He believes quick thinking and that training gave the victim in this case a fighting chance.
He had some specialized gear with him. He was able to administer aid, but he actually told us that the bites that he'd seen were...
And you are so sick. You are such a sick group of people to put these things on a pedestal and project them like angels on earth. You are the height of disgusting. And you have to know it at this point, especially if you follow this channel.
Were probably some of the worst wounds that he's ever seen on a person.
The young boy was airlifted to university.
Yeah, there always are. Pit bull wounds are the worst ones you will see on a person. They're land sharks.
Hospital and is expected to survive. As for the dogs,
2 of the dogs were owner surrendered, and then the other 4 were taken as part of a 10-day quarantine period. We'll see what ends up happening with those dogs, but I'm
You hear that? These sick devils are about to adopt those pit bulls out. That's what they're about to do.
Fully expecting that the other two, unfortunately, will most likely be...
And he, what? Unfortunately?
Euthanized. The sheriff says right now...
Unfortunately? No, fortunately. I'm going to throw a party after they're euthanized. People, this is the type of thing that a population of devils do. Only a bunch of demons, demonically possessed lunatics completely out of their mind. This is overt defense of the pit bulls, the very ones that attacked this boy. He is bending over backwards, they all are, to defend these dogs. And they're letting us know not all of them will be euthanized.
With those dogs, but I'm fully expecting that the other two, unfortunately, will most likely be euthanized. The sheriff says right now it's too early to tell if the parents will face charges. John Paul Barajas, KSAT 12 News.
Keep up to date with all of San Antonio.
People, this is the type of story that never goes viral. I wonder why. Any other time, a 13-year-old is sliced up, chopped open, put through a meat grinder by a human, that story is all over the news. But with these, they basically get buried. Why? Ask yourself why. Because a dog carried out the attack. And these people worship dogs. That's irrefutable at this point. This surfaced a few hours ago. Another XL bully attack. This time, the victim was only 20 months old. 20 months old? A year and 8 months. The baby, because that's a baby, almost or still may need his leg amputated. Another unprovoked attack where the dog simply saw the baby and attacked. At 20 months old, you're very, very small. And the smaller the toddler, the more likely it is that a dog will see them and launch an attack immediately, because they view them the same way they view small dogs and other small animals, which is why it is extremely dangerous to have bully breeds in society, period. Now, the baby had surgery on his leg. The mother, they say, during the attack, jumped into the fight and tried to protect her baby. You can see her here holding her bleeding baby. And you see there is a shoe on the ground. Probably can't see it now, but there's a shoe on the ground. Think it's her shoe. And this guy's the owner, and they say he was arrested on the scene. Why would you accept another 10 to 15 years of this? This is to the Prime Minister in the UK. Why on earth would you not make it mandatory that everyone who owns one of these surrender them? Isn't the whole point of the ban is to create a safe community right now? Why on earth would you say, let's wait another 15 years? How crazy is that? This ban is it's more worthless than I initially said. It's worse.
The American XL bully dog is a danger to our communities, particularly our children. I share the nation's horror at the recent videos we've...
But you're gonna accept another 10 to 15 years of this.
...all seen. Yesterday we saw another suspected XL bully dog attack, which has tragically led to a fatality. It's clear this is not about a handful of badly trained dogs. It's a pattern of behaviour, and it cannot go on. While owners
Yes,
already
it
have
can.
a...
It can go on for another 10 to 15 years, according to you, because of you, thanks to you.
...responsibility to keep their dogs under control, I want to reassure people that we are urgently working on ways to stop these attacks and protect the public.
No, you're not. You banned one additional type of bully breed, as if the banning of the other 4, the failure of that ban, didn't teach you a good lesson. And now you just added another ban against another bully breed, an already failed tactic. So you've essentially done nothing.
Today I have tasked ministers to bring together police and experts to firstly define the breed of dog behind these attacks, with a view to then outlawing it. It is not currently a breed defined in law, so this vital first step must happen fast. We will then ban the...
Now, notice, when it comes to banning them, everybody talks about how difficult it is to identify them. It's not difficult. Stop with that. We know bully breeds when we see them.
...breed under the Dangerous Dogs Act, and new laws will be in place by the end of the year. These dogs are dangerous. I want to reassure the public...
But we're going to put up with them for another 10 to 15 years. Okay? So the people of the UK, get ready. This will be your life for another 10 to 15 years. How about that? How much say... And even after the 15 years passed, you still have to deal with bully breeds. Right? It'll just be slightly smaller than these. Okay? But still deadly. Capable of killing an adult. These bans that they have all over the world are worthless. Do y'all remember what I said about these mutants and why they attack people during a seizure? They do that because you look like you're dying. You look like you're suffering when you're on the ground having a seizure. And it's the instinct for dogs to finish you off. They don't care about you.
A man in Dunklin County is dead after authorities say he was attacked by his own dog. According to the sheriff, it happened Wednesday afternoon in the 200 block of West Mulberry Street in Cardwell. Authorities were told the 72-year-old man had fallen and couldn't get back up, and that's when the dog attacked. The sheriff says the dog...
So, this was not a seizure, but he still looked like he was suffering. Probably hurt himself, broke his leg, maybe had trouble breathing. Maybe the dog felt the man's heart rate increase. Maybe the dog sensed that he was in some type of pain and decided to finish him off. And the dog thought that it would have a warm meal after the attack. But then, who would feed the dumb mutt? These things are so worthless. Here it is, this man has been the only person feeding it for who knows how long. And you decide to delete your master, your food dispenser. Worthless. Some friend, some protection. You're going to be home alone and get attacked by your own dog. He probably thought his dog was about to help him. You know how they come out with these goofy stories. Oh, my dog saved me. It's never true. And you actually lucky that your dog didn't finish you off. You know, it's sad that I have to go over this, but I have to go over this. Because there's too many pit bull lovers who love to say that it's not about the breed. Any dog has the potential to attack.
Now to the latest. A pair of pit bulls attacked a boy in Northeast DC, and the victim and his grandmother are only speaking with News 4.
That boy was wounded in an alley off Blaine Street as he and his friends were riding their bikes. The attack ending only after a good Samaritan citizen went after the dog with a broom.
News 4's Paul Wagner spoke with the victim and his grandmother.
Carlise Brashears is resting comfortably at home tonight after 2 pit bulls bit him on his arms, legs, face, and head. The terrifying attack leaving Carlise with stitches and a painful tetanus shot.
Every time I moved my arms, it hurt, and my head hurt.
Carlise says he was riding tandem with his friend Tay on one of these Lime bikes when suddenly Tay spotted the pit bulls roaming free and crashed the bike.
And then they started attacking us, and then I ran, and then they caught up to me, and then when I was screaming, and then I was screaming for help.
Okay, wait. Just for the experts, sorry, I gotta stop it. Remind the experts because they have a hard time understanding what an unprovoked attack is. What you just heard is a description of an unprovoked attack. Okay? Just trying to help you out.
And they caught up to me, and then when I was screaming, and then I was screaming for help.
Carlise says as the dog was biting him on his head and his arms and his legs, his friend Tay had picked up some rocks and was throwing it at the dog, but that didn't stop the pit bull from continuing its attack until Carlise says a good citizen came out from one of these homes here with a broomstick and beat the dog until it ran off.
Once the man hit him with the stick, his friend put him back on the little Lime bike and drove him up here to the house, and he came in the house, he banging.
Tracy Brashears is Carlise's grandmother.
And when I opened the door, he was like, they bit me. I saw the thing on his face, but as he started snatching his clothes off, the gaping wounds.
The Humane Rescue Alliance, which also doubles as the district's animal control, said in a statement, the Humane Rescue Alliance is actively investigating this incident.
That means they're trying their best to keep the dog alive. Whenever you hear investigating, they're bending over backwards, try to keep the dog alive, adopt the worthless turd out to someone else.
The Humane Rescue Alliance is actively investigating this incident. Officers continue to patrol the area and are interviewing the impacted parties as well as community members to learn what happened. We will follow the facts where they lead us and continue to maintain an active presence in the area. Tracy Brashears says a friend confronted the owner of...
Maintain an active presence in the area. Stop lying. The Humane Rescue Alliance, what you gonna do in the area? You gonna patrol the area? What are you talking about? Boy, these people are high.
To maintain an active presence in the area. Tracy Brashears says a friend confronted the owner of the dogs shortly after the attack.
And the only thing she said, I'm sorry, they got out the gate. I apologize, he bit him. No, he didn't bite him. More than about to kill him.
It will take some time.
See how all dog lovers have this nonchalant, oh, it's no big deal. Oh, it's just a dog bite. We're dealing with a population of lunatics. It's the same way that lady responded to the dog attack. It's just not as extreme. The lady just got her arm bitten off. You see how crazy she responded to the attack? I'm talking about everything she did, the things that she said. In fact, she still has the other dog that she's exposing herself to. Insane. Everybody who said that was crazy. This response is the same thing, just not as extreme. And this is virtually every owner of these worthless maggots. You get attacked, they say, oh, I'm sorry, it bit you. The media outlet does that too. They'll refer to a complete and utter mauling, a near-death experience. Oh, you're just bitten. No, you are not just bitten.
About to kill him.
It will take some time for Carlise to get back on his feet. He may need more shots too. But in the meantime, Tracy and Carlise have their opinions on what should happen to the dogs.
Die dead right now. If I see him right now and I kill him myself.
What do you think should happen to those dogs?
You see, what kind of question is that? But fine. That's the type of response you should hear every single time. Now let's hear his response.
I think they should get put down.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I have no objection to the emphasis that she put on it, on her desire to delete these worthless turds with teeth, pieces of trash, Number one enemy to human beings, not man's best friend, man's worst enemy.
Shots too. But in the meantime, Tracy and Carlise have their opinions on what should happen to the dogs.
Die dead right now. If I see him right now and I kill him myself.
What do you think should happen?
Very good. Now it's sad that I have to do this, but clearly dog lovers have a problem. They just don't understand. Let me ask you something, dog lovers. If I told you that you had to accept a dog attack, which dog would you rather be attacked by? Stop. Seeing that you say breed is irrelevant, you have to accept an attack by the pit bull. Would you be okay with that? Do you seriously think the attack victim will sustain just as much damage regardless of what dog attacked them? Come on now, just think about it. Do you think this dog would have left that boy in the condition that he's in now? Do you think this dog would have chomped that lady's arm off the other day? Y'all say breed is irrelevant. So, you're saying there's no difference between these two dogs? Of course there is. Y'all should start by stop saying that. Stop saying that. Don't even halfway say it. Don't even partially say it. Do not refer to breed as irrelevant ever when you're talking about safety, how much of a safety risk it is. That is the ultimate sign of stupidity and low intelligence. I am actually here to help you dog lovers. Y'all have no idea how you look like you're in decline, or more like stagnant. Everybody else is evolving, and y'all still holding on to this 1870s culture. Okay? Take your worthless piece of trash to the nearest shelter and request to have it euthanized. Do society, humanity a favor. Do your family a favor. And get rid of that worthless mutant. We have another petite old lady cooped up inside of a home by herself with a giant bully breed.
That attack happened inside of her own home last November. Our Erin Maben has her story of survival.
I couldn't get him off of me.
Last November. So there are plenty of cases out there that have not surfaced yet. People being attacked, missing limbs and everything.
He just was on me.
For the first time, Kelly Wolf described
he just was on me. It was clamped down onto her arm.
As a dog attack that changed her life. On November 11th, she says her dog was somehow triggered while she was replacing a smoke detector battery.
It was making that horrible noise.
Now, there are plenty of cases out there of dogs launching attacks shortly after hearing a loud sound. Why wouldn't you research whether or not dogs attack their owners? Because if you did, you would have read plenty. You would have found plenty. So she was either not aware that these things launch unprovoked attacks against their owners, unaware because she didn't do the research, or she was aware that some people get attacked and thought she was different. Well, I'm doing this with my dog. Well, I have a certain bond with my... No, ain't nothing different about you. Ain't nothing special about you. Every one of you who own one of these things, you can be attacked too, just like she was. She was in love with this thing. Listen.
And the dog just went berserk. He just came at me like nuts. And this dog slept in bed with me.
Slept in bed with her. That was her love. That was her love. Easily. You would never assume that one of these types of dogs this close to their owner, she's not keeping it chained up outside. She took care of that dog. She maintained it exactly like the people advise you to. if you don't want it to ever be aggressive and violent. And it still attacked her. Okay, so where's the loyalty they talk about so much? I mentioned with the members that dog lovers go on and on about how loyal dogs are because dogs are the most disloyal of all animals. And there are more cases like this one that involve dogs than cases that involve any other animal.
This dog, he was 92 pounds. He was a cane corso.
Slept in her bed. So she was one of those dog lovers. You go to her Facebook, she's laid up in bed under the sheets with a dog. Okay, these people love to project the idea that their dog would never attack them. They always get attacked. They're probably the most attacked demographic. It's people who raise dogs with hugs and kisses.
71-year-old was home alone during the attack.
Home alone. Now, here's where I question your intelligence. I don't care how you was raised. I don't care how many cartoons you watched growing up. At some point, it should run through your head that, yeah, this dog could attack me at any moment. Will I be able to defend myself? So if you're going to be crazy enough to live with a dog like she was, you better carry a gun on your person at all times. That way, if it ever does attack you, you can cease the attack. She was up in here, once again, people up in the home with no weapon, truly believing the thing will never turn on them.
I was able to get to the landline phone when he was getting a drink of water, and I dialed 911. And when
she dialed 911 while the dog was getting a drink of water? What? So it bit your arm off and then went to wash it down, and you called the cops while it was drinking water? Okay, that's a strange story.
When the officers came to the door,
during the attack.
I was able to get to the landline phone when he was getting a drink of water.
So it bit her arm off and went to wash it down. That's how much it loved you, ma'am. How many times have you told this dog that you love it? How many people have you told that that dog loves you? What happened?
And I dialed 911. And when the officers
I
came
bet
to
you
the
did.
door, I just said, please break down the door and please shoot the dog.
No! These people should not have the option to call someone if these things attack them, to come save them. Y'all shouldn't even have that option. You want to endanger yourself, your neighbors? Does it look like this woman is physically capable of controlling a cane? It was a cane corso. So she was terrorizing the community. Her neighbors were worried at all times, wondering if it was or would be them who gets attacked by this dog. And it's always best if the adult owner themselves is attacked.
There's something wrong with him.
Police shot the dog, but the damage...
She said there's something wrong with him. No, don't try with this. Oh, it had a tumor. Oh, it had a mental damage. Don't start with that, because it was just fine before the attack.
It was already done.
My arm was, I was severed, and they said they were going to...
So the hospital didn't have to remove her arm. The dog did. Before she got to the hospital, the arm was gone. Now, why wouldn't she take time to research whether or not things like this happen to other dog owners? So the failure to do research, dumb. If you did the research and got the thing anyway, dumb.
Try to save it.
Wolf lost her arm,
She still got dog hair on her. I wonder if she got a new dog. Got her arm bit off, go right back to being a dog lover like that other lady. Up there with one arm, still with a house full of dogs.
Her way of income.
I can't work. I have to have...
Now she can't work? I told you, this changes your life. You're now a disabled person. You really think it's worth the risk? Just to rub on a dog? But this is a 77-year-old single woman who lives alone. She don't have no husband. As far as I'm aware, she don't have a boyfriend. But she had a very large dog, which I believe was a male.
I'm a hairdresser.
As you can see, Kelly Wolf has come a long way since that November.
No, she hasn't come a long way. Her arm's still missing. What you talking about? She look exactly the same now as she did when she first got it bit off. What you talking about? Come a long way. Boy, the delusion when it comes to dogs. Bunch of imagination.
Dog attack, but she's still not able to work and she has mounting medical bills. So her friends have planned a fundraiser to help.
No, you don't even deserve that. You don't get to get a bag when you fall victim to your own reckless, suicidal behavior and lifestyle. You took the risk and you were aware of the risk. You don't get rewarded after it proves to be a risk.
We're out. It'll be Saturday night at Roma Lodge.
So good. Thanks, hon.
Friends and family have
come save you from the same creature you've been terrorizing the whole community with.
Continue to uplift Kelly Wolf.
Is she still a dog owner? That's what I'd like to know. That's what I'd like to know. Are you still a dog lover? Did you go out and get another one? If not, what do you have to say about dogs in general? Did this change your outlook on dogs and dog culture? Most likely not. This is a true cult.
And for that, she is forever grateful.
The support I have from my friends it's overwhelming.
Support you have from your friends, I think, you took for granted. Their friendship wasn't enough. You needed a dog. But I have a feeling that dog was more than just her friend, if you know what I mean.
It just is. I didn't realize I had.
I suspect.
Such good friends.
In Racine, Aaron Mabin, Fox 6 News.
So, if that is the reason, or part of the reason why she owned that thing, then there's no separating these people from dogs. You can forget about it. Fine. Just give us our own dog-free territory. We need it ASAP.
Aaron, thank you for that. That fundraiser at Roma Lodge in Racine is going to run from 3 to 7 on Saturday. In the meantime, Wolf says the family charity is also helping her during this difficult time.
I want to hear from her. Because before this happened, when nobody is being hurt, these people talk as if they got complete control over these dogs' brains. Yet these types of stories surface every day. What's the problem? The problem is that this is a deceitful culture. Everybody who participates in dog culture lies, and they're dishonest and delusional. And last but definitely not least, and I think this is the primary problem, they're dumb. They're not that intelligent. They're not that intelligent. In the mind of dog lovers, dogs can do no wrong. Check this story out, for example. Just surfaced yesterday of a boy who was attacked. I actually mentioned this story, but this is a interview with the dog owner and the victim of the attack.
Go check on Joshua. The dog started biting him, like attacking him and jumping over him.
Julian Rivera nearly lost his twin brother Joshua Tuesday afternoon. The 11-year-old was mauled by his aunt's dog inside their apartment and rushed to the hospital.
He's in the trauma unit, he's getting skin grafts.
This is his auntie. Now, she took custody of the children after her sister died.
On his arm and face.
She said that the boy is getting skin grafts done, so it was a bad attack.
Yeah, it's bad.
It then took 3 hours for NYPD officers to tranquilize and remove the 2-year-old American bully they say turned aggressive.
It took 3 hours to tranquilize this dog and remove it from the apartment building. Why did it take 3 hours? It took 3 hours because they were making sure that they didn't kill it. Imagine taking 3 hours to detain a dog.
We watched as they carried the dog named Aries away in a crate, an emotional ordeal for his owner, Joanna Lopez Ramos, who's dealing with the trauma of it all.
He's my therapy dog, so it's an unfortunate situation.
I don't believe that was a therapy dog. I suspect she kept that dog for protection. This is New York City. She's living in Manhattan. And I assume that she was single. Okay, so she kept the dog for protection. And she refused to get rid of the dog after she took custody of her sister's children, of her nieces and nephews. And children and dogs don't mix. I know it had to have crossed her mind that she should probably get rid of the dog before she takes in children. But you know what? She took the chance anyways. Hard for me to believe that the possibility of the dog attacking the children did not cross her mind. Hard for me to believe that. But after it crossed her mind, she had to have said to herself, I'll take the chance anyways. And this is what all dog owners do. And it is a direct violation of the reckless endangerment laws.
The aunt said she left the room for a moment and then rushed back to her nephew's screams.
He was screaming. He was saying, ow, ow, ow.
They were overwhelming for the dog.
Did you hear what she said? She said they, meaning the kids, were overwhelming to the dog. People, she is standing up here defending this dog 100%. Look at how he's looking at her. She said they were overwhelming to the dog. Look at how he's looking at her. She's lying. He knows full well he didn't do nothing to that dog. Neither did the other boy. Look at him.
Because they're under...
Listen.
Nephew screams.
He was screaming. He was saying, ow, ow, ow.
They were overwhelming for the dog because they're under the spectrum and they have ADHD. So I guess their strength was a little too much for the dog.
What? She said that the kids were overwhelming to the dog because the kids were under the spectrum and they have ADHD. What is she talking about? And then she said, so their strength was too much for the dog. Listen to this.
She was also bitten in the trauma of it all.
He's my therapy.
The room for a moment and then rushed back to her nephew's screams.
He was screaming. He was saying, ow, ow, ow.
They were overwhelming for the dog.
They were overwhelming for the dog. What?
Because they're under the spectrum and they have ADHD.
Because they're under the spectrum and have ADHD.
So I guess their strength was a little too much for the dog.
Their strength was too much for the dog. First of all, no. That dog was much stronger than these kids. Second of all, what is she talking about? Okay, so she lost me there. But the whole point is she tried to blame the kids. No, she actually did blame the kids. How on earth could these kids overwhelm this dog? No.
She was also bitten in the hand, so the attack left her with no choice but to euthanize the animal. Everyone was only living to...
Then they share this photo. Look at how she is glorifying the dog. She's not so much in shock that she almost lost her nephew. Her tears are for this dog. She said it herself. She said it's because it was my therapy dog. She didn't say, well, I almost lost my nephew after I lost my sister. That's why I'm crying. No, she was crying because the dog was killed.
Together for the past 2 months, telling us she took custody of her 3 nephews after their mom passed away in June, dying of cancer.
Because I'm kind of hurt with my nephew getting hurt, and I'm not going to have my dog anymore either.
Man, another reason why first of all, you don't take these things in as pets, and you definitely don't humanize them. Because the fact that she's been humanizing this thing so much, that made it more difficult for her to get rid of it before she took custody of her nieces and nephews. I think they're all nephews. Which is what she was supposed to do. She was supposed to get rid of the thing. Stop with this, oh, I need protection. Get yourself a gun. Get multiple guns. And trust your ability to use them. Go out to a shooting range and practice, train, and learn to trust your own hand, your own mind, rather than trusting a mutant beast with a mind of its own that actually has an instinct to attack unprovoked. And this was an unprovoked attack as always. For years, we've heard about dog attacks on the children of dog lovers, where the adults blame the children for the attack. This is part of their culture. Anytime you mention dog attacks on children, the adult dog nuts will immediately talk about how kids are obnoxious, how they are disrespectful. They talk about how kids do things to the dogs that provoke the dogs to attack. They blame the children in order to protect the dog because they value the dog more than the children. This is part of their culture. They will not dare co-sign with the idea that the dog attacked the child because the dog is a dog. We heard the previous story where this woman tried to lie and blame the child, saying that the child went underneath a fence, provoking the dog. Come to find out, the dog actually attacked the boy and tried to drag the boy underneath the fence. We are dealing with a sick, disgusting, demented group of people. This is a true bona fide cult. A predator that is wired towards aggression and bloodshed. They would prefer to blame the child for being attacked by a creature like this. They want to paint a picture of children who misbehave and mistreat the dogs. And they project the attack as the dog getting fed up and retaliating against the child. Very sick scenario. This is one of the most inhumane, subhuman, disgusting traditions among these sick dog nuts. How have they been allowed to get away with this for so long? Right? It is beyond me. Children learn from their parents. If the child treats a dog like a toy, it is because the parents treat the dog like a toy, like property. The act of purchasing and owning a dog itself is a way of treating dogs like toys. It removes dogs from their natural environment. These adults indirectly inform children that this is no longer an animal. It is simply a living toy. Animals belong in the wild. They are designed to live in the wild. So it is the parents' fault. The act of leaving animals in the wild where they are designed to live is an act of treating animals like animals. When you purchase an animal and bring it into your home and play with it, this informs the child that he or she is free to play with it as well. that this is not really an animal. It's a toy. And then they blame the children when the children treat this creature like the toy that the parent is treating it like. How can you, as an adult, show blatant disregard for an animal's natural environment? Bring the animal into the child's environment. The home is the child's natural environment. It's the child's environment that's being invaded by an alien. How can you do that and expect the child to respect the animal as an animal? And that's exactly what these crazy, deranged people do. This article says, never leave your pet and child unattended. You may have seen these articles where they try to instruct dog owners on ways that they can prevent dog attacks. In each of these types of articles, they project the idea that the children do something to deserve being attacked. It says, surely you have seen and heard about a few cases in which a pet bit a child and the parents have no idea why it happened. There is a simple solution to this. Always have both in your sight. Simple. Your pet may not deliberately bite a child, but it may be more of an instinctive reaction to a child doing something the dog simply doesn't like. End quote. As if the dog is the rightful owner of the home. As if the dog is the true offspring of the adults in the home. This article is titled, Why Dogs Attack Children. And as always, they project kids as evildoers who harm the innocent dogs. And the dogs simply get fed up and attack. Fed up with being mistreated. It says, quote, before an attack, the dog sends us a series of warning signals, calming signals, such as showing their teeth or growling. All this tells us that the dog feels uncomfortable enough to attack. These physical signs are obvious to us, but not to children who believe that this is a game. And they put that this is a game in bold lettering. Then it lists, quote, negative behaviors in children towards dogs. Listen to this. I told you, this is a sick, really disgusting group of people, these dog nuts. The most, by far, immoral people in our society. And they have the audacity to project themselves as the most moral people in society. The list goes as follows. Staring at the dog, pouncing on the dog, pulling the dog's tail, pulling the dog's ears, pestering the dogs, not letting the dogs rest, shouting, hugging tightly, putting their fingers in their mouth or ears. End quote. Now, these are all examples of kids behaving like kids, exploring their surroundings and treating something like a toy, like the alien that it is, something foreign, because their parents are treating it like a toy as well, like property. Again, if you treat it like a dog rather than a human, it wouldn't be inside the home at all. Right? And in many ways, these kids are treating the dog like it would treat a human. They jump on humans. They play with humans. Aunties, uncles, etc. Now, all other articles written on why dogs attack kids are the same as these. This narrative that children get what they deserve, that they provoke dogs, really is a gross distortion of reality. The child would not annoy the dog at all if you, the parent, would lead by example and treat dogs like dogs rather than like family members or toys. These people are truly a bunch of idiots. Kids hug dogs or jump on dogs, bump into dogs. Kids do the same thing with aunts, uncles, fathers, mothers. So when they treat dogs the same way they treat a family member, all of a sudden they consider the child to be misbehaving because the dog doesn't like it. If it annoys the dog, then it is wrong and the child is misbehaving. This is clear proof that these people value the dog more than their own kids. Some people think I exaggerate when I point this out. I am not. I'm dead serious. The real truth is that usually these kids have done absolutely nothing to the dog when they are attacked. I've covered several stories. Several are still available online right now where the dogs were totally unprovoked. As soon as the adults left the room, the dog attacked. Or it attacked the child while the adult was still present. As I pointed out, most dog attacks on children occur when a parent is present, an adult is present. So this disgusting narrative is popular among these sick people. Awareness of this inhumane narrative, these inhumane tactics, is crucial. They use these talking points like weapons to defend dogs at the expense of innocent children. And hopefully this helps you to disarm these sick, child endangering lunatics. How many of you read this story? Surfaced yesterday.
A call to police and gun.
Sorry about that. You see the title? Body cam wasn't on when police officer shot a Great Dane.
Being excessive, you can actually contact animal control as well.
You're looking at the body cam video.
Now, yeah, it is minutes. The dog is blurred out, but you can see that it's laid out and its tail is still wagging.
It's after an officer-involved shooting. The victim, a family's beloved dog who got out from their yard. Let's bring in 4 investigates. Derek.
Okay, beloved. Who cares if it was beloved? They was in love with a killer. Now you heard what he said. Rewind that.
Garcia, Derek. Yeah, officer-involved shooting. The victim, a family's beloved dog who got out from their yard.
Got out from their yard. Again, I always have to stop and point that out because they tell on themselves when they say that. On one hand, they say that dogs are always provoked. There's always a trigger. There's always something done to them that triggers an attack. But on the other hand, they say that an attack happened because the dog got out of the yard, got out of the fence. That's not enough information. They're basically telling on themselves, admitting that when dogs are free or out, what they naturally do is look for somebody to attack. You're telling everyone how much these things need to be banned when you say that. Yeah, it just got out. Well, a dog getting out is not supposed to be what causes an attack. according to the experts. They say there's always a trigger, and I say no, it's not even territory aggression. They always invade other people's territory and personal space. These are just dysfunctional mutants, especially these bully breeds.
Let's bring in 4 Investigates Derek Garcia. Derek.
Yeah, hey Chris, the 4 Investigates team is learning this shooting may uncover a larger issue with the San Juan Police Department. Missing body cam footage, and it's not just from one officer, this is also with some of the highest ranking leaders.
They're big dogs. I got bit once already by a pit bull, and I didn't take that chance. And like I said, it has happened to me because of a late reaction.
Now he shouldn't have to explain himself. He was the victim of an attack. Since when do the victims have to explain why they defended themselves? If they successfully defend themselves. See, if they're attacked, if they're assaulted, then what? You see, we got to stop this. This lady crying. Look at this.
Sir, this is also.
I didn't take that chance, and like I said, it has happened to me because of a late reaction.
She is basically building up a cry. She's trying to conjure herself. She's trying to make herself cry. Because she knows inside that she is not the guilty party here. That it was actually him. She knows that full well. But because he's sending himself on a guilt trip, she's going along with it. Like, okay, you want to sit there and act like you were the perpetrator when you just defended yourself from a deadly attack. I'll go along with that. Y'all gotta cut this out, man. This has to stop. This foolishness that just makes reality unpleasant. Stop with the buffoonery, people. You are a victim of an attack, a deadly attack. You successfully defended yourself. You are the one who needs to be angry with her.
September 11th, 2022. The peace and quiet of a San Juan neighborhood is broken with barking, a call to police, and gunfire. 8:50 a.m. San Juan police officer Luis Diaz heads to South Kansas Avenue for aggressive canines on the loose. He uses his siren to scare away the 3 dogs and meets with the caller who claims the large dog jumped on her while she was getting her mail. And the dogs came back and he uses his taser to stop the dogs from getting closer. When he claims they didn't stop, in a split-second decision, he pulls out his gun and shoots 2 bullets. Out of fear for his life and the safety of the caller. One of those bullets hit Itati Rincon's Great Dane lady.
Ma'am, I don't know that.
Did you have the camera on? We want to see the camera.
That's fine.
But it's not fine.
Now he's walking up and acting as if he's the victim right along with her. He figure, okay, this cop want to go on a guilt trip. Let's go along with it. Yeah, we want to see your camera. I'd have been like, why is this mutt running after me? Like, woman, your dog almost killed me, tried to kill me, almost attacked me. Don't you see? I just had to shoot it in self-defense. Where is her accountability here? Doesn't the law say that they're supposed to control their dogs? That's the law. You have to always have it under control. So when a mutt chases you down the street and tries to attack you, you have no business playing the perpetrator. You are a victim. 110%. People, this is not deep. This is not deep. And I shouldn't have to coach people to do the right thing here. This should be common sense.
Officer Diaz's camera didn't record the shooting.
The only reason this can happen is because of this goofy pro-dog propaganda that's out here in the world, where dogs are a protected class of aggressors. Dogs are a protected class of killers, child predators that contaminate everything that we need for life. Plant life, water, and air. They are nothing but a nuisance to humanity. We gotta stop pushing this mantra that these things are some type of saviors for people. You couldn't be more foolish.
Shooting only after he killed Lady.
I should have it all on camera because I've been recording.
Taking a closer look at the body camera footage released to the 4 Investigates team raises red flags.
Big portions are muted. You know, we only know what they wanted us to know.
Look at the pattern.
Man, look, don't nobody owe you no explanation. You broke the law by not being in control of this mutt. Nobody owe you nothing. You the one who owes something. You owe an apology. In fact, you owe me money for pain and suffering because my adrenaline went through the roof. Fight or flight kicked in. That probably took a few minutes off of my lifespan. All because you broke the law and was not in control of your killer. What needs to be done is we need to simply take your killers away from you. Your stinking, defecating, slobbering, contaminating killers.
Of potential police policy violations. Officer Diaz's audio cuts out when he's speaking with witnesses. Talking with other officers.
I don't like coming to animal control club.
When he's talking to the animal control officer.
Man, please. What are we supposed to believe? That the cop shot the dog just for kicks? Why else would he shoot it? What are they trying to say? And this happens everywhere. Anytime cops shoot dogs. Where's their accountability? And why would you suggest that somehow that cops themselves are the people who get off on seeing dogs in pain? Stop it. The only reason he may have not recorded him shooting that dog is because he's aware of the pro-dog propaganda and nuttery that's out here in the world.
He is speaking to Sergeant Leonardo Cifuentes at the scene. And he's not the only officer with microphones being turned off. You can see the microphone is being turned off from another body camera when Diaz is talking.
These people talking about cameras and mics being turned off. They would be the same ones that would shoot that Great Dane if it was coming at them. Each and every person, even that woman sitting there boo-hooing and crying, the man who walked up like he had attitude, both of them, if they were in that situation and they were the cop, they would have shot that butt too. You got to understand when people are playing dumb, man. People have a bad habit of playing dumb. It is all because they're clinging on to some goofy propaganda that just does not hold up to scrutiny. What is wrong with people nowadays? This is crazy. What happened? What is happening to people's brains? It's like their brains is just being more and more decayed.
About the Rincon family getting a lawyer.
I'm going to sue you guys. I'm like, I didn't want to shoot it.
City manager Benjamin Arjona
and he just said,
Investigates team. The
cop just said, I didn't want to shoot it. That's the case with all these people. We've seen videos where cops actually petted the dog before the dog attacked. Cops are dog lovers. What are you talking about? All over. This was where? San Juan.
Directed then Police Chief Ruben Morin to look into why Diaz's camera wasn't working.
It's so hard, you know, putting all your love into a dog. It's taken from me because somebody was scared.
I got bit once already.
Because somebody was scared. What? No, it was taken from you because you couldn't control it. You know full well the thing is itching to attack someone. It was shot because it attacked someone. But she want to blame the victim and say he's at fault because he was scared. Shouldn't he have been scared, worried, concerned about his health, his well-being, getting back home to his family in one piece the same way he left? What are you talking about? This is foolish. All dog nuttery is foolish. Every single talking point they have, you're a bunch of goofballs. And I'm just dying for one of you behaviorists to take me up on this challenge. I have not heard a valid argument yet about anything from a nutter, especially a pit nutter, that justifies their existence in society. Now, I wanted to touch on this. And like I said, I'm behind. I'm very behind on the things I need to touch on. But I'm going to try to do it one upload at a time and try to get as many things covered, but also putting a good spotlight on it by using shorter videos. So I hope to see you on the next as we continue with this crusade. Okay, so it looks like we have breaking news. A 9-year-old boy was attacked by the new family dog. According to reports, the father had just recently, it sounds like within a matter of minutes after bringing the dog into the home, the dog attacked the 9-year-old. According to the report, the 9-year-old, get this, fell down. And they say that that triggered the pit bull to attack him. Can you believe that? Listen to the so-called trigger. The boy fell down. Now, this was reported by Fox 29. It happened just before 10 p.m. You see it right here. 9-year-old boy fell near the dog and was attacked. The dog locked onto the boy's ankle and would not let go. They say the boy was bitten down to the bone. Now that's Fox report. Here's a different one. This is ksat.com. And they write in their article, father was introducing a new dog, a pit bull, to the family when the 9-year-old child fell down, and that triggered the dog. So I recently made a video where I talk about how the sight of a child is a trigger for the dog to attack. As soon as dogs, especially fighting dogs, fighting breeds, German Shepherds, bully breeds, as soon as they lay eyes on a child, they have a desire to attack them because of their much smaller size. They look more vulnerable. That's the same image that they get when they see a small dog, which they always attack, or any small animal, on instinct. And this is everybody knows this. I'm not revealing new information. You all know that the dumb dog's brain interprets the sight of a child the same way it interprets the sight of any other small animal that was bred to be attacked by these things. You all have no argument you have no ground to stand on to push these things off as family pets or to remove bans around the country the way that you are. Story after story that surfaces confirms that. So you know that this will never end. So you're making sacrifices. That is what this is. Literal sacrifice. Like, hey, we know these types of attacks are going to happen, but we cannot get rid of dogs, so we will just allow it to continue happening. Young people need to understand, in this world they've been born into, they are up for sacrifice. Okay? And if you listen, if you follow the channel, and there's a pit bull in your home that you are suspicious of, you are well within your rights to not go around that pit bull. It is a proven safety hazard, and it is proven that they prefer to attack children. Over 50% of the victims are children. I recently showed an epic video. There are several where dogs literally run past and ignore adults to get to children, telling us what? That the sight of children is what triggers these things. Nothing that the child does. I don't even want to hear about the 9-year-old falling down. Don't even include that. The child did nothing. What are we going to say now? Children are not allowed to fall, trip and fall? Where are you pit nutters at when stories like this surface? The goal is to ban these things. All world governments completely exterminate all pit bulls, all bully breeds, each and every one. It was reckless and shamefully irresponsible to breed these things into existence. They were bred into existence at a time when the overall country of the United States was savage and primitive minded, disgusting, openly, overtly savage and primitive. And things that were created during that era needs to be gotten rid of. And pit bulls is probably the worst thing that we've drug in from the 1600s, 1700s. Nothing will stop this crusade. I see the messages from you goofy nutters who upset that a channel like this exists. Get used to it. And by the way, there are a bunch more channels. Be sure to check the homepage of this channel for my recommendations. That is all for this video, and I hope to see you all a little later for the next live stream as we continue with this crusade. I want y'all to listen to this case, and I'm going to tell you the parts of the case that I don't believe.
New tonight, a family is grateful, terrified, and determined to spread the word about a horrifying ordeal.
The family dog attacked their 2-year-old daughter, causing her to need hundreds of stitches. WR's Carly Haynes joining us now with their message to other families. Carly, a few of the pictures in this story are hard to look at. We should point out the toddler's going to be okay. That's the good news.
Yes, tonight the toddler is out of the hospital after being there for about 6 days. So she is healed up significantly, but those scary moments are still fresh.
There's some pictures behind you. Yes.
Pictures of a happy toddler fill this Raleigh home. But last Thursday, her smile was taken from her.
I was terrified.
It's hard for Kimberly Kruger to process again. She watched as her 2-year-old daughter Kennedy fell onto their family dog and left with a bite across half her face.
You know, you really think that it can't happen to you. It's never going to happen to me.
So, I don't believe that. They said that the 2-year-old fell onto the dog. And I just think it's rare for a 2-year-old to somehow fall onto a dog. Okay, and was the dog asleep? I think it's rare for a sleeping dog to have a 2-year-old fall on it and it wakes up and latches on to the 2-year-old's face. I would think that if it was asleep, it would be startled and that's it. I don't believe that. But who's going to argue? Who's going to say otherwise? The mother was the only witness, I guess. And I hate to do stuff I hate to be suspicious of things like this, but this is what I deal with. In a lot of cases, it sounds unbelievable. And in some cases, the adults were found to be lying.
I was terrified.
It's hard for Kimberly Kruger to process again. She watched as her 2-year-old daughter Kennedy fell onto their family dog and left with a bite across half her face.
You know, you really think that it can't happen to you. It's never going to happen to me. My dog's never bit anybody. My dog's never done anything wrong.
Kruger rushed Kennedy to...
Dog's never done anything wrong. Never bit anybody. Is that the way she would look at it? If the 2-year-old fell onto the dog, wouldn't she give the dog a pass? Wouldn't you look at it like, hey, it's not a violent dog. It only did that because she fell on it. It was like a reaction. That's not how she's responding to it. She's responding as if it was a genuine attack, which is what I believe it was. It wasn't a freak accident like that. Oh, she just fell onto the dog and the dog reacted by attacking her face. Don't believe that.
Happened to me. My dog's never bit anybody. My dog's never done anything wrong.
Kruger rushed Kennedy to the hospital, where she got surgery and nearly 200 stitches.
But I'll count my blessings because it could have been her throat, or it could have been her eyes, or something much, much worse.
But Kruger feels another pain. The dog she had for years now sits at an animal shelter in quarantine, waiting to be rehomed.
They're about to rehome it. No matter how you look at it, it just mutilated a 2-year-old's face and it's about to be rehomed. Now, we don't know what happened. But what if she made this up? And this was a genuine attack, unprovoked as always, which is what I believe it was. It's that easy to have the dog sent to somebody else's home.
I feel bad for both of them. Neither of them deserve what's happening to them.
Feel bad for both of them. There's nothing happening to the dog. It's still enjoying free food, water, and shelter. She feels bad for the dog, even though her daughter sustained serious facial damage that will likely be permanent.
Deserve what's happening to them right now.
No warning signs, no history, only a hope that her toddler and her dog will be okay.
I wouldn't wish this on anybody.
I don't believe that.
And the family is waiting to see how things progress, and if there's any permanent nerve damage, it's possible that toddler will need even more.
I believe this was yet another unprovoked attack, and I believe they told the police that the 2-year-old fell onto the dog so that the dog will live and will be rehomed. I believe this was yet another sacrifice where the primary concern was the dog. After the attack, the primary concern was the dog, which is why I believe they lied for the dog, did the dog a favor after the attack. Sacrifice. We have an unprecedented article here that I don't believe. It surfaced yesterday. 7-year-old boy recovering from dog attack in West Baltimore. Another story out of Baltimore. 7-year-old was attacked and is recovering from bite wounds after a dog attacked him. He was at a friend's home when the dog escaped from its kennel. According to the report, according to the authorities, after the dog escaped from its kennel, the 7-year-old began taunting the dog. I don't believe that. Not 1 minute, not 1 second do I believe that. A 7-year-old. After the dog escapes from the kennel, 7-year-olds are scared. They are scared to death, especially if there's no adult around controlling this dog. There's no adult that has it by the collar or by a leash. Even then, kids are usually still terrified and scared to death of dogs. You're not going to tell me that a dog escaped its kennel and it's running around loose and a 7-year-old started taunting it. I've seen many attacks on film, more than I care to remember, on children. Never, ever, ever do they even remotely taunt an off-leash dog. Get out of here. That is a ridiculous lie, in my opinion. In my opinion. This is what I personally believe based on the footage that I've seen over several years. Get out of my face. I've been seeing these types of attacks nonstop. Each and every time these kids are terrified of dogs that are not theirs, and especially off-leash dogs. But what do you think? Do you believe this? And I've never read this before in an article. This is the very first article I've ever read where, according to the authorities, the boy began taunting the dog. Who told you that? Did the owners of the dog tell you that? Did the people who were the owners of that home tell you that? Possibly so that they can make sure it's not put down. Because if the boy was taunting the dog, then it won't be euthanized. Nothing at all will happen. Do you believe this story? I don't. Brace yourselves.
A Pritchard woman needs your help tonight after devastating dog attack in December left her in a wheelchair. The wounds were far more than just superficial and could have cost her her life. NBC 15's Darwin Singleton talked with this remarkable woman who says she's not angry, but she does need help, Darwin.
And Ken, we'll tell you how to do that in just a moment. But first, her story, one confirmed by the Pritchard Police Department. This report taken December 1st of last year on Montgomery Street. Now, the details on this page are blank on the police report, but Ruthie remembers them all too vividly. It had rained that December day when 80-year-old Ruthie Thomas got off the bus near her home in Pritchard. She was on her way home from work in Mobile and realized the street was flooded.
And I crossed the street. I don't usually come down on that side, but there was water standing on the side that I usually come down, so I went over on the other side.
What would happen next would put Ruthie in a wheelchair, changing her life forever.
And as I was getting ready to cross to go to my street, this dog came out and charged me and started biting me on my ankle. And I tried to get the dog off, but the dog was a big dog, and I couldn't get the dog off, so I started screaming, and that's when all of these people came out. And it took at least 4 people to get the dog off of me.
That attack left Ruthie bleeding severely. She was rushed to USA's trauma center where doctors would later deliver the terrible news. Ruthie's foot and part of her leg could not be saved.
And that was very devastating to me, you know.
Yeah. Devastating because Ruthie could no longer go to work. Even worse, she could no longer go to church, the place that gave her strength in stressful and difficult times like these. The dog would later be euthanized. Ruthie would be tethered to this chair, having every right to be bitter and depressed. But she isn't.
Do you have any anger or animosity?
No, I don't.
Ruthie says she finds comfort in her home, reading her Bible, surrounded by her...
You should. You should have anger and animosity. You should be angry with the lawmakers, with the owners of the dogs. I disagree with that. What are you talking about? All the right in the world to be angry.
She finds comfort in her home, reading her Bible, surrounded by her collection of elephants and photographs of...
Surrounded by elephants?
Comfort in her home, reading her Bible, surrounded by her collection of elephants and photographs of loved ones.
And I know that there are people out there that are in worse shape than I am, so...
Who cares?
I just look at my situation and look at someone else's situation.
What? So it's not a problem because there's other people in the world who are worse off? Well, there's no other way to look at it, is it? That's probably the best way for her to look at it if she don't want to be angry. But that's nonsense. You should be talking about the laws. Dogs as pets. You sitting there talking about, oh no, I still love you and I love dogs. I'm not angry. That's why I'm angry. Because I know I'm surrounded by people like this.
Worse shape than I am, so I just look at my situation and look at someone else's situation, and that's what keeps me going.
That's not to say the challenges aren't there. She has hired a lawyer, but it could be years before the case is settled, if it ever is. Until then, she says she's surviving on Social Security and gifts from friends. It's day to day, but she holds her head up.
I'm not angry about it at all. I didn't get angry. Because anger is not going to change anything. Because the word says prayer changes things. It didn't say anger.
So you still do a lot of that, don't you?
I do. Every day.
Well, praying didn't stop your leg from getting amputated. Prayer didn't stop that dog from attacking you. It could have killed you. A gun would have stopped it. I would imagine at her age, she can still fire a gun. And if you walking anywhere, you should have had one. Anger probably would have saved you. You'd have been angry with lawmakers, dog owners, and you would have made sure you was armed, especially at your age. Every time you step foot out that door, like we do. Don't tell me anger don't help you. What's dangerous and harmful is people who always say, I forgive you. I'm not angry, no matter what you do to me. Oh, you can kick me and beat me. I'll never be, I'ma thank you. No thank you. No thank you. I hate dogs. Okay, I'm rooted in anger. Don't come over here talking that, oh, I love everybody. We are the world nonsense. We're not the world with dog lovers.
A charming and remarkable woman, and she could use your support right now. A GoFundMe account has been established for Ruthie.
See, they always support people who are not critical of dog culture, dogs and the owners. She took a completely submissive position, so they rewarded her by sharing her GoFundMe. No thank you.
Brand
Sandy Bushman says the two officers who showed up on her doorstep late Saturday night never announced who they were.
Part of me died when she died. And she's right there on my porch.
Video from Bushman's home shows two officers approaching with guns drawn just after 11:30 Saturday night.
I heard the dog start barking like somebody was here.
The officers knock, and as Bushman opens the door, her 13-year-old dog, Sierra, runs outside.
She's my companion. She went out before me and made sure everything was okay. You know, and 11:30 night, I thought it was someone we knew. They never announced who they were, nothing. I had no clue who they were until after my dog died.
In the video, an officer fires at the shelter rescue dog. The first shot didn't hit the pet, and you see the dog turn back toward the house. Then a second shot hits and kills the boxer mix.
Now, how is it that she did not know who was at the door when she has a camera set up outside? Isn't the whole reason for the camera being aimed at the door so that she can see who is at the door before she opens it? But regardless of whether she checked the camera or not, no matter if she actually knew the person or not, why would you allow your dog to charge at whoever it may have been? You can clearly see that this lady purposely sent that dog outside that door. You heard her say that the dog went out before her to make sure everything was okay.
She went out before me and made sure everything was okay.
What? This is how these deranged mutt lovers think. Did she have a discussion with that dog where she got a clear understanding with that dog in the English language, where she instructed the dog to simply go check things out? Did that dog confirm that in English? Once again, we have a dog lover trying to impose human intelligence onto a dog. If the cops never announced who they were, why wouldn't you ask who it is before you open the door? It's past 11 o'clock at night and somebody knocks on your door. Why wouldn't you ask, who is it? You simply open the door, right? That's your plan, right? Knowing your dog is off leash and fully prepared to go outside as soon as you open the door. You want it to go outside from your own mouth. He's just going out, make sure everything's okay. That mutt was going out to attack whoever it was. That cop had every right in the world to shoot that dog. It is befuddling to me how blatantly these cops are projected as the bad guys in this situation, and that the dog owner and the dog as the innocent victims. Notice how the cop shoots once at the dog, and the dog turns to its left and then back towards the door. The problem with that is that the dog turned towards the police officer's partner. It turned toward the other police officer. Now this video is slowed down. In real time, he may have thought that dog was about to charge at his partner and was already in the process of releasing another round as soon as he saw that. But they slowed the camera down to make it look like the dog was shot as it was trying to retreat. You clearly see the other police officer walk backwards after the dog turned towards him, which suggests to me that he thought that dog was about to come at him. This situation happened much faster than what you see in slow motion. When things like this happen, it's almost as if it is in fast motion because you have to think at the same time when a mutt is charging at you. And of course, people in the comment section trying to defend the dog. You got a few people in the comment section with good sense, right? One person said, my dog runs out fast every time I open the door. Poor dog wasn't being aggressive. First of all, if a dog charges at you, I'm quite sure that mutt was barking or growling. Who in their right mind would assume that the dog was not being aggressive in that moment? If you start screaming and decide to charge at a cop and you got a knife in your hand, what do you think is going to happen? Especially if that cop is standing there with a gun in his hand. What do you think going to happen? Dogs are no different. Rather than having a knife, dogs have teeth. And they sink those teeth deep into a human's body. And then what do? They start to shake its head so that it will rupture veins and arteries beyond repair to ensure that the victim bleeds to death. It's charging at a cop with a deadly weapon, barking and growling. We all know it was doing one of the two, barking or growling. And you expect that cop to just stand there and not defend himself, to assume the dog was not about to attack him? And as you saw, the media is defending the dog, projecting this brainless, lethal, aggressive mutt as if it was some innocent 4-year-old child who ran outside saying hi to the police officers. Putting these stupid images up of that aggressive wild mutt as if it's some type of loving, innocent creature that meant no harm. This is the type of pro-dog propaganda that goes on in this society, where a dog can charge at a human and people expect that human to just stand there and assume that that dog is not going to attack them. Even though we have facts to show that millions of people are being bitten each year and attacked by dogs, in the hundreds of thousands being disfigured by mutts, and you expect a law enforcement officer who is a man himself, he's not some inanimate object, got a family and kids himself, he want to go home the same way he came to work, and you expect him not to defend himself? Why is it that these people were not called out by the news anchors for basically sicking that dog on that cop, allowing that mutt to just run out and charge at whoever was at the door? Why would you do that? What person in their right mind does that? This is a wild fucking animal. For not asking who it was before they opened the door. Why ain't these news anchors ask that question? Knowing that dogs are territorial, you simply open the door and allow your mutt to charge at whoever it was outside? That cop was fully justified in defending himself. A little advice for you mutt lovers. Stop allowing your stupid mutts to run after any and everybody who is knocking at your door. The audacity of some of you people think just because you in love with that mutt that you can let it just pounce and crawl and attack and charge and lunge at people. Because it might be a cop with a gun in his hands at that door who is not stupid enough to assume that your barking mutt that is charging at him is trying to be friendly. What is wrong with you people? This lady looking for public sympathy after doing some stupid shit like that.
According to Morrison, Brandy's boyfriend, one of the officers said he wasn't going to give the dog an opportunity to bite.
And that is exactly how that cop should have been thinking. Do not allow this dog to attack me.
If he's that scared of a dog barking, he has no business going to homeowners' doors, knocking on the doors.
Now you heard this man say that the dog was simply barking. Is that what y'all saw in that video? That dog clearly charged at that police officer. Again, trying to paint this violent, aggressive mutt as an innocent victim when it charged at a cop with a deadly weapon, its teeth.
You know, to me, the second shot was cowardly because the dog was totally away, running away.
That dog was not running away. It had just turned when the cop fired the second shot. It just turned. This was after the dog turned towards his partner. That's when he released that second shot. That dog was not simply running in the opposite direction when he decided to fire that second shot. Anytime you defend yourself against a dog attack, these deranged dog lovers try to make the attacking dogs out to be the victims. The problem is that cops ain't having it. Cops shoot dogs on a regular basis. Even cops who are dog owners themselves shoot dogs. Because when you're actually in the moment where a brainless, aggressive, wild animal is charging at you, growling, you're not going to take the chance. You're not going to assume that that dog is trying to be friendly. At that moment, when your safety is on the line, you're forced to deal with reality, not with some silly ass pro-dog narrative. And the reality is exactly what that cop said. I'm not going to allow that dog to attack me. It is charging at me, growling and barking, nor will I allow it to attack my partner. This cop's decision to take action and defend himself and defend his partner was 100% justified. In this country, where only about 1,200 dogs are abused by humans each year, at least according to reports, compared to 4.5 million people bitten by dogs each year, humans by far are most likely the victims. And if any of you deranged mutt lovers actually think that anybody with good sense is going to assume that a dog charging at them, growling and barking, is simply being friendly and wants to play, you all need to go and get your heads examined.
She's my companion. She went out before me and made sure everything was okay.
This was a part of her family.
Where are you dog behaviorists now who tell us that dogs attack out of fear, that they attack children because children do things that annoy them and the dog gets fed up and just can't take it anymore and attacks the child? Where are you now? This was one of the most unprovoked attacks I've seen. And I know you've all seen it. I cannot show it. It is too graphic. I will leave a link in the description box. The truth is, dogs are bloodthirsty, especially the bully breeds, especially the large, vicious dogs. They attack for sport. Almost every night you hear about a farmer waking up and finding multiple animals dead. Overnight, the dogs will go through and kill sometimes dozens of livestock, and they won't eat any of them. They kill them for sport. They're the only so-called predators on this planet that does that. Other natural animals attack one target and feed on it. They attack your children for the same reason they attack livestock every night, for sport, because they're bloodthirsty, deranged, abnormal mutants that should not even exist. And world governments should have driven them into extinction a long time ago.
Sacramento, California, also reported an increase in dog bites. Says coronavirus could indirectly lead to increased dog bites for letter carriers. When kids rush out the door to see a mailman, a household dog often follows behind, leaving the carrier vulnerable to a dog attack. Once again, nothing provokes the dog. There is no stressor. Dogs see someone and they want to attack them. That is the first type of creatures you want to exterminate and remove from society. They admit that these things are not provoked. They attack for no reason at all. The dog's presence, anywhere it is a threat. It signals danger. And they want to tell us that these are the most loving creatures in society on God's green earth. We need to be more like dogs. We don't deserve dogs. These people have the trashiest, lowest IQ possible for a human being. And that is why they spew this type of nonsense. These are utterly, dangerously stupid people. And they need to be put in check by the intelligent people. I'm sick of seeing the intelligent people in society bowing down to this type of stupidity.
There really is too many reports for me to keep up with. This week alone, it has been nonstop. Several, seemingly every single day. I might end up ranting about one in particular, so I won't get to cover very many stories in this video. This reported about 15 hours ago. 10-year-old boy attacked by a stray pit bull. Right? How does that happen? Witnesses say someone in a white Mercury Marquis dropped the dog off in a trailer park and just left it. So the dog is just roaming in the trailer park. And then here comes a school bus. The boy, the victim, gets off the bus. The dog goes around the bus and attacks him. Right? But dogs don't attack out of the blue, according to these experts, dog behaviorists. There's always a trigger, right? Right. That trigger is simply laying eyes on a potential victim. The boy survived, had serious injuries. The dog ended up charging at cops and was shot dead, thankfully. Notice how the person who dropped it off didn't care if the dog would later attack anyone. Typical antisocial, selfish dog nut mentality. Complete sociopaths. No matter if it is barking, pouncing on people, or attacking people, whatever. Dog nuts have a complete disregard for other people, sociopaths, including their own kids. That is exactly how they're able to create these videos where they have set their babies right next to and on top of dogs. By definition, antisocial personality disorder, they tend to lie, break laws, act impulsively, and they lack regard for their own safety or the safety of others. That describes dog nuts to a T. Right? How do they break the law? Child endangerment. Whether or not they're actually charged is irrelevant. This behavior is outright criminal. I don't call dog nuts sick for sport. We're literally talking about sick people. This story, reported about 4 hours ago. A 1-year-old girl rushed to the hospital after getting bitten on the face by the family Kelpie. This is what a 1-year-old looks like. Again, I question the circumstances when the report says that babies or kids have only been bitten once. Because when dogs are isolated from adults, at a great distance, and they decide to attack a baby or a child, they do not simply bite them once and walk away. They maul. They try to kill them. You saw an example of this in a video uploaded a few months ago where the mother's baby was bitten. She was right there recording the dog with the baby so that she could upload it to social media. The dog bit the baby once and the mother intervened. And this story sounds to me like another one of those situations. People trying to take photos or record videos of their babies with dogs. This is a very sick trend carried out by sick people who are guilty of child endangerment. And society is just turning a blind eye to it as if it is not child endangerment. Even if the parent was not trying to create a photo or video, what are you doing allowing that mutt so close to a baby? Why is it even in the home? These people are too deranged for me to even describe in words. Every dog nut with a baby wants their baby to be the next baby who gets thousands of likes in a photo or video with a dog. That is pathetically stupid. How is there not multiple channels on YouTube speaking out against this madness? It is beyond me. So this is yet another sacrifice by this dog worshiping cult. The veterinarian's oath is really a joke. If these people were truly dedicated to using their education for the safety of society, they would be on the front lines against these videos of people putting babies next to and on top of dogs and then creating space between the baby with the dog and themselves. That is dangerous. These veterinarians, dog behaviorists would be the main ones pushing for dog ownership to be outlawed if they were true to their oath. And I don't care, veterinarian, dog behaviorists, I don't care if you have several decades of experience, 8+ years of education. I don't care how decorated your resume is. If you disagree with what I'm saying, do so in writing or video format. I will upload it to this channel and respond to it. Yahoo News reported this story of this 1-year-old being bitten, and they included this statement by a member of the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. And as we all know, that translates into cruelty for dogs. She said, quote, "Young children are always going to be a risk because you can't control what they are going to do to that dog. Always invest in baby gates and playpens and keep them completely separated. Contact should be 100% supervised." End quote. Once again, blaming the baby for the attack. A baby is attacked by a dog. And here comes a person whose passion is fighting cruelty against dogs. Why are they even talking to this person when the safety of children from dogs is not their passion? So what does she do? She suggests that the baby is to blame for having done something to the dog, just as they always do. They specialize in this. Everywhere you look, just Google Why dogs attack kids. You're going to see them in virtually every article talking about how the kids violate the dogs. Their agenda is to defend the dog no matter what. She says keep the dog and the child separate. Contact should be 100% supervised because you never know what the child will do to this wild, deadly creature that has no business inside the home at all. Again, it is natural instinct for babies to touch, to grab, squeeze. Babies squeeze as soon as they come out of the womb. Are you telling me that this is mischievous behavior? If the baby squeezes the tail of a mutt and is attacked, I bet you once again, a baby that's not even a day old, squeeze the tail of a dog attacks the newborn, they're going to blame that baby. Well, he violated the dog. These people project child instinct as misbehavior, especially when it involves exploring this deadly beast that you have brought into the home and treating like a toy yourself. I am absolutely disgusted at the very existence of these anti-dog cruelty representatives and members in general, supporters, whatever, as well as these behaviorists and veterinarians. This is a cult of sociopaths, cult members, committed to waging attacks on humans through enabling, primarily kids, creating an environment that makes these attacks possible. And then the first thing they want to do is rush in and defend the dog and blame the attack on the human or the child or the baby. The only true solution is to remove the entire presence of dogs from human territory.
911 emergency. Do you need the police or the paramedics?
The call came in around 3:17 Wednesday morning.
There are some dogs attacking a homeless guy.
The caller does not give his name, but he says he's watching a vicious dog attack.
You said the male's being attacked by dogs?
Yeah, they're killing them.
Do you know how many dogs are there?
I see 2 or 3 of them. They're on him. They keep biting him, and he's yelling and screaming. He's screaming. He's screaming. They're killing him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear him screaming, and the police are coming, and so is the fire department, okay? Help is already dispatched. The rescue's going to be there in a few minutes, okay?
They're going to kill him if you don't hurry up.
The dogs had escaped from a nearby home. Their owner, Stephanie Swetland, will be fined but is not expected to face criminal charges.
2 pit bulls maul a 6-year-old Westwood girl, and tonight she is clinging to life.
2 pit bulls attacked the child as she played with her brother on the street.
They grabbed her on either side of her jaw and basically ripped her jaw off.
Cincinnati 911, what is the address of the emergency?
Yes, there's a dog living 2965 Aquadale Lane. It's a pit bull out here eating up a little baby.
That was one of the 911 calls that brought police and paramedics to the scene. Family members called the attacks unprovoked.
They just took chase and they caught her. She only weighs barely 40 pounds, and the bigger dog was like a 90-pound dog.
There's 4 dogs attacking her, please. Because we're going to want to they won't let go.
Yes, what is the dog bite? 6, 7?
Please, what is it? It won't bite dog. Please, get here quick.
Okay.
Please.
New Haven police say Shasta's owner was introducing him to their new landlord, O'Brien. The dog attacked.
There's 2 loose, like one is a pit bull. They've been around here for hours, and we don't know whose dogs are these.
2 pit bulls running loose for at least an hour.
These 2 pit bulldogs standing outside the front of my house just attacked a man.
Oh, my goodness.
Via Fain was visiting her dogs, and in the backyard, they attacked.
Irving 911, what's your message?
Yes, we need an ambulance over here. The dog attacked her owner.
Now let us continue with this ruthless crusade against these worthless mutants, good for nothing, and their retarded disgusting owners. I am once again infuriated. You know, the adults in this country are shockingly irresponsible. It's hard to believe that humans are as dumb, ignorant, and stupid as they are in regard to dogs in our society. So I recently read this report. I saw the video of this 4-year-old girl who was attacked by this mutt. As always, this girl was not bothering that dog. The dog came onto their property, into their area, right? The dog came out of nowhere and went straight after the toddler. As always, this idea that dogs are always provoked by kids is disgusting, and it is an outright lie. Almost all attacks on toddlers by dogs are unprovoked. So this mutt came out of left field, and it actually ran around her, right? She had her back to the dog. This mutt ran around and faced her and then attacked her for absolutely no reason at all. Now, you have a bunch of rioting going on after the death of one man. And here you have multiple deaths, multiple dog attacks against helpless toddlers and elderly people. There is no outrage. There is only outrage when it is a police officer. I don't understand that. Now, what really infuriated me about this video is that this man claimed that the little girl who was attacked loves animals. No, you idiots taught her that. Here, look at the doggy. Come pet it. I get sick of these people who project this idea that toddlers love dogs. No, they don't. They are coerced. They are forced into accepting them. When kids first see dogs, they are afraid. And you idiotic parents, tell them, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's okay. And then you'll start rubbing that stinking, disgusting mutt to try to show them that it's okay, that they won't be attacked. You adults, I don't care what happened to you. Now, you were raised this same way when you were a child. Your stupid parents did the same thing to you. As an adult, it is your responsibility to snap out of it. Now, they claim that this girl, this 4-year-old girl, had dreams of becoming a pet doctor, a veterinarian. And this disgusting retard sat up there on camera and said that he hopes this doesn't ruin her dreams. Why? If she decides not to, that would be a smart thing, a good thing. Dogs do not deserve to be taken care of. They deserve to be exterminated. Exterminated. They are vile, worthless vermin. And they should be dealt with like any other toxin, any other environmental hazard in society. Exterminated. Spending our resources to make dog food, clothes, or anything else for these mutants. These dog lovers, I cannot articulate, I can't I cannot explain in words how much I despise these people. You have all these people marching, committing arson, really just losing their minds all over the planet. There are protests in almost every major city in this country and around the world over one man. And here, numerous, every week, there are kids being mauled by dogs, and you hear nothing. You hear nothing. 11-year-old girl killed. Her 23-year-old sister got home from work, went down to the basement, and found her body. The father told deputies that they had 2 Napoleon mastiffs that had blood on them because they had attacked her. The father, this idiotic, disgusting, retard, dog nut, dog dad, told deputies that the 2 dogs had never been aggressive towards anyone except for when they fight each other. When does common sense kick in? When do you think to yourself, you know what? These dogs fight each other. What if one day they direct that aggression towards my 11-year-old child? You know what? Let's get rid of these dogs. My child's life is more important than the presence of these mutts. Now it's too late. Now it's too late. Your daughter's gone forever. How is that worth it? You people are sick. Something is wrong with dog lovers. All of them, especially the ones who have children. These people are sick-minded individuals with a very dangerously low value for life. That's what it boils down to. These people do not value their own life. And so they don't value the life of anyone else either. Not even their kids. I don't care how much they say they love their kids. No, they don't. People who love their kids create the most secure environment for them. Now, this guy also in this report I talked about of the 4-year-old being mauled, he said that something needs to be done. Listen to this stupidity. Something needs to be done because dogs are not detained properly. That is not the problem, you idiot. They shouldn't be in the society to have to be detained at all. Their presence is the problem. You cannot trust people, the population, to detain these creatures. What is so hard to understand about that? I swear, you people got brain damage. You are brain damaged, all of you. The USPS is asking for people's help. The U.S. Postal Service is asking people for help in preventing dog attacks on mail carriers. If a carrier is delivering directly to your door, the USPS asks that you place your dog in a separate room and close the door before opening the outside door. Think about that. What are we talking about here? A loving creature or a wild, extremely violent, bloodthirsty beast? Miss me with that dog love shit. These people infuriate me when they talk about how loving these creatures are. Stop showing these creatures on every commercial as if we should all desire to have one. This is what the USPS is asking for from the public in regard to these creatures that you put on every movie, every commercial. You people, again, you are brain damaged. They're telling you, detain the thing. Lock it up. We're talking about a creature that should not be in our society, period, with that type of behavior. It says there are instances where dogs push through screen doors to attack visitors, the USPS says. Yeah, of course. No reason, unprovoked. It just sees someone and wants to attack them. You telling me these types of creatures deserve to live in our society? You are brain damaged. If you believe that, I'm not arguing with you. You dog nuts. I don't argue with you people. Have you noticed that? You are beneath me. You are beneath everybody who supports this channel. You are a bunch of brain damaged idiots. This article continues. It says they also ask you to never take mail directly from a carrier in the presence of your dog, as some dogs see this as a threatening gesture. End quote. What does that tell you? It tells you it does not belong in our society, because humans, we hand things to each other. That's just what we do. And if a mutt interprets that as a threat, as something to attack humans for, that is nature giving you a clear warning that you are not designed to coexist with these creatures. That's wild behavior. You understand? And I get sick of people calling dogs domesticated, as if they're not as harmful as other animals. They are more harmful. More harmful. It says electric fencing can also be an issue, as many carriers may assume a resident is animal free if there is no physical fence. The USPS asks you, keep your dog inside or restrained when mail is being delivered. Again, what type of creature are we talking about here? A loving creature. This is the creature who they say, the world will be a better place if we were more like these creatures. You know, a lot of you feel the urge to punch these dog lovers in the face when they make statements like this. And it is justified to feel that way. I'm not telling you to go out and commit violence. But if this doesn't infuriate you, I don't know what possibly could. We need to have hearts like dogs. We need to be more like dogs. If we were, this world would be a better place. Oh, the love a dog shows you. Shut your freaking mouth, you disgusting, brain damaged, brain dead, retarded ass dog nuts. You make me sick. Do not bring that nonsense to my channel. I'm starting to silence many of you when you leave comments on this channel. If you're going to comment, you better leave a comment that voices your reformation, that you've gotten rid of that mutt. You don't deserve any voice on my platform, you idiots. It says, if dogs are outside, make sure they are properly restrained and out of reach of a mail carrier. Why? Because they're violent. Because they're wild and they deserve to be exterminated. It continues. It says, if the carrier deems the resident unsafe due to an unrestricted dog, basically he's saying he's not going to bring your mail to you. You're going to have to come pick it up. So here we got a situation where the mail carriers are telling you we're not even going to come to your house because these loving creatures with huge hearts and nothing but love to offer is going to attack you. Right? Do not try to insult what little intelligence I believe I have. These people run this dog love nonsense on the population, and the average person is so stupid. They roll with it. They roll with it. You know, it really infuriates me. People who can't think for themselves. They think just because everybody else praises dogs that they should do it too, so that they can be accepted. You're weak. You're weak. Weak people seek acceptance without thinking about things for themselves. We've had numerous dog attacks since the last time I uploaded a video. Like everyone else, I was quite taken back by the protests, the riots, and so forth. And I was, disappointed that there is no outrage about these dog attacks. In these stupid articles, over and over, say that it was ruled as an accident. An accident. They don't call it an accident when a cop kills a man by pressing his knee into his neck. That's not an accident. So why is it an accident when a dog kills or attacks someone? How is that an accident? That's on purpose. These mutts are not accidentally attacking anyone. If you research these stories, they do this almost every time. They rule it as an accident. How could they call it an accident? Well, because attacking people is just what dogs do. And one dog got loose, and so it attacked someone. That's what dogs do. Exactly. That's exactly my point. And that's why they should be exterminated. Exterminated. I tell you what, you better hope your dog does not break free and run into me.
Dog bites an 8-year-old girl's face after the girl tried to hug the dog, tried to show affection to the dog. And because these worthless mutts are not receptive to emotions, affection, love, they don't understand it, this worthless mutant bites the girl in her face, scarring her for life. This is the type of thing that I am saying we as adults should prevent from happening to any child. Let me repeat what I said on the previous video. I will gladly get rid of 80, 90 million mutts to protect one child. That is how much more valuable one child is compared to 90 million mutts. I don't care if it's 200 million or billion mutts. They are permanently worthless to humans and worthless, toxic to this planet. The planet itself would be better off without dogs. Now I've digressed and I haven't even gotten started. Leonie Rivera, 8 years old, received stitches after she was bitten by a dog at school on May 9th. The little girl's lip was split open down to her chin, and a gash on her cheek cut through the muscle. Since the attack, she has only been able to eat and drink out of a syringe. End quote. Now, how is it possible that an adult is allowed to bring dogs into a classroom full of children when it has been publicized by all experts that dogs usually attack children? They prefer to attack children. So our children are gathered in a school, and your bright idea is to bring a worthless, child-mauling predator into the classroom, and you actually let the kids hug that worthless mutt. This should never happen to any child. Continuing on with this article, a volunteer reader named Ann Ardell brought the dogs, believed to be either chows or Akitas, and invited the students to pet them. But when Leonie tried to hug one of them, she says the dog attacked. I tried to lean in for a hug, and the dog just bit me on the face, Leonie said. I was crying, and it was really painful. After reading to the children, the couple allowed the kids to pet the dogs and didn't anticipate one of them would bite a student. End quote. This is the stupidity of dog nuts that infuriates me, that drives me nuts. Why wouldn't this hit an adult as a possibility? That the dog could bite one of the kids. How dare you say something so stupid? Actually, it should be a part of the public educational system to teach kids never to hug or kiss dogs. If you're going to have this dog nut culture, at least take some steps towards precaution. Notice how this society does nothing to educate people on how to deal with dogs, at least according to how they think you should deal with them. The public schools themselves should teach kids never approach dogs. Stay away from dogs. Dogs prefer to attack you. Attorneys have filed a lawsuit on behalf of Leonie's family, claiming that both organizations failed to supervise the two dogs that visited Leonie's second grade class. No, the failure was bringing the dog into the school, period. Supervising does nothing. Again, kids are usually attacked by dogs when an adult is present. Adults are usually present when kids are bitten or attacked. It is the presence of the dog that is irresponsible. Every time these dog nuts bring dogs around kids, they invite kids to pet the dog as if petting dogs actually benefits those kids in some way. It does nothing for you or anybody else other than significantly increase your chances of getting mauled. Any creature that is known for biting you if you hug it doesn't deserve to be hugged. Right? Kissing it, you have no business. Hugging or kissing something that does not interpret your gesture as affection. What are you doing it for? Just for yourself, for your own personal pleasure. I have to keep hammering this point home because to me, it is a revolutionary type of discovery. These dog nuts, their main rant is love, love, love from the dog. That is false. I invite any of you dog behaviorists to challenge me on this, to refute this. I've challenged you several times already. These mutts are not receptive to no love. All the love you're talking about you get from that dog is actually coming from you. Quote, the mother said, I just want to see a change and to make sure this doesn't happen to any other child, end quote. Now, the only way to prevent this from happening to other kids is to outlaw dog ownership. Family attorney Matthew Clark said, you never expect the dog to bite somebody. Dogs are unpredictable, end quote. Let me repeat that. Quote, you never expect the dog to bite somebody. Dogs are unpredictable, end quote. It is embarrassing to see a lawyer say something this stupid. This person sounds like a dog nut. If dogs are unpredictable, which they are, then you always expect them to bite someone. Aren't you admitting that the dog might bite someone when you say it's unpredictable? If not, then what do you mean it's unpredictable? Unpredictable how? That it might bite someone? So why say that no one expects, you never expect the dog to bite somebody? This is what drives me crazy. This is that dog nut stupidity that drives me nuts. This is the root of the problem. People have this idea in their mind of how dogs are, and they impose it onto the dog. And their idea is not confirmed by reality, not confirmed by the dog's actual behavior. This is an epidemic, epic proportions. Their mindset is, oh, it's family, it's harmless, he won't bite, he wouldn't harm a fly, he's a sweetheart. And it's all nonsense. These are deadly predators with very bad tempers. And they act on these false traits and expose other people to the danger the dogs present based on these false traits that they impose onto dogs. Police say that the dog that bit her was quarantined and released on May 11th. Now, she was bit on May 9th. 2 days later, they released that mutt. Right? Get a load of that. This child is scarred for life. Why wasn't that mutt put down? Scarred physically and mentally. And this worthless mutt is still alive, free to continue freeloading off of our tax dollars and our labor, free to attack another child. What do you think that dog would do to you if you hurt one of its puppies in the way this dog hurt this child? One of your offspring, it will maul you. Yet these mutants are free to attack our kids and not suffer one scratch, and actually continue to be pampered by society. These dog laws are not only embarrassing, they are infuriating. Everything about this stupid dog nut culture infuriates me. I really made this channel to vent, right? I just was forced to segue into detail about why I hate these worthless mutts. And these are the types of things I needed to vent about. This stupidity, it never fails to blow my mind. The future generation will read about this era in shock at our stupidity. You don't jump off the roof of a home or a building and act surprised when you break a limb. You don't create the conditions for things to happen and act surprised when they happen. What do you mean you don't expect the dog to bite somebody? If it's present in the grocery store, in the home, in the community, anywhere around our kids, which they should not be, the possibility is there. Before I researched any statistics on dog bites, I knew full well anytime you're in the presence of a mutt, the possibility is there. How could a person with this type of privilege to bring dogs into a school full of kids not tell the kids as soon as he got there, do not try to hug the dogs, do not try to kiss the dogs, as if bringing the dogs into the school wasn't reckless enough, wasn't criminal enough. This has been publicized by all experts. Dogs do not like hugs. Hugging dogs is a huge reason why many kids are attacked. This idiot brings a mutt into the classroom, invites the kids over, and lets the kids hug that mutt. How irresponsible is this? The school itself should represent a location where kids reside. That is what it is. It's a location where kids reside. Just like a neighborhood. So just like we deal with the school, we should deal with our home, our community, our grocery stores, dentist offices, hospitals, everything else. Dogs have no place in these areas, no place in our society at all. Allowing dogs into our homes, our communities, should be a violation of the law. Yet another lie exposed as we continue with this crusade against these worthless mutants and their enabling owners. Didn't we hear that dog bite expert, that dog behaviorist? She's not the only one. But didn't we hear her say that dogs never attack for no reason? That there is always a predatory component or a fear component. This dog jumped inside of the van to attack a child. The child died. Jumped inside of a van. There's a lot going on in that scenario already that debunks this idea that dogs only attack because of a fear component or a predatory component. When you say predatory component, you are admitting that they attack for no reason. What are you talking about? Do you understand these people have doctorate degrees in the field that they're talking about in these articles, posing as some sort of educated person when you have just been programmed to regurgitate a bunch of political nonsense to keep the dog industry alive? Where is the predatory component in all dog attacks? It's everywhere. That covers a lot of areas. When you say that there is a predator, you're not only talking about the dog chasing a moving person, someone jogging or on a bike. No, predatory component covers more situations than that. They cover this situation where there is no possible way this child inside of a van is a threat to that mutt. Once again, it did not try to eat the child. They kill for blood because they enjoy killing. Bloodthirsty, demonic mutants. Tell me this is not the closest thing on earth to a demon. No way is this child inside of a van a threat. That mutt jumps inside the van to kill the child. It says, quote, "We believe that Frankie was alone in the caravan with the dog as he was attacked. There was sounds of disturbance and sounds of distress coming from that caravan. And immediately on hearing that, members of the public ran towards it and attempted to render first aid to Frankie." And this is another problem. People are getting caught up in this role of being a hero, which is causing them to ignore being proactive. You see a lot of stories and all they want to emphasize is how heroic the doctors were, the nurses were, the people who got the dog off of the child. In the report I did in the video, in my most recent video, they were praising that mother for being heroic, building up a barricade and taking her child. And they want to end it on that note. No, you're not done. What can we do to stop this from happening? They refuse to ask the obvious question in response to such severe and gruesome scenarios. Those are the types of scenarios that you want as a community to prevent from happening, to put a stop to it before it happens. Notice how they never, ever, ever talk about this. Breed-specific laws that gives the owner a higher fine after the attack and requires them to carry a higher premium, whatever, does nothing to stop this from happening. The only thing that will stop it is if we wipe this planet clean of these worthless, overgrown, demonic rats. They are absolutely useless. The negative impact they have on society is at 100. And the benefits they provide to society is at 1%, if that. I don't give a damn about the emotional state being uplifted by these dog nuts who claim to have them for therapy. Find some other way to uplift your mood. You don't go out and get a deadly creature and expose others to the threat of that creature and think it makes sense because it helps you to be in a better mood when it licks you. How do these crazy, deranged people have the advantage in our laws? Because they spend money. Their retarded way of thinking translates into money. And that is probably the path the people who are against the existence of these creatures need to take, because that is the only thing society responds to. What are you putting your money towards? So this story shoots down that entire narrative by your top most professional dog behaviorists about how there is always a predatory. Yes, there's a predatory component, but you better be clear about that. It has a lot more to do with than moving objects, moving people who the dog decides to chase. No, this also involves you minding your business, being in a side of a car, a child inside of a car at that, and a mutt jumping inside of it to kill you. That is the most out of control, most unacceptable type of behavior that could possibly come from an animal. If that type of behavior does not warrant that that creature is outlawed, what type of behavior does? How much worse does it have to get than that? You know what? This is why I can't talk about this too often, because I can't get riled up like this every single day, and it stresses me out talking about you nutcases. You people are just absolutely, you are crazy to the point where you make other people crazy with rage because of how your stupidity impacts the society as a whole. You are making this possible by being so damn crazy. Let me end it on that note. I'm going to post this link on my channel so that it is always there as proof, evidence against this nonsense that comes from their most educated behaviorists. I can't remember her name right now, but this is for you. Your take on why dogs attack, really all of you who claim there's always a reason that dogs attack. There is evidence, unlimited, that proves that to be an outright lie. The problem has been that nobody is calling you out on these lies. Things are changing now. Kari Long of Lexington passed away from injuries sustained after a boxer pit bull mix attacked him in his babysitter's living room while the dog's owner was outside in the driveway. The babysitter told police that she had left the child in the living room of her home, most likely on the floor, while she went out to the driveway to clean out the back seat of her car. While making room in the car for the child, she heard her mother scream from inside and found the dog attacking the child when she entered the room. End quote. Now let me clarify that this was a baby. I've seen several reports refer to this baby as a child. Right, this was a 6-month-old baby. This is what a 6-month-old baby looks like. This is actually the dog that killed the baby. And in this video, this dog is actually barking aggressively. And you can tell that this mutt not only has no remorse, as it is impossible for dogs to have remorse, but it is ready to attack again. This whole situation sounds like a scenario where the title of fur baby was taken literally, as it always is. This is prevalent among dog lovers. They literally view dogs as no different from a human baby, just as harmless. And that is what happens when you repeat something over and over again. Even if you know it's not true, even if you know it's a lie, if you repeat it over and over, it will feel like the truth, and you will start to act on it as if it is the truth. That is exactly why she felt that it was safe to leave the baby on the floor while she went out to the driveway. Now, you hear people say that you should always have adult supervision when you have kids and dogs around. But in this case, there was. The mother was there. So the dog chose its attack carefully. The babysitter is gone, and the mother is too far away. The dog knew that it had time to actually kill the baby, and it attacked. As I've said several times, dogs know what babies are. They do not confuse human babies with prey or human adults. They know full well that human babies are as harmless as their own puppies, and they knowingly attack harmless targets. As I've said repeatedly, dogs are evil creatures. Why dogs attack babies? Unfamiliarity, smell, sound, and gaze can contribute, according to this article. Now listen to this. Infants have a strong smell. Given that a dog's sense of smell is tens of thousands of times more sensitive to odors than a human's, an unusual smell can seem like an assault on its senses, end quote. Now, this is not the first time I've read this phrase, an assault on a dog's sense of smell, to explain why dogs attack babies. Notice how they carefully describe the scenario as the dog being assaulted, as basically the dog is responding to being assaulted. This is their narrative to segue into their popular phrase, "Don't blame the dog." If the smell of babies makes dogs want to maul babies, then it should be a crime to allow dogs around babies. But I don't believe that this is the case, at least not entirely. I believe the dog does indeed pick up a different smell from babies that confirms to the dog that it is in fact a baby. And they maul babies because they are babies. Why? Babies require food. That is the one thing that dogs have to know. And dogs have brains that causes them to be obsessed, insanely obsessed with food. They are more obsessed with food than a crackhead is to crack. I provided evidence for this in previous videos. And dogs automatically view babies as competition for food. And because dogs are naturally evil, they have no problem with mauling babies to ensure that they themselves obtain all the food that the master is willing to provide. Now, as we all know and accept, there are evil people in the world. We have no problem accepting that. But make no mistake, there are also evil creatures in this world. And dogs are 100% evil creatures, empty and soulless. This article continues on about information I've shared in previous videos, high-pitched sounds that babies make that allegedly excites the dog and the dog interprets the baby as prey. More nonsense. Pay close attention to what these people write. This is their way of suggesting that dogs get confused. Like, oh, I made a mistake. I thought the baby was prey. I'm simply acting the way I'm designed to act. Had I known it was a baby, I would not have attacked. Yet more ammunition for dog nuts to tell others, don't blame the dog. It was acting on instinct. And they give the example of dogs not staring other dogs in the eye in the wild, and how babies will gaze at you. But this dog walked up to the baby and looked the baby in its eyes. Why? Because the dog fully intended to kill the baby. These people package it as if the dog is minding its own business and the baby is sitting there staring the dog in its eyes. No. This is a 6-month-old baby in a car seat. They are once again trying to give dog nuts ammunition to say, don't blame the dog. It's a baby. Babies stare. The dog didn't know any better. Right? In the wild, it's seen as a challenge, etc. These worthless mutants walk up to 6-month-old babies in car seats, look them in the face, and maul them. End of story. Anybody who has the nerve to suggest or imply that the dog was provoked by the baby staring it in its eyes should be immediately silenced. They said that the babysitter went back into the home and saw the dog still attacking the baby. Dogs do not view babies as prey. The dog had no intention on eating the baby. They never do. They always simply maul the babies. Their aim is to kill. Competition for food. They are simply violent, evil creatures. They have no business in society. They have been proven to be incapable of remorse and incapable of having morals, incapable of love, incapable of what we call humanity or human decency. They are heartless, violent mutants that humans try to humanize, which is extremely dangerous. That is a recipe for disaster. So as a result, they endanger others. And this is yet another sacrifice. These kids and babies' blood is on the hands of everybody who supports the presence of dogs in our society, lawmakers and dog lovers, as well as those who may not like dogs but still co-sign with people having the right and freedom to own dogs. I do not co-sign with people playing Russian roulette with kids, babies, as well as myself and other innocent people. Now, unfortunately, this will happen again several times in the future. And the media fails to report these attacks properly. They fail to put things into proper context because they do not want to upset the dog lover world. And because many of them are dog lovers themselves. Right? Their way of reporting these incidents is a baby was attacked by a dog. It was euthanized. Investigators are not sure if the guardian will face charges. Now on to other news. That is impossible for me to report on dog attacks without feeling motivated to rant as well, because these stories just infuriate me that much. And whenever I start talking about this dog culture, I just get fired up. Right? A child and father were both attacked by their own Rottweiler. A witness said the attack happened as the family was outside walking the dog, right? You can imagine it's a nice, beautiful day, nice family moment with the loving pooch, and it starts mauling the child. Witness said there were people carrying the guy out, and they set him on the curb. There was blood all over his arm. And then the lady came out holding the baby, and the baby was screaming. They wrapped up the baby's head. The dog appeared calm, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. Neighbors said they never knew the dog to be aggressive and are shocked by the violence. Now, I want to focus on this statement right here. As usual, they had to throw in some type of statement in defense of the dog. This happens a lot in media, and it is very important to call these people out on it because they carry out their own agenda doing this. It is a very important aspect of their propaganda, right? To try to humanize dogs and project the attack as some sort of abnormal freak accident, as I mentioned before. Some freak accident that involves behavior that is unusual for dogs. I mentioned how the media simply reports what happened in dog attacks, and they avoid dealing with the character of the dog, right? In the same way they describe dogs as beloved or loving in these articles where they're projecting dogs in a positive way for having allegedly saved somebody or some other false nonsense. They throw in those words, beloved, precious. They don't do that when they report dog attacks because they would have to use negative descriptions. So they don't use any descriptions at all. But as you see with this article, even when they're reporting on a dog attack, right, they actually make statements about the dog's character. But when they do, it is a positive statement, trying to make this dog seem as if it had some type of blackout. Just like they throw in words like loving and beloved in positive articles, instead of statements like this one that reads, a witness said the attack happened as the family was outside walking the dog. It should read, a witness said the attack happened as the family was outside walking the dangerous dog, the vicious dog, right? That's how it should read, the violent dog. They avoid balanced reporting like the plague because even the media is dog biased. Just imagine if that had been me or some other man with a deadly weapon, a knife, and we attacked a toddler and the toddler's father, stabbed him. They would say things like the violent man, the out of control attacker, right? Here they wrap up the story with a statement projecting the dog as having some temporary insanity where it blacked out and was not aware of what it was doing. Don't be surprised if they try to rehome this mutt, just like they're trying to do with the husky that bit that boy's arm off a few weeks ago. Another incident, another Rottweiler attacked a 6-year-old girl. Family had rented a home, showed up to sign the contract and get the keys. The article says they were greeted by a Rottweiler as they got out of the car. It says the old man that lives there assured them that the dog was friendly and that there was nothing to fear. He says the dog sniffed me and his oldest daughter but didn't do anything. So they went inside of the home, but they left the 6-year-old inside of the car. Right? The 6-year-old never got out of the car. So when they signed the contract, got the keys, came back outside, they noticed that the dog had gotten inside the car with the 6-year-old and was sniffing her face. The dog, of course, then attacked her. He fought the dog off, grabbed his daughter, tried to run away, but the dog, of course, followed and continued to attack the child, mauled her arm and her leg. Assumed it mauled her leg as he was trying to run away with the girl. That's the behavior of a demonic creature, not a loving creature. I want to keep that in your face. It needs to be emphasized. The true nature of these creatures is evil, not good, not loving. People actually create organizations to help these creatures. It is disgusting. Dogs love to attack kids. This is a fact. No matter how many reports we hear, you will have these idiotic dog nuts who insist on bringing these creatures around their kids, into their homes, purchasing a dog even though they have kids, trying to make a friendship between dogs and kids. People like this deserve to be despised. These dog nuts. This is an utter act of immorality, criminality, child endangerment at the highest level. Now, this woman took care of multiple dogs that lived inside the home, according to this report. So this woman is clearly a dog lover. She let 2 dogs and her grandson out into the backyard while she ate on the back porch. Now, it does not say it in this article, but I assume she let them all out to play with each other. Right? A 2-year-old. This is what a 2-year-old looks like. Her 2-year-old grandson played with 2 dogs. Sounds like yet another scenario where the dogs were treated as if they were harmless children. Fur babies. That's the saying, right? This is what the fur baby narrative leads to. They end up treating the dogs like children. Don't they make strollers for dogs and everything else? Here was a scenario where she let all of the kids out to play together. Dogs with a 2-year-old. So she went inside the home for a moment. She trusted the dogs that much. They felt that much like children. But when she came back out, both the dogs and the child were gone. Gone. She ended up looking for the dogs and the child at a different building. She had to move to a different location. I assume she had the feeling what was going on when she saw that they were gone. Lo and behold, she found the dogs and they were mauling the 2-year-old. Once again, we have a story where the dogs waited until the adult was not around. How many times have I reported on that? Multiple stories. Take note of all the images you see in stores, media, internet, everywhere, social media. The images you see of kids being affectionate with dogs. They're everywhere. These are the types of situations that they encourage. This is the type of atmosphere that they are creating. This dog love culture is criminal. This scenario played out like something out of a horror movie. One minute, there's this happy, jolly scene where a 2-year-old is playing with sweet-hearted fur babies. But I believe in this moment, when they were playing, those dogs were actually watching her. Dogs have a great peripheral vision, greater than humans. They can be watching you when they appear to be looking at something else. And I believe these dogs were watching this woman. And as soon as she went inside, they clamped down on the child and dragged the child into a different location to ensure that they would have plenty of time to kill the child. This is serial killer behavior. And these people call me immoral for calling this out, this culture out, for saying that these creatures should not exist in our society, primarily for child safety, in the midst of things like this going down. Oh, but if the sweetest souls were rewarded with the longest lives, dogs would outlive us all, right? No one has the right to hurt me, right? They project children as terrible. We even had a woman lie on a child that was attacked by a dog by saying that the child provoked the dog by sticking its arm into the dog's territory under a fence. Kids are so terrible and dogs are so much better. But do you think this would have happened to this child had that child been playing with 2 other children? There was a woman who was eaten by her dogs. It's like a week or so ago. She was playing with the dogs in her front yard. Many of you remember this story. And the dogs started eating her. Now, had I told this woman, don't do that because you might get hurt, you know what she would have said? My dogs would never do that. They are the sweetest things in the world. And I'm willing to bet that had I told this woman that it is dangerous to allow those dogs to play with a 2-year-old, she would have said the exact same thing. My dogs wouldn't hurt a fly. How dare you? She would have got offended. Those are my fur babies. Those dogs know that child. They will protect that child with their life. People literally impose human mentalities onto predators. Dogs. The number of stories are reported that involve dogs attacking kids and babies after the adult leaves or falls asleep are endless. Yet people continue to be as stupid as they were when the very first child was mauled after the adult left or fell asleep. They allow their minds to be shaped by images of kids hugging dogs, shaped by dogs in movies, by people calling dogs fur babies. As I've said repeatedly, this dog nut culture, more than anything else, is dangerous, primarily for children and babies, who are much more likely to sustain severe injury and death. To even report on this gives me a sense of embarrassment. I am ashamed to be a member of the same species that engages in this level of inhumane insanity. For people to have such poor sense of protection for their young is truly jaw-dropping. This is yet another sacrifice to their gods, dogs. No matter how many times this happens, they will not entertain the idea of not allowing dogs around their kids, no matter how many kids are attacked. This means they are willing to take the risk. That is a sacrifice. You sacrifice children's safety. Dogs exist at the expense of children's safety. These are examples where dog lovers demonstrate that dogs are more important than children because they refuse to eliminate the presence of dogs to prevent situations like this. They think they're in control. They think they know the dog. No, I'll take the chance. If the dog mauls the child, oh well. I'll just set up a GoFundMe and start a petition to save the dog and collect some money. I'm willing to take the chance so that I can keep my fur babies around. That is nothing short of child sacrifice. This is a real bona fide cult, and it requires blood sacrifice. And the creature that they worship itself prefers the blood of children, like a demon that has possessed the body of a mutant that appears to be looking in a different direction, but it is actually looking at you, the adult, waiting for you to leave or fall asleep so that it can kill your child. These people bend over backwards to create dog cruelty organizations to protect these creatures. They do not form organizations to protect their children from these creatures, even though 500,000 of their children are in the ER each year, compared to only 6,000 of these worthless mutts being abused every year. This is why I have enough ammunition to create an entire channel on this sickness. I can't say it enough. These people are disgusting, extremely sick and immoral, subhuman criminals who have a sense of child protection that is several times beneath that of wild animals. No other animal will invite dogs around their young. And that is exactly why you have situations like this. How long will it take for dog nuts to develop the level of intelligence that is possessed by wild animals? Who knows? But this is a very disgusting culture, and you will not get one drop of mercy on this channel, you dog nuts. Mainstream media has given you dog nuts a verbal slap on the wrist long enough. I will do my best on this channel to give you nothing short of verbal fire. CCTV captures dogs leaping at baby. Huh? Is this fear? Experts? Former experts? According to you it is. Let's see if we can see some ear pulling.
A baby strapped to his mother's chest as a dog repeatedly bites at his face. Their beloved pet then mauled.
Does that look like fear? Maybe the baby leaped out of the mother's arms and pulled the dog's tail, according to y'all. I'm just wondering, how do y'all get y'all's talking points, y'all narratives out of stories, out of reports like this?
Strapped to his mother's chest as a dog repeatedly bites at his face. Their beloved pet then mauled on the footpath as bystanders attempt to help.
So I was just trying to protect his
Okay, we cannot show the youngster on the screen like that. Sorry about that.
face because I didn't know what was going to happen.
With 8-month-old Leo and Kiki, the Labradoodle, Nicole Falar was on an afternoon walk around Doubleview when two dogs crossed the road to attack. One, a bull mastiff, the other...
Crossed the road. So left its territory. So this wasn't territory aggression at all. Crossed the road to not attack the lady, but attack the baby. Why? Because it was intimidating. I'm telling you, so-called experts, you former experts, y'all up against it. Y'all think I'm brutal. The next generation is going to have you for lunch, breakfast, and dinner. They're going to be way more vicious than me.
Daffy.
And they started circling us.
What? Circling them again. Didn't we just hear about this happening? Wasn't a lady just recently? I shared that story yesterday or something. Predatory behavior. But according to you, former experts, this is fear, anxiety. Okay.
And then all of a sudden, one of the dogs is jumping up at my son, who's in the carrier, attached to me, and then the other dog has pinned my dog to the ground.
Where,
and I just...
ma'am, you had to have done something, according to these experts. Ears were pulled, tails were pulled. Maybe, did you stick your tongue out at this dog? What happened?
Started screaming for help and
becoming... So the experts are not getting this information from the testimony. Clearly.
Hysterical because I couldn't help either of them.
As the ordeal dragged on, bystanders intervened to save the family pet.
It's obviously your child that you try and protect.
They said they stepped in to save the pet. Boy, oh boy. Now, they were attacking the dog at the time. But who cares? Dogs are worthless. The only thing we need to be talking about is the life that has value. Things proving how worthless they are. How unwanted they are. Unfit they are for human society.
But it was just horrendous to have to be in that position with the two of them.
The attack occurred on Beatrice Street on Monday afternoon.
He sustained a few scratches to his face, but luckily his temperament again is really easygoing.
This family.
Okay, I cannot show the youngsters, and we don't need to hear any more. You get the point. You dog experts, this is why we snatched y'all's stripes. Now you're free to proceed and front and fake as if you're expert. But I want you to know that you're not. And when people want the truth about dog behavior and dog attacks, they come here. Now, I have not heard this yet. I've only seen the headline and I saw the thumbnail. Got my attention immediately. This surfaced yesterday. Milford family mourns death of baby following accident. Okay, let's hear it.
A Milford family grief-stricken tonight as they deal with the death of a newborn. The family says the baby died after an accident involving their dog. Now, we must warn you, this story may upset some of our viewers. News 12 Connecticut's Frank Recchia joins us now from Milford with that story. Frank?
Roxanne, a heartbreaking situation here as the family plans a funeral for a newborn during the same month they welcomed him into the world.
Now, before we even move on any further, and again, I have not seen this yet, we all have to ask the obvious question. How did the dog get that close to a newborn? That was nuttery. They wanted to get one of those nutter photos.
We experienced a terrible accident.
Family.
Not an accident.
Photos obtained by News 12 Connecticut show newborn Braden Burwell in a blue bonnet, lying happily on a bed, being...
Dogs don't bite on accident. They make the decision to lick your face, don't they? Do you call that an accident? No. You call that deliberate. And you thank them for the kisses. This was not an accident. When they decide to bite, maul, instead of lick, you're not allowed to say it's an accident.
Cradled by his 10-year-old brother Joe, who was said to be thrilled with a new addition to his family. But tragically, the family says Braden would not live beyond his 17th day of life.
It's the hardest thing that we've ever had to walk through here.
Now listen here, Kevin. Now they may see this video. Listen, I want to hear how that dog came from next door, how it ripped somebody from your arms. Please don't tell me this was a family dog, because that would mean the threat was there inside the home and everybody was aware of it. So the reckless endangerment law was violated if that's what happens. I hope that is not what happened here.
There really aren't any words to describe how we're all feeling.
In an emotional post, Braden's uncle, Kevin Morse of Milford, telling of how he says the newborn died after an accident involving the family dog.
We got these two guys identified.
Morse, who's founder of the breaking news platform On Scene Media,
A lot of videos and pictures and lives.
and who sat down with us today for an interview, says the accident happened at the family's home in the Naugatuck Gardens community last Friday. The family's not saying exactly what happened, but they say it was not an attack by the dog, but rather a tragic accident.
Oh. Okay, that does not sound promised. It does not sound good. Why not? Why not tell us what happened? You remember what I've been saying for years, people? What actually is happening in these moments?
Last Friday.
If it was truly,
Friday. The family's not saying exactly what happened.
Why not? Why not? What is there to hide? Now, for years, I've been online saying that a lot of these cases involve them trying to get one of those photos we see on social media every day. We're bombarded. There are millions of those photos. Millions. And those types of images shape people's mentality. They shape our consciousness. You are affected by them if you're a member of dog culture. This is a literal tradition in dog culture. This is a ritual, an internet ritual. You take a photo of the dog with the newborn.
But they say it was not an attack by the dog, but rather a tragic accident. They say the pet has since been put down.
What was the accident? Did they accidentally come close? You know the dog was in the home. The bite by the dog was definitely not an accident.
In this video, we are going to attempt to identify
Morse, whose office is filled with awards he's gotten for his work in the community, says he's grateful to the Milford Police and Fire Departments and to healthcare workers at Bridgeport and Yale New Haven hospitals for trying to save the baby's life.
Thank you, you guys. We know that you did everything that you possibly could.
A GoFundMe set up to help the family as they deal with the devastating loss of a newborn.
The continued support from everybody has really been tremendous.
What happened?
The funeral taking place.
Okay, what? Not good. Now, in case anybody related to the family runs into this video, I'm simply a YouTuber who has been arguing that dogs inside of homes where there are youngsters are in violation of the reckless endangerment law. I've been calling this a crime that is so pronounced as a crime that there are consistent deaths and disfigurements on a daily basis I keep up with dog attacks. 14,000 dog bites per day in the United States. Over half all victims are 13 and under. For a while here in the United States, the most attacked victims were between 0 and 2, or 2 and under for a while in the United States. Dogs prefer to attack youngsters, and I've been trying to call attention to it. Not only is it a violation of the law, it is well established. It's easy to prove this. And unfortunately, we have another case here where at least we know it was a family dog. So that was a case where they knew that the dog was in the home and they brought the newborn inside the home anyways. Here online, I've been arguing that several of these cases involve people trying to get one of those photos that we see on social media every day. They're everywhere. Instagram, Facebook, these photos are everywhere, where a dog is with a newborn. I said, this is such a tradition in dog culture. Some of these cases have to involve that scenario where an attempt was made to get one of these photos and the dog attacked. And that is proving that it's a violation of the reckless endangerment law. I think it's irrefutable. All large dogs should be banned. These are not pets. They're killers. More than anything else, they are child predators. This narrative that you hear right now is the future. Like it or not, we will evolve into intelligence. So here recently, another dog lover was attacked by a larger dog, but she herself had a small dog.
A woman and her dog are recovering after being attacked by another dog on the southeast side. Security video shows a woman carrying her dog walking in a neighborhood on Utopia Lane, not far from I-37. Moments later, you see a dog run after them. Animal Care Services says the dog bit the woman's hand.
Oh, boo-hoo. Don't want to hear it. You know what you're getting into. Do you need more reason to be dog-free? You 70, 80 years old and weigh about 80 pounds. You want to be a magnet for pit bulls and other large fighting breeds. Knock yourself out. But if you decide to do that, I don't want to hear no sob stories. Get rid of that maggot, that worthless mutant, and you'll reduce the chances that you'll get attacked. Very serious situation here. We cannot have the system fail in this situation. We need them to do the right thing. The owner of that dog that was shot and killed by the police officer started a petition to get that police officer fired. That petition has around 17,000 signatures so far. They made a little meme in memory of this violent, bloodthirsty mutant that was attacking the police officer before the cop shot it. That's corny. And I want you to check this out. There's another angle of the shooting. Now, they don't show the shooting, but you can hear the bullets. And I want you to hear her take on the situation.
A family pet over the weekend.
And tragically, that dog died. The owners are demanding...
No. Thankfully, it died. It was clearly aggressive. It was clearly dangerous. It was clearly a threat. Attacking people on sight. You mean, unfortunately or sadly, whatever you say. Thankfully, it died.
Justice now, and we do want to forewarn you, this is hard to watch.
Shut up. He euthanized the dog on the spot. A violent dog in the process of attacking. He euthanized it on the spot. That cop need a medal.
Yeah, Kaitor K learning what that justice would look like for them.
This officer just shot this dog.
Yeah, he shot an attacking dog. They're trying to paint this man like he's some type of criminal. The criminal is her.
Distressed after a police officer shoots and kills a dog. What seems to be gunshots heard in this dashcam footage shared by one local.
Now you heard all 4 of those shots consecutive. There was no pause. All 4 shots consecutive.
To be gunshots heard in this dashcam footage shared by one local.
Dad came out the vehicle. He yelled at my mom first. He said, "Get your damn dogs under control."
And he told her right. He shouldn't have had to tell her that. She was being a menace to society, to the community, endangering everybody.
Melanie Kearns and her mom Tammy tell 3 News an officer had pulled up to their home as they were gathering their dogs who had gotten loose. They claim the frustrated officer also tried to play with their Labrador Retriever, Dixie.
He yells for her, and he says, "Here, puppy, puppy," and then he starts shooting her as she runs away from him, though.
That's a lie. She said the cops started shooting after the dog started running away. That's a lie. He shot that dog as it was running towards him. And then it ran away from him after it caught that bullet.
Dixie.
He yells for her, and he says, "Here, puppy, puppy," and then he starts shooting her as she runs away from him, though.
So that's a bold-faced lie. Any judge that rewards this woman and punishes that cop after she's bold-faced lying up here, that is a failure of justice right there. Failure of the system, failure of everybody.
Because I started running after her as well.
No, she did not start running after that dog. We saw the video. So this woman is incriminating herself. She losing the case. She need to shut her mouth. Proving herself to be a liar.
Puppy, and then he starts shooting her as she runs away from him, though.
We saw the bullet go into the dog as the dog was running towards him. The reason why the dog ran away from him is because it was shot. You telling us that the dog ran towards the cop and then suddenly decided to run away from the cop, and that is when the cop started shooting? That don't even make no sense. Up here lying.
Because I started running after her as well.
The Kearns saying the officer shot the dog multiple times in the street. Dixie would die at the scene.
And after she was shot one time in the street, he should have just let it go and let us get the dog and take her where she needed to be treated. But he didn't do that. She was crawling, useless, helpless, in the street. He continued shooting her.
Now, she's lying again. She just lied again. You heard the gunshots. Those gunshots were consecutive. There was not one gunshot, then a pause, and then 3 more gunshots. Like she's describing. That's a lie.
And after she was shot one time in the street, he should have just let it go and let us get the dog and take her where she needed to be treated. But he didn't do that. She was crawling, useless, helpless.
That is a bold-faced lie. The story they're telling, oh, it got shot once and then its body went limp. Oh, now it's all pitiful. And now it's dragging itself across its limp body across the street. And then the cop shot it again as it was crawling away. That is a lie. And you know what? The video footage proves it to be a lie. Get out of here. And I'm so glad that this lie was caught on camera. And she's up here crying, a pathological liar. Look at how comfortable she is lying.
In the street, he continued shooting her. She was trying to come to safety. And he just kept...
Oh, you're trying to come to safety. Trying to come to safety after it tried to attack him and caught a bullet in the process. What a joke, man. Why does society cater to these people? Why? That is why we're all jacked up in the world.
Kept shooting her 3 more times after the first time.
Yeah, blame yourself. Did you let your dogs out of the house today like you did on that day? You got your labs running through the neighborhood again, huh? Oh, you're probably doing a better job at keeping them inside the house, keeping them under control. She wasn't making no effort to get these dogs under control. That's exactly why it got shot. Trying to have a pity party.
Area residents like Lisa Hughes have started an online petition demanding justice for Dixie, the Kerns in agreement as they prepare to file a lawsuit against Lorain PD.
Okay, now if she wins this lawsuit, understand that is going to set a horrible, horrible standard. Because then you're going to have dog owners all over the country releasing their dogs onto police officers. They're going to release their dogs onto police officers because they know that if the cop shoots that dog, even if it's caught on camera, that the dog is charging at the police officer. If that cop shoots the dog, I'm going to win a lawsuit. I'm going to start a petition, get thousands of signatures in no time. I'm going to get him fired and I'm going to win a lawsuit. You're going to have people turning their dogs loose on cops everywhere if y'all set this type of example. You better not award this woman no money. She needs to be the one apologizing to that police officer for endangering him and forcing him to use his weapon, to discharge his weapon. Something I know he did not want to do because he is a dog lover like all the other police officers.
I'm demanding that an investigation be done and...
We don't need no investigation. We got footage. Get out of here. What you going to investigate? We see the dog was attacking him.
ultimately him removed from his position.
No, that'd be a huge mistake. Huge mistake. You know how much that's going to embolden these careless, reckless, dangerous dog lovers?
He should lose his job. He should go to jail.
No, you should go to jail. You're the one endangering communities. You're the one almost got him attacked. You're the one who is the problem. The cop is the one who had to neutralize a problem that you started. Get out of here.
Should rot.
He should rot. This is pathetic. Now look at what they included in that petition. She said, she had the nerve to say that the dog, look at this, the dog was not aggressive, nor was she doing anything to warrant such a horrendous act of violence, end quote. That was a quote. They said the dog was not aggressive, nor was it doing anything to warrant being shot. You all saw the video. So we know what these people are implying. They're saying that if my dog is charging at you, you better not shoot it. You better assume that it just wants to play with you. No. Again, y'all punish this police officer. You're going to set a horrible standard. She added, this is not the type of policing our city needs nor wants. No, you are not the type of resident our city needs or wants. You're the one endangering the community. The cop made the community a little bit safer. What are you talking about? We demand answers and resolution and justice for the dog. The answer is keep your dogs under control like the law instructs you to do. Had you not broken the law, the dog wouldn't have been shot. At the end of the day, that is all that matters. You're supposed to have your dogs under control at all times. That's state law. You didn't, and that's why it was shot. To share a link to this story, and I hope to get your perspective in the chat room. Not the chat room. This is pre-recorded video. In the comment section to this video. And if anyone from or related, associated with this situation, you have some inside information, feel free to share that with us as well.
News update out of Northport. A 6-year-old boy bitten by a dog has died. The tragic incident happening around 10:30.
Now, I got to stop already. I am tired of these journalists and these writers saying that, a victim was bit or bitten by a dog and died. Did y'all hear that?
6-year-old boy bitten by a dog has died.
He was not simply bitten. This is not like a snake bite. He was tortured. This is real life torture. He was tortured and slowly mutilated. He was shredded. Let's get the language right.
The tragic incident happening around 10:30 in the morning yesterday. Police say the boy sustained severe injuries to the upper torso.
The investigation is on.
Severe injuries to the upper torso. In other words, his face was mutilated. That's what that means. Always keep in mind, they try to sugarcoat everything if it has to do with a dog attack. What a way to word it, right? 6-year-old gets his face torn apart and they say, oh, he was just bitten in the upper torso. God, these people make me sick.
Yesterday, police say the boy sustained severe injuries to the upper torso.
The investigation is ongoing, but as of now, there are no charges. Northport police say the boy was attacked by the dog.
Of course, there are no charges. There needs to be. This was the family dog.
On Tuesday morning at a home in the 2700 block of Badger Lane, the 6-year-old.
His home, mind you, he was inside of his own home.
Was airlifted to Sarasota Memorial Hospital and then taken to Tampa General, where he passed away. And Northport police say the dog that attacked the boy is a 3-year-old pit bull mix. They say they're not aware of any previous incidents with the dog's behavior. ABC 7's Michaela Redman is following the latest on this investigation. Michaela, we're told the dog was removed from the home after the accident.
No previous incidents. Now, quite often you'll hear that a dog that has attacked and or killed someone had no previous record of violence. Also, we hear a lot of stories where a dog that has attacked or killed someone has attacked someone in the past. Okay, it's fairly frequent that we hear both types of dogs attacking. So the dog's history is irrelevant. It doesn't matter if it has ever attacked, shown aggression, nothing in the past. It's irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything. It does not tell us, it's not an indicator of the dog's future behavior. That has been proven.
Happened.
Yes, Summer, residents tell me that tragic event happened at the end of the street here. And as you mentioned, the dog was removed from the home by Sarasota County Animal Services, where it remains. A quiet neighborhood that's no stranger to animals. One resident on Badger Lane, who doesn't want to show his face, tells me a lot of people have dogs, constantly walking them down the street. What these residents aren't used to is a dog biting a child, let alone on the 4th of July.
When we saw the fire truck and ambulance come in, police shortly after that, with it being the 4th of July, we thought it might have been an accident with fire.
Listen to that thing breathing, man. That sounds ridiculous. Nothing should breathe like that.
After that, with it being the 4th of July, we thought it might have been an accident with fireworks. We know the neighbor across the street, so a few more police.
What a disgusting beast. Thing even sounds disgusting.
Showed up, so we knew it was something serious.
Northport police blocking off the end of the street. Just minutes later, that resident says a stretcher came out of the home and was immediately taken away. The 6-year-old suffered serious trauma to his upper torso and was airlifted to Sarasota.
There they go again with this upper torso. The boy had his face and neck torn apart. And that's how they're describing it. Upper torso was attacked.
Memorial Hospital before ending up at Tampa General, where he later died. The Suncoast Humane Society says in most cases, a dog bites due to anxiety and fear.
Oh! You see how they had to include this information, some additional information with this story? They didn't just want to report on the 6-year-old who was killed. Oh no! We have to defend dogs in this situation. And you heard what she said? Let's back it up.
Now, at Tampa General, where he later died, the Suncoast Humane Society says in most cases...
The Suncoast Humane Society. So they're getting information from a shelter, from a team of nutters.
A dog bites due to anxiety and fear.
So according to the shelter staff, dogs only attack when they feel fear or anxiety. And that what she said?
General, where he later died. The Suncoast Humane Society says in most cases, a dog bites due to anxiety and fear.
Most cases, they bite because of anxiety and fear. People, that is a lie. Now listen to this liar.
Dogs aren't just born aggressive. They're not naturally aggressive.
He said dogs are not born aggressive and they're not naturally aggressive. Now I want y'all to take down this guy's name as well. Okay? Because I'm looking for him.
The Suncoast Humane Society says in most cases, a dog bites due to anxiety and fear.
Dogs aren't just born aggressive. They're not naturally aggressive. Things are happening in the environment that are stressing the dog out.
So dogs are not born aggressive. They're not naturally aggressive. And he's saying the aggression that you see from dogs is because of things happening in the environment that is stressing the dog out. What things are you talking about? Why didn't you name those things? It's because he is just babbling. That's why. What things could he possibly be talking about? Loud noises? You mean like the loud noises that the dog makes? You got a deadly creature that'll attack just in response to a loud noise. Again, thank you very much. That's exactly why they should be banned.
Anxiety and fear.
Dogs aren't just born aggressive. They're not naturally aggressive.
Where is he getting this information from that they're not naturally? Yes, they are naturally aggressive. What are you talking about? They have an instinct to bite, to attack. Especially when you're talking about bully breeds. That's what they were bred for. What is this dude talking about? And we're specifically talking about a pit bull, people. He's saying they're not naturally aggressive and not bull. Yes, they are, dude. Even if you're talking about dogs other than bully breeds, all dogs have a natural instinct for violence. That's the only way they communicate. They communicate through biting, violence. What are you talking about? That is all they know. They're killing machines. There was a guy attacked a few days ago, a grown man. He said he turned around and a pit bull was flying through the air and latched onto his throat. How many stories have y'all heard of pit bulls going after the victim's throat? They're doing that because they are killers. And nobody had to teach them to go for the neck. It's natural. What are you talking about? I want to find this guy because I want to question him one-on-one about this nonsense that he spewed here.
Yeah.
His name is Michael Grolaw. What is that, a French name? I'm going to find you, buddy. You're going to have to substantiate these statements you made here.
A dog bites due to anxiety and fear.
Dogs aren't just born aggressive. They're not naturally aggressive.
Anxiety and fear. No, they don't. They attack to establish dominance. Just to be a bully. That is a fact. They attack livestock all the time and they don't eat none of them. Even several trainers have already said, they're on video, saying that dogs fight for rank in dog packs. How do you think they fight for rank? They fight. You don't have to teach dogs to fight and be aggressive, to kill. It's a natural instinct. You see what I mean? There's no excuse for your professionals to be this wrong. What's wrong with you?
Things are happening in the environment.
These are a bunch of drug addicts, man. This dude right here, flipping crackhead.
In most cases, a dog bites due to anxiety and fear.
Dogs aren't just born aggressive. They're not naturally aggressive. Things are happening in the environment that are stressing the dog out. And the dog can't tell you what's wrong. The dog can't show you what's wrong. So the dog's going to use its mouth. And that's the apex of the situation where something bad's going to happen.
He is volunteering this information, and this media outlet chose to include this information in a story about a 6-year-old boy who was killed after he simply walked into a bedroom. Wow. These people are so arrogant with it at this point.
Environments that can be especially stressful on the 4th of July.
Oh, and
that's,
let me not forget, they're blaming the fireworks. They're saying that the dog must have been startled by the fireworks. Now, not only is that ridiculous, again, it gives credit to the argument that they should be banned. That's all the more reason they should be banned. They'll attack just because they hear a loud noise. You can't get any more dangerous than that.
Stressing the dog out, and the dog can't tell you what's wrong. The dog can't show you what's wrong. So the dog's going to use its mouth, and that's the apex of the situation where something bad's going to happen.
Environments that can be especially stressful on the 4th of July, with large gatherings and loud sounds.
Oh, large gatherings and loud sounds stresses the dog out. Dogs don't like large gatherings, yet they instinctively form packs. They don't like loud sounds, yet they're the loudest creatures on the planet. That's a fact. They're the loudest creatures in society, but they don't like loud sounds. Get out of here. These people kill me trying to explain dogs' dysfunctional, deranged, retarded behavior. These brain damaged, retarded mutants are simply brain dead. And once they regressed so much, now all they know is aggression. Like I said before, when you get a mutant and you force it to regress and become more and more mutated, it's going to become more and more aggressive. Eventually, aggression is the only thing it's going to know. Just like other mutants have increased aggression. Look it up. And pit bulls are one of the most mutated of all mutants. And all dogs are mutants.
Leading to something like this.
All right. Now that was one dog trainer. There was another nutter trainer right here. Oh, what is this? Okay, let's get out of here. Let's refresh this. No, we're going to watch this, because we got another trainer I need to deal with here.
A 6-year-old little boy is dead after being attacked by the family dog. Thanks for joining us. I'm Russ McCaskey.
And I'm Nicole Gabe, in for Amanda Hall. Now, this happened yesterday morning at the home on Badger Lane that's in Northport. And police say the boy was in a room alone with a 3-year-old pit bull mix when it attacked. The Night Beats Just in Case is in the family's neighborhood. And Justin, a tragic situation overall, but do we know where the dog is now?
The dog is currently in quarantine at Sarasota County Animal Services. Northport police told me they will follow any guidelines as necessary as far as what happens to that dog. But in the meantime, investigators are still trying to figure out what happened and what went wrong. On the day many of us...
As someone pointed out, how are you going to find that out? There's no way to discover that. What, you going to question the dog? Ask the dog what happened? These stupid investigations, man, I'm telling you, it's just a waste of time.
We're preparing to celebrate Independence Day with fireworks. One family's holiday turned into a nightmare.
The dog was in a bedroom. Child walked into bedroom to get something. Next thing you know, people heard screaming. And
he walked into the bedroom to get something. That boy did not walk into that bedroom and pull that dog's ear or do none of that other stupid stuff that they claim kids always do. And the fact is, that creature shouldn't be in the house anyways. I don't want to hear about nothing that a child did to a killer that you brought into the house. I'm telling you, man, these people need to be backhanded for bringing up any behavior that comes from the child. You're out of pocket. You should be arrested for bringing the thing into the house, period. They bring a dumb, mutated killer into the home and then wag their finger at their child when their child simply touches it and does all the things that they were taught by their parents to do to the dog.
Jumped into action.
The boy suffered injuries to his upper torso, according to police.
Again with this upper torso nonsense. His face was torn apart. His throat was torn apart. He was tortured. The dog gutted the boy's face. Get your language right, nutters. You're always trying to soften the blow, and this is your way of lying for the dog. This is their way of sugarcoating the incident. Make it sound as harmless as possible so they can go on and continue to be nutters.
So severe he had to be airlifted to Sarasota Memorial Hospital. The boy was transferred to Tampa General Hospital, but died 1 day later.
From every bit of information we have so far, is there's no history of the dog acting out, which would indicate that something could possibly happen.
No. We get these stories all the time of a dog attacking and or killing, and it had never shown aggression before in the past. At this point, the fact that a dog has never shown aggression in the past is irrelevant. It's irrelevant, and they all need to be gotten rid of. Simple as that. That is what the evidence shows. The evidence proves that a dog having not attacked anyone in its worthless life means nothing. And the evidence proves that you should kill all of them. They should all be exterminated. I'm talking about every breed should be exterminated. These are not natural animals, and you should feel ashamed of yourself for bringing them onto this planet, knowing that they can't live in nature. That way they would have to forever be living up in our homes where they're incompatible. You nasty beast. You got to be a bunch of savage, primitive cave people to live like this. Treating this dog like it's more important than you and your family. What is wrong with y'all? Now, this was a family dog. So they sacrificed this 6-year-old's safety. He was sacrificed.
The animal lived in the home from basically a puppy.
It lived they had this dog since it was a puppy. Now, check this now. They had the dog since it was a puppy. The boy that the dog killed was 6 years old. What'd that mean? That means the boy and the dog grew up together. So why didn't the dog stop immediately after biting the boy and snap out of it? Since y'all say it was a mistake, why didn't it stop? Why didn't it reflect on the fact that it's attacking, killing someone it grew up with? It's because these are not humans. They don't have human emotions. And that's exactly why they deserve to be hated and deserve to be exterminated. Tortured this boy and killed him, despite having grown up with him. Now, I can hear the nutters right now talking about how the 6-year-old must have done something to this dog.
A couple weeks old, between 2 and 8 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, and was a family pet.
Northport police couldn't.
Ugh, you disgusting, primitive, subhuman trash. Subhuman trash. You cannot get any lower than this. People bringing killers into their homes, treating it like it's just a 2-year-old child. Understand that too. These people like to project dogs as family members. The problem with that is we have a lot of different types of family members. Some are old, in their 80s. Others are in their 40s. Some are 10. Some are babies. So what type of family member are dogs supposed to emulate? What family member are they closest to? Dog lovers will say that dogs are more like a 2-year-old. No, they are furthest apart from the 2-year-old. The 2-year-old and the dog are the least alike. And when you listen, very dangerous game these people playing. Projecting dogs as family members. So like I said, it's a natural instinct for you. If you're calling something a family member, you're eventually going to treat it like a family member. Obviously, that is very dangerous. And that's why this boy got killed. They was up in there treating that dog as if it was also a 6-year-old boy.
Say for certain if the dog was affected by fireworks and possibly acted out because of that.
Oh, did you hear that? They blame the fireworks. Oh, it acted out because of the fireworks? Let's say that this argument of theirs is true. That dogs will attack when they hear a loud sound. They'll attack someone who didn't make the sound. Let's say that's true. Wait a minute.
Fireworks and possibly acted out because of that.
Whoa.
If the dog was affected by fireworks and possibly acted out because of that.
Okay. Let's say it was startled by the fireworks. If it's startled, why wouldn't it simply stop? Why wouldn't it cease the attack? They're trying to describe a creature that will bite in response impulsively. That's not what the nature of these attacks show. The nature of these attacks show that the dog gets off on the attack. This ain't no accident. It's enjoying itself. That's why it will attack till death. It won't stop attacking because it's enjoying itself. This is the furthest thing away from a reflex. They talking about it. Oh, it wasn't thinking. Wow. So now that we've established that these things know fully well what they're doing, now we reflect on how evil of a creature this has to be. Grow up with the boy. This dog grew up with this boy. And then tortured and killed. Boy, dogs are more evil than we're able to wrap our head around. And I'm saying that I don't care that they're animals. Look at their behavior. These are wicked, especially evil creatures. How many stories have they waited until the adult left and then they would maul a baby or something? Oh yes. Let me give you nutters the business today. Had a nutter leave a comment in the comment section to one of my most recent videos talking about dogs are not evil. Woman, are you out of your mind? I might read that comment before I leave today.
Master dog trainer and behavioral therapist Patrick Logue says it's a possibility.
When dogs are in distress, when they're adrenalized, that's never a good combination.
Well, that's why they should be banned. That don't even make sense. To launch attacks at random people just because it's experiencing stress and anxiety. Get out of here. That's one of the reasons why I hate dogs so much. What type of deranged, foolish creature is that? You experience stress and anxiety, so you launch deadly attacks on people who are not the source of your stress and anxiety? Something has to be wrong with you if you don't despise dogs. Something is wrong with you if you love dogs. These are the most hateable creatures on this planet. What is wrong with y'all?
And you add kids into the mix.
Oh, listen to what he's saying.
The stress when they're adrenalized, that's never a good combination. And you add kids into the mix.
When you add kids into the mix,
kids bring their own stress, as any parent will tell you.
Kids bring their own sort of stress.
And their own sense of chaos.
And kids bring their own sense of chaos. Now, this image behind this man, this is him. So what is he? He is a nutter. So you can't rely on him to tell the truth. That's why he's sitting up here lying. Stress and anxiety. Since you've all admitted that simply stepping on a patch of grass can increase a dog's anxiety levels, that means this thing is too dysfunctional to be in society. Simple as that. You sitting up here telling me this thing will launch deadly attacks when it feels stress and anxiety, and little things such as a loud sound, a sudden movement, whatever that's supposed to be, or a patch of grass can increase its anxiety and stress levels? I'm not going to debate with you about whether or not these things should be banned. That's irrefutable. But what turns me off is the type of character you must have to be in love with these mutants. I question all dog lovers, all people obsessed with these creatures. You have to have a screwed up, twisted character yourself.
And their own...
You idiots. You savages. I despise anything that's willing and able to mutilate people, including kids and babies, and not feel remorse afterwards. What is wrong with you? You're not human. If you love creatures like that, that proves that you are a subhuman yourself. And you have to be a subhuman, primitive savage to be in love with such a despicable creature like that. Okay? I don't want to hear nothing. That's just how it is.
Sense of chaos, and it is just a bad situation, especially when kids are unsupervised with dogs.
So he got up here and projected the idea that the 6-year-old provoked the attack, just like the other so-called expert did. Keep in mind, this so-called expert is speaking in response to the same 6-year-old who was killed. 2 different media outlets. They got 2 different so-called experts to talk about how horrible kids are and how it's not the dog's fault. It's just responding to a loud sound. Like this is why I said, curse these people. Curse your soul to hell. I hope all of you burn in hell. May you not enjoy an afterlife, you sick freaks. Now I'm going to go ahead and share link to this sick story and these sick people. Oh, I almost thought I was live. I'm not live. I'll leave a link in the description box, and hopefully we'll see you all very soon.
Tammy Kearns says that her family was headed out of their Lorraine home to run some errands.
I went to go out the door, and one of the labs got out, and then the other 3 followed.
Oh, one of the labs got out, and the other 3 followed. 4 labs. Y'all know what labs look like? 4 labs loose out running through the neighborhood.
Tammy believes that her 4 dogs were scared. They've been hearing fireworks all weekend long and were looking for an escape.
I yelled for
looking for an escape. So when I opened the door, they ran outside. Okay, so this shooting might have been provoked or inspired by fireworks already.
for help. I started chasing him. Me and my daughter, Melanie Kearns.
In the process of trying to corral her dogs here on this busy street, Oberlin Avenue behind us here, Tammy says she sees a Lorraine police officer pull up. And at first, she's relieved, thinking he's here to help.
We really thought he was going to help direct traffic, to be honest, to make sure the dogs didn't get hit.
Somebody needed to direct traffic? Why would you expect? Oh, listen to the control she has over her dogs. She sees a cop and hopes the cop directs traffic for the dogs. She don't have just no control over the dogs at all. And we shouldn't expect her to, because anybody can own a dog. Doesn't matter their capabilities, or even if they have brain damage. Some people have brain damage, but they can acquire a deadly creature. As many as they want. She got 4.
But relief quickly turns to confusion.
And then when he got out the car and had his gun on his holster, we didn't know what was going to happen.
Tammy says that the officer initially started whistling and calling for her dogs, but that approach scared her golden lab, Dixie.
He opened fire on my dog as he yelled.
Wait a minute. Oh, whoa,
He's not shot her only once. But
Whoa, stop. Scared the dog? That sounds like code talk. That means the dog attacked the cop. Don't try to skip over that.
4 times.
Wait a minute.
Lorraine police, but that approach scared her golden lab.
Scared the golden lab. That means the dog attacked the cop.
Dixie.
He opened fire on my dog as he yelled for her. He's not shot her only once.
Notice how they skipped over that part. They just said that the dog was scared. They leave it to you to fill in the blanks. Wow.
4 times.
Lorraine police sent Fox 8 the incident report from Sunday. In the report, one witness told officials that they saw this officer fire at Dixie from 25 feet away. However, the officer who fired his weapon claims that Dixie was, quote, hyper-focused on him and charged at him.
I really don't know.
The cop said the dog charged at him. Exactly what I said. And I'm sure that's what happened. This cop was a dog lover. She even admitted that the cop started to whistle at the dogs.
He's saying he's feared for his life, but how is he fearing for his life when the dog was going the opposite direction?
Going the opposite direction after it was shot. Yeah, it turned around after it was shot. And then, the cop kept shooting. But at that point, hey, your irresponsibility has already gotten the dog shot. It's a natural instinct to delete the threat. Make sure it can't go on to continue attacking you or others. That's part of the police officer's job, to neutralize the threat. If you deem it a deadly threat to the point where you use your firearm, you are permitted to delete it, to execute it. So I don't want to hear nothing. At that point, look at what your irresponsibility had caused. She expected the cop to direct traffic. What are you talking about? You that irresponsible?
Officer added that he decided to shoot the dog when it was just a few feet away from him. However, Tammy is adamant Dixie was never a threat to anyone.
I told him Dixie's harmless.
Oh,
and he still opened more fire.
Shut up. You, the owner of 4 dogs, had all 4 of your dogs out on the street, roaming free, roaming through the neighborhood. You are exactly the type of person people don't want in their neighborhood. These attack victims are attacked by owners like you. And listen, every last one of you, all dog owners are bad people. And this is why. This can happen to any one of them.
as Dixie was crawling across the street onto the curb.
In a statement,
as it was crawling in the opposite direction, you know, you can see the picture of a dog having been shot, its limp body, and it's crawling across the street. This is what they're saying happened, and that the cop, in that moment, shot the dog again. That's what they're saying.
Police told Fox 8 that they have their internal affairs department investigating this incident. Until that wraps up, their comments on what happened are limited.
He could have hurt an innocent child or an innocent bystander walking by the street. He's
saying the cop could have hurt somebody's child. The cop could have hurt some innocent bystander walking down the street. Her dog couldn't have hurt anybody's child or innocent bystander. Oh, but the cop who was out there trying to neutralize the dog, he could have hurt somebody. Oh, shame on you, police officer. You shot my dog. You could have gotten somebody hurt. The nerve of these people. This woman, while still endangering the public, tries to wag her finger at the cop for endangering the public. Wow, you can't make this up.
No attention to his surroundings. All he cared about was himself.
The only memory left behind for the cop.
She said all the cop cared about was himself. Wow.
His family is Dixie's 3-month-old puppy, Ozzy. Tammy says that he's been the best kind of medicine for this heartbroken family. Now, Tammy plans to file a lawsuit against the officer who opened fire. Her only goal...
I just want justice for Dixie. She deserves to have justice done.
It had justice done. It attacked a cop, and it was shot. Okay? The cop has a police camera. Okay, I'm sure this was on camera. And I'm sure he's going to get off. Okay? Uh-oh. What happened? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, let's get out of here. That upset me. That story right there had me burning hot. Now, when did this surface? This story surfaced just a few hours ago. Allegedly, these dogs heard fireworks and were looking for an escape. And when she opened the door, they ran out. And you mean to tell me all that time that passed, you couldn't get these dogs under control? A police officer pulls up and just shoots one for no reason? I don't believe that. The cop's story sounds more believable. The dog charged at him. I've seen several body cam videos where cops had to shoot dogs. In each one of them, where the cases where they had to shoot a dog, the dog charged at them. I never seen a video where the dog did not charge at them. I don't think a video like that has ever surfaced. Cops are some of the biggest dog lovers. They're not out here shooting dogs for fun. Stop it. Over there in the UK, this girl decided she would try to kiss the family dog. This is the dog, a fighting breed, a bully breed, bred to attack and kill. They decided to pretend that it was harmless. And she leaned in to give the dog a kiss. And the dog started to growl. Now I assume she continued to lean in, and when she got close enough, the dog latched on to her face.
After surgery, I was freaking out and I couldn't look at my face because I was scared to see what I'd look like.
The incident was reported and the dog put down.
I do not hesitate at all. He's hurt my baby at the end of the day.
If a dog does that, it needs to be put down. Plain, simple and neat.
Don't try to front as if you are the responsible parent who loves her daughter. Don't try to pretend like you love your child now. No, you're the one who raised her to pretend that these things were harmless. You taught her to kiss these things. This has all come from you, the parent. And this is what these people do. As soon as something happens to their child, they immediately try to pretend that they are so concerned about their child's safety and love their child so much. And I'm referring to this as a child, 12-year-old girl. She is fresh off of being indoctrinated, thoroughly brainwashed primarily, and it was led by her mother. No 12-year-old had no business inside that home. That dog, had no business inside that home. If there's a 12-year-old inside of a home, I'm going to question the adult at that age and only the adult. Even though she should at that age start to develop her own sense of scrutiny, but that is far too young for me. Now this girl needs dental work. Her damage is extensive. And she says, oh, the dog has to be put down. If a dog does that to a human, you got to put it down. Okay, so I want to know about your future plans. Are you going to get another bully breed? Are you going to now do the same thing over again? And if not, are you so-called experts going to say that she now has xenophobia, which is a bad thing according to you, and that she needs to get over it by surrounding herself with more dogs, particularly bully breeds? Is that your solution? Do you feel like that's a smart thing to do? Understand that if you acquire another dog, it should be a bully breed, because you don't want to have a fear of bully breeds, do you? Oh, that's bad somehow for you, according to these experts. What are you going to do is my question. Have you learned your lesson? To this parent, have you told your child that you're sorry for teaching her to pretend that these things are harmless, and have you instructed her that you will not be acquiring any more in the future? So this story surfaced, I believe, a few hours ago. This took place in an apartment complex in Memphis, Tennessee.
Tragedy has shaken the Hickory Hill apartment complex, where police say that attack happened Friday night. Officers tell us the 2 dogs involved in that attack are also dead. WREG's Quamisha Wilborn spoke to people who are now grieving the loss.
2 dogs weighing over 70 pounds with a 1-year-old infant. They don't stand a chance.
People we spoke to living in the Cedar Run apartments in Hickory Hill say they are heartbroken after hearing a baby is now dead after being mauled by 2 dogs. Donald Red is a dog owner in the complex.
I really don't understand what could have made him turn like that on the child.
He's a dog owner himself. And listen to the things that he says.
After being mauled by 2 dogs, Donald Red is a dog owner in the complex.
I really don't understand what could have made him turn like that on the child.
The 911 call came in Friday evening, according to police.
Sounding ignorant as all get up. He a dog owner himself. And he thinks that there has to be some legitimate reason why a dog would attack a 1-year-old. That's scary.
The dogs were attacking the 1-year-old infant when officers arrived.
Be advised, they're stating that one of the dogs has still got a hold of the juvenile. They're unable to get to the juvenile.
Officers reportedly
unable to get to the juvenile. How? The adults present were unable to get to the juvenile inside of an apartment? What does that tell you? the adults were too afraid. The dog was in attack mode. The dogs. So they sat there watching, too afraid to do anything. Where's the gun? It's dangerous firing guns in apartment complexes anyways, which is why dogs really don't belong in there. And that's what the cop eventually had to do in an apartment complex.
He shot and killed both dogs, and the child was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Sadly, the baby died from its injuries the next morning. Red says the dogs lived in the complex as well. He says he's seen them around with their owner.
I used to see them walking back and forth to the mailbox and around the complex, but they didn't seem like they were that aggressive.
Of course, what type of thing is that to say? Dogs that launch attacks and actually take people out, they're not aggressive 24/7. They're not going to be in attack mode every second of the day. What do you mean they didn't seem that aggressive? Who goes by a dog not attacking someone anyways as evidence that it won't attack in the future? Yeah, listen, that's basic level stuff. For the owners to be this ignorant of dogs is really a crime. A crime at our expense. Bystanders, neighbors.
It seemed like they were that aggressive.
Neighbors say another person was injured in the attack, but police have not identified that person.
Because if they turn on the child and the owner, then they're not safe to be around them.
They're not safe to be around. Before the attack, they wasn't safe. What's the proof? The attack. That's the thing. These beasts, these killers, are not safe to be around, regardless whether or not they've attacked someone already. That's common sense. Everybody is aware of that. But everybody makes this conscious decision to ignore the obvious. It's the era of complete insanity where people just don't use their brains.
No more.
It's unclear.
It's unsafe. It is not safe to be around anyone. What did he say? Lord.
Then they're not safe to be around no more.
It's unclear what may have triggered the attack.
It's unclear what may have triggered the attack. So that's their way to imply the dogs were probably provoked by the victim who passed, a 1-year-old. Get a load of these people.
It's almost like a person. You don't never know what one's going to do from one day to the next. But
what?
Almost like a person. You don't never know what one's going to do from one day to the next.
No. Dogs are not like no person. What you talking about? Dogs are not like people. People in general don't do stuff like that. They don't launch lethal attacks, haul off, just snap and start stabbing up 1-year-olds. What are you talking about? Every living thing is unpredictable to an extent, but this is not you can't make this comparison. And you can't separate youngsters from adult humans. The youngsters won't survive. You can get rid of dogs. And that's only going to enhance their safety, increase their safety. Don't compare dogs to people. That's a primitive thing to do. What about that y'all don't understand?
Person, you don't never know what one's going to do from one day to the next. But it's all on the corner how you raise them, their environment. And
no, it's not. There have been jokers just like you attacked by their own dogs. It happens all the time, every single day. Give me that. All according to how you raise them in their environment. Stop it, dude. How much research have you done into that, what you talking about right now? Because the evidence don't support what you're saying. And I'm addressing what he's saying because I know a lot of dog lovers agree with everything he's saying. Yeah, that's right. It's how you raise them. No, it's not. These are killers by instinct. Y'all gonna face that. Y'all gonna accept that. They have a natural instinct to attack and kill, and just to do it for the simple pleasure of doing it. They're not even natural predators that do it for food. See, all these lies to cover up just how dangerous these things are.
Their environment and everything else. It's sad. I don't know what the mother's going.
Right, that's enough out of you. I believe I reported on this a week ago, maybe a few days ago, and this was sort of an update on this case. Now, I've talked a lot about how dog owners don't have control over their dogs, and they should not be allowed to be trusted. We shouldn't trust these people with our safety. And I want to show you another example of what I'm talking about. This lady was attacked, unprovoked as always, by two XL bullies. Right now, she up here having a conversation with the owners. See, the lady, what did the lady do? What did she do? And look at the nutter owner. Look at how worthless she is. She comes over there, at least she manages it, but she left the other one over there to continue mauling the lady. These people can't save you. Don't listen to them talking. And look at how slow she moving. How slow she moving, and the dog is just still attacking her. For no reason. They just felt like, oh, it's time to attack somebody. This is why you can't be friends with these people. Do y'all want this to happen to you? This is why I say you can't be friends with owners of beasts. You're being unfriendly owning a beast like that. You're being unfriendly and antisocial yourself. You're making the first move to be antisocial. We're just responding to you. Y'all better stop surrounding yourselves with these dirtbags. Don't act like you care about this lady now. Don't try to act like a civilized human being now, or you're calling the ambulance for her. But you wasn't concerned enough for her safety to not own these mutant beasts. Anytime they try to show good-heartedness, it's all a fake. If you're going to make a decision to be the owner of a bully breed, you need to be aware that that thing could turn on you at any point in its worthless life. I always expect owners of bully breeds to have accepted that already, but apparently that's not the case. All right, now this is about the shooting in Boulder. That story is still developing.
Tonight, a Colorado family is devastated and traumatized after a young man is viciously attacked by his own dog.
Yeah, that dog was stabbed, tased, and shot before the attack stopped. And tonight it's clear it could have been a lot worse had it not been for those police officers' quick thinking.
Police say the tourniquets that they put on the victim's arms may have saved his life.
Alan Janae is your reporter in Boulder. Alan, this young man was badly hurt by his own dog.
Well, he was, and he's still in the hospital right now, Karen. The situation for this unfortunate 24-year-old man is that he brought the dog over to his mother's house on Palo Parkway over the weekend, and it turned on him as he was trying to take it out of a kennel. Now, the family got this dog 8 years ago when it was a puppy, but recently it had been sick. It was on antibiotics and had been bleeding, and the family believes that illness changed it.
Okay, we've heard this before. We hear a lot from the so-called experts that if a dog is in pain or if a dog is sick, is suffering from some type of illness, it could launch an unprovoked attack even on its owner that raised them from a puppy. That's exactly the type of animal or pet that everyone should hate. What a unreasonable scenario. Could you imagine a person killing their parents, a person who raised them from a baby just because they had a toothache? You don't get any more unreasonable than that.
Dutch was its name, an 8-year-old
An 8-year-old dumb mutant that is worthless, that never should have been given life at all. These things are beyond what. Hey, young man, the victim of this attack, are you going to get another one? This was 21 years old. Are you going to get another mutt? Will it be a bully breed? You want to get another dog just like this one? Let me know.
American Bulldog, says Tanya Jackson.
My son loved his dog.
And that was the first mistake. You don't love nothing that's deadly, dumb, dangerous, unsightly, stinks. Why would you love something like this? Something that can turn on you even if you raise it from a puppy. This ain't the first time this has happened. You can't count how many times this has happened. Y'all should have done the research before you got it. And be like, what is this? No, I'm not getting one of these things. Even if I raise it from a puppy, it could turn on me someday. Or if it's sick, it could launch an attack on me. Forget that. So that's the first mistake. Why would you love something that deranged?
We all love the dog.
But Dutch changed Sunday morning. Video from a police dash camera shows the middle of the attack.
No, it didn't change. It acted just like a dog. It did exactly what dogs do. This is what dogs do. Dogs launch unprovoked attack because they're deranged mutants. And specifically with bully breeds, these are highly inbred mutants. What are y'all talking about?
From attacking him. He was a different animal, says Tanya.
It's almost like his eyes, the color of his eyes changed. It was a very traumatic moment.
They said that there was blood in the dog's stool and that it had some type of illness. Okay. You know, organisms, we get sick. We don't launch lethal attacks on the entities that raised us when we're sick. Nothing does that. It's only believed that dogs do that. That's ridiculous.
And I don't want to relive it in my head, but that was not his personality.
The attack started.
Yeah, it was. That's what dogs do. Stop it with that nonsense. Dogs attack their owners all the time. Y'all gonna stop talking about this like it's some type of unprecedented anomaly.
Definitely, that was not his personality.
The attack started inside and went out into the quiet neighborhood. Neighbor Sean West.
It started inside and then went out into the quiet neighborhood. Do y'all know how focused this dog was on attacking its owner? This attack started inside the house like he just said. This owner reached his hand inside the crate. Dog latched onto his arm, wouldn't let go. And then for a second, someone got a hold of the dog and, the dog let go. So the victim, the owner of the dog, ran outside. The dog got loose, ran around the house into the front yard where the victim was and launched another attack because it was sick. You telling me this how they behave when they sick? And y'all wonder why my name is I Hate Dogs? Are you stupid or what? Huh? Get about Joe Pesci. Are you stupid or what? What are you, stupid? Get about De Niro on here. What are you, stupid or what? Lord, y'all stupid if y'all doing this. If you own one of these things, you're stupid.
Neighborhood. Neighbor Sean West had seen the animal before.
Dog has been a happy-go-lucky. I've petted that dog.
Okay. A lot of dogs that have attacked was petted before they attacked. Okay, you petting it means nothing.
2-3 times.
But this was entirely different, hearing Tanya in distress.
And I hear her screaming, he's going to kill him, he needs to kill him, I need help.
It was a nightmare unfolding.
The kid on the ground and the dog, and I see the dog mauling him.
West went for 2 knives, came back and stabbed the animal.
He staggered a little, and then he went back to the kid. I don't know how much affected him.
The officer tried the taser at first, then fired a gun multiple times, hitting the dog. The dog went across the street, sat down, then got up again and came back. The officer fired once more.
It was a horrific attack.
Boulder's police chief has been looking at the shooting.
It seems completely justified in the circumstance. In fact, I believe if the officer would not have acted in the way that he did, likely we would have had more injuries, including the officer.
I want to know what happened.
Tanya is glad.
Listen to this. I want to know what happened. It's a dog. That's what happened. And you are just oblivious to the facts. Okay? You know, we've been in a cyber era for a long time. You failed to do the simple research. This happens all the time.
Glad police shot Dutch and says there is no crime involved, only heartbreak for her injured son.
The crime is that it broke his heart because he doesn't understand, and I don't understand. Our family doesn't understand why he would do this.
They don't understand why the dog would attack the boy. It's because these are dumb, trash, mutant organisms. That's why. Next question. Okay, only a worthless piece of trash organism would launch a deadly attack against the person that raised it from a puppy, feeding it all its worthless life. Stop trying to make this thing to be out to be some wonderful creature, especially after telling us this story. We want to know what happened. Shut up.
Amazingly, the dog still was not dead until animal control officers arrived and euthanized it. Tanya says, yes, the dog's ability to hurt someone was great, but she does not blame the breed. Now, there was no rabies about...
Okay. Is there any credibility to that statement? That it's not the breed? Well, let's look at the other dogs that done the same thing. Launched unprovoked, non-stop attacks against its owner. Majority of those are bully breeds as well. That's a fact. They dominate. It's overwhelming. So what are you talking about? That statement is not credible. It's looking like primarily the same breed that launch deadly attacks against their owners. See, what makes this different, these attacks different from other attacks, the dog quickly bites them, and that's it. Might puncture the skin, might not. That's a startled attack. That's an attack, you know, I could accept that as what a dog would do if it was sick, if it was in pain or something. You go to touch it and it turns and sort of nips you. Okay, yeah, all right, whatever. I can sort of see that. But to launch a prolonged, never-ending attack, that ain't got nothing to do with illness. And if it does, again, that doesn't make it any more acceptable. That's insane. You about to try to kill me just because you don't feel good? What a pathetic... And y'all still wondering why I hate dogs? You should too if you got any brains.
Out that is known, she believes the dog had cancer. It had a scan scheduled for this week, but
she believes it has cancer. It had cancer, and they haven't even proved it.
They never got there. In Boulder, Alan Janae covering.
A lot of people never get there. I bet they do want to come up with some excuse and excuse this attack. So, cases like this, the accumulation of cases like this proves that this is simply what they do. It's a part of their nature. The 14,000 dog bites that take place every day in the United States is a part of their nature. Their experts tell you they even communicate by biting, by attacking. So, only one thing left to do. Ban these worthless, good-for-nothing trash mutants. Ban them. And after you ban them, what you gonna do with them? Huh? Go ahead and let them live out the rest of their worthless life in these shelters. I don't care. As long as they're banned and will never be legal again. That's the only proper solution. Mail carrier needs surgery after dog attack in Washington Township, officials say. These mutts jumped through the window of a mail carrier's vehicle. The mail carrier leaned out of the window to put mail into the box. Dog jumped through her window. Why do we tolerate this? Here are the dogs, these worthless mutts. Why do we tolerate these attacks that are really on a daily basis in the thousands from these worthless creatures and continue to feed and shelter them as if they are not just itching to attack anybody as soon as they get the opportunity? Why are we treating these violent criminals like angels and saviors to our civilization? This is madness. The madness does not stop. It sounds like I'm beating a dead horse because I am. Because the same thing is happening over and over. This article says deputies confirmed they were caught for a dog bite. She says she heard a horn blaring in her driveway and found the mail carrier screaming hysterically and badly bleeding. Ridiculous. Once again, this mutt was not provoked. You so-called experts, dog behaviorists, they attack for any reason. They attack for no reason. At the same time, this mail carrier simply put mail into a mailbox and this mutt attacks her. And we accept it. We keep these things around when they do nothing for us. But attack, that is the worst thing they do, is attack. And we continue to pamper them and spoil these creatures. Society should not tolerate. This is not only is this not advanced, this is sheer stupidity, absolute retardedness. I cannot put the stupidity of dog lovers and the society, the laws that permit these things to exist in our society. I cannot emphasize enough how disgusting and stupid and primitive this lifestyle is. We should exterminate these. These things do not deserve to be sheltered or fed. They deserve to be exterminated. You exterminate rats for far less. You don't have to be attacked by a building full of rats. You'll just exterminate them because they're rats, not even based on what they do. These worthless, good-for-nothing mutants attack thousands every day. And they are focused primarily on kids. What more do they have to do to deserve to be exterminated? I applaud those third world countries that go through and rid their society of these child mauling mutants that are more aggressive and violent than lions. Don't talk to me about a domesticated animal. These mutants attack humans like any other wild animal would, even more so as I've demonstrated, where they prove mountain lions will usually run away from even the sound of human beings' voices. It's worthless. Yet another dog jumping inside of someone's window. That dog, once it jumped in the vehicle, was no longer on the owner's property. And it's too bad she didn't have something to defend herself. Give that mutt exactly what it was trying to give her. And you know what really makes me sick is how after each attack, they claim to investigate. This article says animal control officials are taking over the investigate. What is there to investigate? As if these are humans. As if these are nothing but carcass scavengers. They are nothing more than that. I don't care what you call them. I don't care what name you give these worthless mutants. These are mutated carcass scavengers that have no emotions whatsoever. None whatsoever. They don't love. Worst of all, they don't respect humans. And it is the owners themselves that causes them to not respect humans, because in nature, animals don't feed other animals. So they think you're just stupid. They don't accept you as no alpha. You're stupid. They need to be exterminated ASAP. All world governments should work together to drive these mutants into complete extinction. I don't care if they're small or large. Don't give the small ones an opportunity to mutate into larger ones. And the small ones are just as aggressive, if not more, on several occasions. They don't deserve to exist on this planet either, because they only exist to attack people and to contaminate our water and our society in general, and to stalk us, because they will not stay out of our civilization. No matter what part of the world we try to drive them into, if we decided to send them off into the wild, they would wander right back into our civilization, and we would find our kids mauled. They don't deserve to live on this earth. Just like with any planet, in my opinion, there are some species, if you want to live there as an intelligent being, as the superior being, there are some creatures that could be on that planet that you are going to have to exterminate in order for you to live there, just like you would do if you had a house that you wanted to live in that was infested with rats. You are going to kill every rat in there. And yet you're trying to take these same creatures and treat them like family. You are the most retarded. You are absolutely retarded. All you dog nuts. You're brain damaged. I don't care what degree you got, how much education you have. You are brain damaged. Look at your dog right now. That is a mutated carcass scavenger. That is a fact. It is nothing more than that. They don't like hugs. They don't like kisses. They don't kiss. They lick you to try to drink your vomit. They want you to regurgitate. That is a fact. It is a fact they don't like hugs. They are not emotional. No creatures are emotional like that are predators. I cannot wait until the day, and I will gladly offer my services to assist in this government-led program. It will be one of the greatest experiences in my life. So do you see this lady right here at the top? That is the lady who was attacked at the Los Angeles shelter by a dog. This lady, as many of you know, has said that she will never work at another shelter again in her life. Now, I don't believe that.
We begin with that animal.
But let's listen to her story.
Shelter worker attacked by a dog. Tonight, she's telling us how she got out alive. NBC4's Robert Kovacic spoke with her, and he's live in our newsroom now. Robert.
Carolyn is still in the hospital and bracing for yet another operation. Leslie Correa tells us she is grateful to everyone at Harbor UCLA Medical Center. She is grateful to Mayor Karen Bass for spending 30 minutes by her bedside. And she is grateful to the Department of LA Animal Services, her LA City family, as she calls them, for keeping her spirits up. The story she shares, and the details are disturbing, comes with a message. Leslie Correa has been with LA Animal Services for more than 2 decades. But tonight, from her hospital bed, she's...
So over 20 years, she has been a die-hard, over-the-top dog lover.
Says she's never going back.
I've been surrounded.
Says she's never going back to that shelter. Now, I personally don't believe her. She'll get over this, and she'll end up right back at a shelter. But this is what she's saying immediately after the attack.
She's never going back.
I've been surrounded by so many wonderful animals my whole life. This has been my whole life.
No, they're not wonderful. They just demonstrated that to you. All the food, all the water, shelter, hugs, kisses, rubs, you dealt out to that worthless mutt, and it still attacked you, tried to kill you.
So it's really hard to say goodbye to that.
What you're about to hear for the first time, Leslie's account of what happened at the Harbor Shelter in San Pedro last Friday.
We're extremely short-staffed, and Fridays are a really short-staffed day at the shelter, you know, and all the shelters are overcrowded and we're understaffed.
Shelters being understaffed, overcrowded, had nothing to do with it. This is a case of one dog, not a mob of dogs, trying to kill you.
Early that morning, Leslie, the kennel supervisor, went to care for this dog named Bree, who had previously exhibited signs.
And notice how they shared the name, trying to get the audience, the listeners, to connect with the dog and feel sympathy for it.
Of FAS, fear, anxiety, stress.
So this dog has been known to demonstrate fear, anxiety, and stress. That is code language for violence. That's their way of saying this dog has become violent in the past.
She went immediately for my leg and started, you know, just biting me like crazy. And I'm screaming bloody murder. She jumped up and grabbed my chest near my left breast.
So,
I went to shut the...
Which means what? All of this behavior from the dog that you see here, it's not affection. It's nothing more than a leech. It's always, and I mean always, looking for what it can get out of you, waiting for you to pull out more food.
My chest near my left breast. I went to shut the door and I fell and she came, the door didn't completely shut and she came charging at me again. Grabbed onto my left leg, punctured that, then she went back to my right leg, my thigh. My thigh is, half of it's gone. Like the entire top of my thigh is gone from her just biting and biting and biting.
Leslie, a mother and grandmother, says she was losing a 7-minute fight for her life.
A mother and a grandmother. So you see how irresponsible she is. Once you become a parent, you need to live, you are living for your kids. You're not just living for yourself anymore. So it's more important for you to avoid putting yourself in danger when you're a parent.
Life, but then...
I looked around and it was only by the grace of God there was a brick that was laying there. I picked up the brick and started hitting the dog in the head. I think 2 or 3 times the dog let go. The dog wanted to come after me again, and I just held the brick up and started yelling at the dog, "Get away, get away." I pulled my phone out of my pocket. I called 911. That brick saved my life. I would have been dead if there was no brick there, because I wouldn't have gotten the dog off of me.
On the eve of her 4th surgery from this...
Ain't it crazy how they be up in them shelters around all these dogs and they don't even carry a pistol? Why don't y'all carry a gun for situations like this? Y'all sit up in a shelter with numerous killers, unarmed, real smart.
Dog attack. Leslie Correa has this to say.
The message here is the city of Los Angeles adopted no kill way too soon. I've been with the department 24 years, and this is the worst it's ever been. There are so many people that have been bit and mauled at the shelters, and it needs to stop because we're overcrowding and we're not euthanizing the animals that need to be euthanized in a timely manner. I don't want this to happen to anybody.
So she's saying that more dogs need to be euthanized and their population needs to be reduced to prevent attacks like this. This attack had nothing to do with shelters being overcrowded along with y'all being understaffed. Has nothing to do with that. Let's say there were only 3 dogs in that shelter at the time. You would have still been attacked. All it took was 1 to maul you. So I don't want to hear about this overcrowding. They talk about overcrowding as if that is a bad environment for the dog. No, they prefer to be in crowds. That's why they form packs. These are not isolated individual type mammals.
And we're not euthanizing the animals that need to be euthanized in a timely manner. I don't want this to happen to anybody else. I don't want it to happen to a child.
Oh, now you're thinking about your safety and people's safety.
You know, it's very scary.
Listen to her voice cracking. Very scary. You didn't have to put yourself through this. You didn't have to go through this. And this is what the Crusader is all about. We all about using our brains and understanding not to put ourselves in a situation like this.
Need to be euthanized in a timely manner. I don't want this to happen to anybody else. I don't want it to happen to a child. You know, it's very scary.
The dog was euthanized. LA Animal Services sent us a statement that an investigation has been launched and staff and volunteers are, quote, devastated by the injuries to our coworker and friend. Now, just minutes ago, we got this statement from Mayor Karen Bass's office. It is absolutely tragic that an employee who had dedicated her life to caring for animals was severely injured. Over the past year, Mayor Bass has visited city shelters, met with the passionate and dedicated staff and volunteers of LA Animal Services, and seen the conditions they work in and animals live in. We must do everything possible to protect the staff, volunteers, and animals in our care. One final word from Leslie Correa in her hospital bed, and this is so very important. She says, please head to a shelter. There are thousands and thousands of pets waiting for you to adopt them. Her advice: spend quality time with the dog or cat you're considering and listen to a shelter staffer to find the best fit for you.
Wow. So after the attack, she suggests to the general public to go out and get a bully breed of their own. Go get your own dog so you can go through this as well. They should have considered the possibility that this lady was under serious drugs when she sent out this message. And there's a good chance that she was not in her right state of mind. That she had some type of medication in her system. She just had the top of her leg chewed off. So she's dealing with pain. She got some meds in her system. Y'all should not have shared that. On what level does that make sense? You almost get killed by a creature, and then you suggest to the general public to go out and get themselves one of these creatures as well? They should have known better than to share that. So what are your thoughts? I believe she is going to end up going right back to a shelter. At the very least, she is going to surround herself with dogs again. She will get over this. But there's no guarantee that she'll get over it. I don't like the way she's talking already. As time passed, and as she had time to think about the situation, you heard what she did. Sent a message telling other people, go out and adopt, go out and adopt. So you can see she's saying that it happened because it was overcrowded at the shelter. Nuttery is a very powerful force. It's like a magic spell that people are under. And really only the strong can snap out of it. Now let us continue with this crusade against these worthless mutts and their enabling owners. I had a viewer post this link in the description box to, I think, my most recent video. 1-year-old mauled to death by 2 dogs. I actually read this story the day that it happened. It says, according to police, the child got out of the house and was in the front yard when 2 stray Rottweilers attacked him. The boy's grandmother tried to stop the mauling, but was bitten by one of the dogs. The grandfather came out and was able to stop the attack. He was then taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead, end quote. So, of course, once again, soon as dogs break free from their property, they want to find somebody to attack, and it's usually a child. Now, what I need people to understand here is this is the behavior of a demon, of a demonic creature. It has nothing to do with religion. Whether or not you believe in the devil or demons, it's irrelevant. This is the behavior of an innately evil creature. Now, in contrast to reports of dog attacks like this one on kids, the media will project positive characteristics onto dogs. We all see the stories. Stories about dogs being heroes, dogs helping people, saving people. Stories about how loving they are and so forth, how they cried when they were left somewhere. Ads and stories trying to get people to feel sorry for these worthless mutants. But when it comes to attacks on kids and attacks in general, the media will simply report what happened. They don't deal with the character of dogs. In all of the reports about dog attacks, they avoid it like the plague. They avoid dealing with the character of dogs. And this is how they are able to report dog attacks and continue to project dogs as angels. Because it's only then that they are projecting character onto dogs. The goal is to make you think that dogs are innately good, innately angels, and that dog attacks are freak accidents that involve abnormal dog behavior, even though it's instinct. It's built into dogs to kill. It's all about manipulation with the media and dogs. These are bloodthirsty creatures by nature. And what sets this channel apart from media reports of dog attacks is that I deal with the character of dogs and their owners. And these creatures are without a doubt the closest things to devils and demons on this earth. You had another story. Covington, Georgia. Child reportedly bitten by a dog. It says the child's mother reportedly said that they heard the child screaming. And when they went outside, a gray pit bull had the child by the leg. According to the report, a neighbor got his pistol and hollered at the dog. The neighbor reportedly shot the dog when it charged him. The woman and the neighbor told the deputy that they had never seen the dog before and they did not know who it belonged to. End quote. Once again, a dog gets free. First thing it wants to do, find somebody to attack. And it's usually looking for a child.
This case does not stop.
Cincinnati Animal Care has 3 dogs in its custody right now in connection to that case involving the 3-year-old. At this point, they don't know those dogs' involvement in the attack. But the Hamilton County Dog Warden has this message to parents who are pet owners.
Do not leave your children unsupervised with your dog, no matter how long you've known the dog.
The CDC says children are more likely than adults to be bitten by a dog.
It can go wrong really quickly with any dog, even a dog that's been in the home since it's a puppy for 8 years. We've seen, that can go wrong pretty quickly.
Staff at Cincinnati Animal Care says dogs of all breeds bite, and kids are so at risk because they often can't read a dog's body language.
One of the biggest.
You heard that right. Now listen to what she goes on to say.
Things that can happen is that a child approaches a dog inappropriately. They're right at that face level.
This was a case of a 3-year-old who was asleep on the couch when she was attacked. Why are you dealing with a made-up scenario in your head? They're dealing with that because it's the only scenario where they could sort of paint the dog as the victim. After they've attacked, they try to paint the dog as the victim. This is the best way, the most effective way, or effective story, argument that they could give you. And I don't know why they say the youngsters can't read body language, as if they could stop the attack even if they could.
Because they often can't read a dog's body language.
One of the biggest things that can happen is that a child approaches a dog inappropriately. They're right at that face level. They're staring at the dog. The dog might take that as a challenge, or they may be afraid themselves, so they're going to protect themselves, and you end up with a bite.
Walking up to a dog inappropriately and being at eye level, you're going to be at eye level no matter how you approach the dog. So what are you talking about? And how do you approach him inappropriately? And what makes you think it would be the youngster approaching the dog? Most likely, the dog would approach them. I would be so glad when these lying old hags are gone. All of you nasty dog lovers who out here spewing lies like this. Why are you dealing with this scenario? And it's not even close to what actually happened in this case. They're supposed to be giving advice based on this case. See, they don't want to give you advice on what to do when a dog attacks a sleeping child, because they can't win that argument. There's no way to paint the dog as the victim in that scenario. You have to deal with a scenario and really put it in your mind that that's what the 3-year-old did. In this case, they're going to put in the listener's mind the 3-year-old actually violated the dog.
Or they may be afraid themselves, so they're going to protect themselves.
See, it attacked out of fear. So even if there's no way for them to project the dog as fearful or as trying to defend itself, they're going to make it work. They'll just throw the argument out there. Oh, it was just afraid and defended itself. Just pathetic.
They're staring at the dog. The dog might take that as one of the biggest things that can happen is that a child approaches a dog inappropriately. They're right at that face level. They're staring at the dog. The dog might take that as a challenge, or they may be afraid themselves, so they're going to protect themselves, and you end up with a bite.
She encourages parents to teach their kids the WAIT acronym. W, watch the dog and see if it's with its owner and appears friendly. A, ask if you can pet the dog.
Talking about a 3-year-old here. Keep that in mind.
I, invite the dog to come to you. And T, touch, pet the dog on its side or its back.
Huh? Okay, how's this supposed to keep them safe? How's it supposed to protect them from an attack by that same dog that you're talking about? It doesn't. It opens the door for the attack. And this is y'all advice on how to avoid situations like this? You want to give people advice on how to actually bring about attacks like this? Real smart. Local 12. And all of you other media outlets, y'all put information out that's equally as dumb.
Pet the dog on its side or its back.
Watch it to see if it appears friendly. You really think a 3-year-old is going to be able to determine that? Really?
W. Watch the dog and see if it's with its owner and appears friendly. A. Ask if you can pet the dog. I. Invite the dog to come to you.
How? How is it supposed to do that? How's a 3-year-old? How's a person of any age? I can see an adult maybe snapping his or her fingers or whatever. But are you nuts? How is this supposed to protect them? You're supposed to be giving advice on how to keep them safe and make sure attacks like this don't happen. This is a case where there was a fatality and the victim was tortured to death. And this, look at how immoral this is. And there's no outrage.
And T. Touch. Pet the dog on its side or its back. A growl may be one of the most obvious signs the dog isn't happy.
You might find a dog kind of leaning away from the child.
They constantly have to talk about the dog in the victim position. And y'all wonder why I hate dogs so much in dog culture. I hate dog culture just as much, if not more, than I hate dogs themselves. I gotta say I hate dog culture more because that involves human stupidity. You dog lovers, y'all's behavior is the most despicable. It's more despicable than the dogs themselves. It's how you tolerate it. The dog's a dog. And many dog culture critics have made the same argument I'm making now. Which tells you it's the truth. And we're not getting it from each other. A dog is a dog. It can't help but to be a dog. A worthless, parasitic mutant. But we know better. We don't have to sit up and tolerate this. Y'all not only tolerate it, you create the conditions for it to happen. You co-sign it.
They're not comfortable with that touch. They might be trying to avert their glance so they're not looking at them. They could be licking their lips. Sometimes licking their lips is normal, they just tasted something good, but other times it's a sign of anxiety.
If you're thinking about...
Wow. And I'm starting to believe, I've always believed, that some women at a certain age who look a certain way, their only love is from a dog, if you know what I mean. That's the only type of love they experience. Because ain't no man willing to, fool around with them. So they're going to be biased towards the dog no matter what. And that's why they come out making ridiculous statements like this.
Of anxiety.
If you're thinking about adding a dog to
Look at that deformed mutant tail wag. Y'all ever compared how dogs wag their tail compared to how gracefully cats do? When they do? Dogs are erratic, which tells you about them. That's their nervous system. It's connected to their nervous system. You're literally seeing how unstable and deranged they are. Just looking at how afflicted of the motions, the wagging the tail, the constant tail wagging. It looks dumb, which tells you the dog itself is dumb.
If you're thinking about adding a dog to your family, Ward
Why
encourages
is there no coordination with the wags? It's just erratic. And that's exactly how these things behave.
Ward encourages you to ask yourself these questions.
Am I ready to take an animal into my home? Am I prepared to manage that situation in my house so that I can keep the dog comfortable as well as the children?
What kind of stupid advice is that? What do you think they're going to say? They're going to say yes. Just worthless babble. Y'all really need to shut up, man. I also read a story posted about 4 or 5 days ago about a 2-year-old that was killed by 2 Rottweilers, right? Rottweilers have a streak going on. These Rottweilers had escaped from a neighbor's fence.
Yet another day, another child gets attacked by a dog or multiple dogs. I want y'all to listen. Listen to what this lawyer says.
Good evening. An investigation continues tonight into the death of a Schenectady man attacked and killed by a pack of dogs in Albany. We do want to warn you, some of the video you're going to see of the attack is blurred, but it may still be disturbing. CBS 6's Ashley Kusakonki spoke with a lawyer today about the liability aspect when a dog injures or kills a person in New York.
On Wednesday, 59-year-old James Provost was mauled to death by 8 or 9 mixed breed pit bulls in the backyard of an Albany home.
I think it's going to be very complicated.
Eugene Welch, a lawyer at Tully Rinke, is giving his insight.
Theoretically, is a criminally negligent homicide case, which means that somebody knew that there was a risk and did nothing to stop the risk, resulting in someone's death.
We clearly see that there are some criminal implications with this.
According to police, the attack happened in the backyard next door to where the dogs were housed. The owner of the dogs, a woman of Cohoes, did not live at either homes, and a caregiver, a man, arrived after the attack to put the dogs away. Police are trying to determine why Provost was there. 23 dogs were seized, including 15 puppies, none licensed.
4 of those dogs were previously licensed. However, those licenses had expired in March. Caregiver and the owner of these animals, had they complied with the existing rules, I think there's a high likelihood that this would not have happened.
According to city code, residents are required to register their dogs every year to the city clerk to obtain a license. And Hawkins says violations are a civil matter.
In New York State, generally speaking, for civil liability of a dog bite case, the plaintiff has to usually prove that the owner of the dogs or the premises where the dogs were kept had some prior knowledge that the dogs were dangerous in and of themselves.
There you go. There you go. How could they not be dangerous? They're pit bulls. Pit bulls are dangerous. There are no situations or conditions where they're not dangerous.
You know, there's a myth in our country about pit bulls, and not all pit bulls are dangerous.
What? Now, this lets you know there's an agenda. This guy's a lawyer. Sat there and said, not all pit bulls are dangerous. Pit bulls with fangs and a mind of their own. A mind, mind you, shaped to be a killer with instincts to attack and get off on it. And once they start, they can't stop. You telling me this is not dangerous? No, I'm not hearing that at all. Not even sort of. Understand, this guy is not even sort of correct. He's not even a little bit correct at all. And if you disagree, lawyer, if you hear this video, feel free to disagree in the comment section. You will never, I challenge you to substantiate that claim that not all pit bulls are dangerous. You can't, how? Prove it. What are you talking about? Some may go their whole life without mauling someone. That don't mean it's not dangerous. And that don't mean that it hasn't attacked someone else or something else. Most dogs, especially pit bulls, at some point in their life, it's going to attack something. Even if it's just an object like a toy. Here you got a thing stabbing this toy because it sounds like prey. Don't tell me that's not dangerous. You need to look up the definition of dangerous. There's no way you can be this old and this ignorant, especially being a lawyer.
Had some prior knowledge that the dogs were dangerous in and of themselves. You know, there's a myth in our country about pit bulls, and not all pit bulls are dangerous. That will be a question of proof for the prosecution. In the criminal case, it'll be a question.
So he's just a mouthpiece for the law. And since the law says that until they actually attack, they're not dangerous, that they're not dangerous. So that's the whole idea behind treating them like they're harmless. Oh, until they actually attack, you're supposed to treat them as if they're harmless. Well, that's a law designed to get people hurt. That's what that is. And it gets people hurt. And I'm not about to pretend that something that's deadly, dangerous, is harmless. Why don't you nutters leave your dog at home? How about that? Stop being arrogant. Stop believing that you have control over a dog's brain. You don't. I don't know how many of you have seen this, but this is footage of the dog that was stabbed and shot 4 times before it ceased its attack. Now, this guy in this video has only had this dog for 2 weeks. He got it from a shelter. It's one of them XL bullies that was banned in the UK. So he's already bringing it into stores as if he knows it so well, as if he raised it from a puppy. So you can tell he's being arrogant, like many of these people are, full of himself, getting off on the attention, getting off on terrorizing the public, scaring people, seeing them uncomfortable, seeing them jump back. Now you see this countertop perfectly clean until the dog jumps up and dispenses saliva all over it. Right? Now the cashier looks like a dog lover herself. She keeps dog treats behind the counter. And again, notice how obsessed the dog is with food. It's focused on everybody's hands because that's where the food always comes from. All the attention they show everybody is food, food, food. That's all this thing is thinking about right now. Look how it's fixated, licking its lips, ready to eat. This ain't good training. This is manipulating a creature's gluttony. Now, look at this. This dog's about to jump back on the counter, get even more saliva all over the counter. She gave this dog a biscuit. It ate the thing in about 2 seconds. And then immediately it went sniffing the bag to see what else it could eat. See? And then once he slapped it, look at his hand. He's going to smack the dog to get its attention, to get it to stop sniffing the bag. And then the dog is then fixated on his hand. Why? He thinks the man has food. Sniffing the bag, now it's focused on his hand. Now still looking for food, focused on hands. No, nutter. You don't have control over the thing's brain. It's not a good boy. It's not well trained. It's a food-obsessed mutant, concerned about nothing other than food and attacking people, killing anything living. You are a human being. You don't understand their brain. So nutters, why don't you act like it? Especially when it comes to the general public. Leave your worthless dog at home. I cannot stand these arrogant people. Not only could have left that dog at home, he could have left it in the car. You're going to bring your dog with you, at least have the decency to not bring it into a small convenience store like this. Now they say seconds after he left that store, that dog launched an unprovoked attack on someone. And then the dog started attacking the idiotic owner himself, who had to then stab his own dog, you big dummy.
And in a second video, those dogs are seen dragging him around as he appeared unconscious. And now police are on this. And in a second video, those dogs are seen dragging him around as he appeared unconscious. And now police are on the scene trying to piece together exactly what happened here. CBS 6's Brianna Supardi joins us live from that scene now. Bree, tell us more. This is horrible.
Yeah, an absolute tragedy, Liz. We're told that the man was mauled by these dogs just before 6 p.m. tonight. It happened at this home on the 500 block of Central Avenue here in Albany. It ignited a massive police response here. Unfortunately, the man was pronounced dead at the scene. Witnesses recorded the attack. And again, the video, we must warn you, is disturbing. Witnesses I spoke with say they were working in the area when they heard the commotion, the dogs barking as they heard a man call for help. That's when they saw the man getting mauled by several dogs, the man trying to fend off the dogs but was unsuccessful. Witnesses called 911. One of the responding officers fired his weapon to stop the dogs, killing one of them. But it seems help came too late.
Look at them. That's their true nature. That's why there's so much propaganda surrounding these mutants. That's why they have all this promotion. They just can't stop. It makes sense to hate these things. How dare you attack man? How long have we kept these things in existence? This is the thanks we get. If you're not the target, they'll target your young.
There were a number of dogs at this home. The Mohawk Hudson Humane Society arrived here about an hour ago.
Humane. Don't talk to me about humane. And the attack you just saw, that's the reason they're called the Humane Society. That's the reason they keep humane in our face, abuse in our face, and beat us over the head non-stop about how important these things are in our life, trying to make them a fixed part of our existence, just like prescription medication. I don't think so. Get rid of them.
We saw them as they hauled in several dogs in crates into their van. Police were on scene for hours. They just cleared the scene a few minutes ago. Passerbys were here and they say they were left really shaken by today's tragic attack.
This is the first time I've ever witnessed something like this. This is something that's serious, and then now people gotta really look out that you gotta know how to control your dogs at the end of the day, whether if they're trained or not, because in doing so.
No. You're still asleep. Do not wish for people to control their dogs. Wish for the dogs to be gone. Get on code, people.
It takes a little dog to end somebody's life.
There are still a lot of questions we have about this attack, including how many dogs exactly were at this home, what the man was doing there, and whether the owner will face charges. Now, police will not be releasing the man's identity until next of kin is notified. Police say they are continuing to investigate this attack and will have...
Investigate? Really? Don't be surprised. Those dogs are up for adoption very soon.
An arrest has been made after a woman was brutally attacked by a dog in Sulphur, sending her to the hospital. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Devin DeStefano. It happened on June 2nd near the Sulphur Plaza. We caught up with the victim's daughters to learn more about the incident, and we want to warn you, some of the images are graphic.
I mean, it's the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And I like scary movies, but that's just something else.
What began as an act of kindness for 64-year-old Elsa Davila quickly turned into a nightmare.
My mother grocery shopped, and after she was done, she seen this guy begging for money over here, so she went to give him some money. And on her way back, the dog, I guess, broke the leash and attacked her.
So this woman who suffered very serious injuries,
I guess broke the leash.
went to give a homeless man some money, and his dog attacked her as she was leaving. So, you feel generous? You want to give a homeless person some money? You might want to avoid those homeless people who have dogs.
Leash and attacked her.
She was rushed from the Sulphur Plaza to a hospital in New Orleans. That's where her daughters witnessed the aftermath.
Well, I seen her in the hospital, and it was just devastating to see, I mean, a hole in her face, you know.
Their mother...
Yeah, complete hole. Looked like a lot of things, a lot of teeth, a lot of gums was exposed. You can imagine.
Mother underwent plastic surgery and is now recovering.
So she's not allowed to talk or eat anything, so she's on a liquid diet and no talking. She has to text or write it down for the nurses. They can't talk to her neither.
The man, Kyle Smith, who lost control of his dog, is facing multiple charges, including trespassing, cruelty to animals, and unlawful ownership of a vicious dog.
A homeless man. What's gonna happen? What you gonna get out of that? Nothing. Nothing. And you know, she probably gave this man whatever she gave him because of the dog. And she probably intended it for it to be used for the dog.
Trespassing, cruelty to animals, and unlawful ownership of a vicious dog. One of Davila's daughters works at a store nearby. She says the dog has caused issues in the past, and they moved it off the property.
The dog used to stay up here, but we've had to move him because he stays growling at our customers and doing different things. So they've like literally walked him over here, and once he's here, well, there's no more they can do.
They described their mom as a friendly and caring person, and this incident has left her traumatized, but she's choosing to stay strong.
She's scared, I know that. She's already having nightmares about a dog chasing her, and she lives with a dog, so she gets to go home to that.
Ooh, she lives with a dog. Lives with a dog. What now? I'd love to be a fly on the wall.
That's going to be scary. She's not ready for that. But, I mean, she's in high spirits.
She's a dog lover. She tried to help a homeless man who had a dog. You know what people should do? Avoid giving homeless people anything if they have dogs. The dog should be a deal breaker. That's a deal breaker. And what you doing with a dog if you homeless anyways? As much money as it costs to feed and care for these things. So this is a dog lover who is now traumatized by dogs, who got a dog at home waiting on her. I wonder how that's going to work out. Because you know she's not going to want her personal dog to be too close to her face.
In Sulphur, Devin DeStefano, 7 News.
Right? Constantly paranoid, increased anxiety, stress. And she's in her 60s, early 60s, and I think she's single. And the thing is, she won't be able to find a man now. I think she had a chance. She had a chance until this attack happened. Even though she's older, she was still in decent shape for an older lady. She could have found somebody, but now, do you think a man is going to want to, look at a woman, his woman, looking like this? Things are not going to work properly, if you know what I mean. All the more reason to avoid these things. She tried to be humane, tried to be generous. But because the dog was there, she should not have. And that's a huge statement if you ask me. That means you should not give homeless people anything if they have a dog. See, this is what's happening in dog culture. What we're looking at is people are putting distance between themselves and dogs. You got the post office. You got single men avoiding female dog owners. Now people are going to start avoiding giving homeless people anything if there's dogs there. You already got delivery people who have rules. Some of these companies got rules. Hey, got to do this and that if we deliver to your home. They want a dog-free experience. It's dog lovers themselves that are putting distance between themselves and dogs, because what the dog critics talk about is correct. How telling is it when even their own behavior is anti-dog behavior? So an elderly lady was attacked by a dog owned by a man who lives across the street.
On our headlines, some pretty graphic pictures after a Milton woman was attacked by a pit bull in her neighborhood and was hospitalized. She is home now, but there are some of her injuries. The woman's daughter says her mother lost a lot of blood and had to get stitches.
Her daughter says that after contacting Santa Rosa County Animal Control, nothing has been done to alleviate the problem. WEAR Karis Harmon joins us. Now, Karis, the woman's daughter, tells us that she fears for her mother's safety.
Yeah, she does, Sue and Bob. She also says there are children who live in the area, too. She calls it a major safety concern. Terry Bennett showed us her battle scars.
Oh, it scared me so bad. Yeah, I did.
On Sunday, a pit bull mauled her. She says she helped raise the dog, although its owners live across the street.
Helped raise it? Wait a minute. She helped to raise this dog? Oh, that's not supposed to happen. The little puppers are not supposed to maul the person or people that raised it. What happened? Wow.
Across the street.
I honestly think he thought he was playing with me.
Wait. Really? You think that the dog thought that it was playing with you by sinking its teeth into your body? Did she say that?
I honestly think he thought he was playing with me because he knocked me down. And he's a playful dog, he is. And I don't really think he thought he was hurting me, but he wouldn't let me get back up. And then once he tasted blood and stuff like that, that's when he grabbed hold of my jugular vein.
Oh. Once it tasted blood, it went for her jugular. So I imagine at that point, the dog was no longer playing. At that point, she does not believe that the dog thought that it was playing with her. Things got real. The dog just suddenly thought it wasn't playing with you at all. It just decided it was time for you to go. Just for no reason. That's just the evil, soulless spirit. I can't even say that it's a spirit. These are demons, and that's what demons do. They don't care how many times you fed them or none of that nonsense. They just look at you as a resource because they're that lowly of a life form. And y'all keep ignoring it, and you keep getting attacked.
I did blood and stuff like that. That's when he grabbed hold of my jugular vein.
She credits her small dog, Stash, with saving her life.
A little dog up front, my dog, came and jumped on him and said, "That's my mama, get off of her."
Oh. The dog came and jumped on the pit bull, and her smaller dog said, "That's my mama, get off of her." Wow, that's amazing. That's an amazing part of the story. I want to hear it again. That's my mama, get off of her. That mutt right there.
With saving her life.
A little dog up front, my dog, came and jumped on him and said, "That's my mama, get off of her."
Bennett says she will not be looking after the
the puppers. Yeah, he wasn't scared of that pit bull. Came running out that room. My mama, get off of her. All right.
pit bull anymore, out of fear.
Okay, she doesn't want to watch the pit bull anymore. Let's back that up.
Off of her.
Bennett says she will not be looking after the pit bull anymore.
Okay, so they used to dog sit for the neighbors across the street. Raised it from a puppy. I can almost guarantee you, her grandmother who was attacked, they all looked at that dog as family. He would never harm one hair on our head. We raised it from a puppy. Yeah. Y'all just gonna have to accept the savage, evil, wicked, inhumane character of dogs. You're gonna have to face up to it.
Out of fear.
My poor mother has stitches so close to her main artery.
No, okay, so now they're about to start, acting like they were just not aware that this could happen. Something that they could not foresee happening.
Right here, that I thought that I might almost lose her. I almost thought I was going.
Didn't you feel that way by having these beasts around her in the first place? I mean, it would hit me like a ton of bricks if I see a thin, elderly lady next to a pit bull. I would have a heart attack. The visuals of the optics alone is too much. But no, they saw family. See, the dog critics over here like, hey, that's not family yet. Get that out of the house. You better get that out of the house right now. No, he loves me and his family. We're going to dog sit. And then the mutt tweaks out and becomes its normal self and goes for the jugular. Hey, he just wanted to take her out. Okay, don't act surprised though. Y'all got to stop acting surprised. Y'all have heard several stories like this. And you brushed them off and you kept those dogs inside the home.
I almost thought I was going to when I walked in to the hospital.
Bennett's daughter, Amy Strength, tells us she has several safety concerns.
I fear that if my mom decides to go check her mail and this dog is out, she may not be able to check her mail anymore. There's children that ride their bikes up and down.
Now we're concerned about children and the elderly. Only after something has happened, after tragedy. Okay, luckily there was no fatality and she doesn't look badly mutilated. But it shouldn't have to come to this.
Road on the same street, and they get off on that same street at the stop sign from the bus.
Because of her fears, she says she reached out to the Santa Rosa County Animal Control.
Sent them pictures in an email. I've tried calling them. I've gotten one call from an animal control officer, and I don't know anything else other than they're trying to contact the owner of the dog via telephone. And here it is Thursday, and it happened Sunday.
She tells us nothing has been done with the dog. Santa Rosa County Animal Control says they have actively worked this case. They say the dog is now in home quarantine. WEAR News told you about proposed legislation.
The dog is in home quarantine. In other words, nothing has been done. It's still at home.
That would create a dangerous dog registry and put more regulations on owners of dangerous dogs. Strength is all for it.
Especially in situations such as this one. I think it'll help people that feel like they're pushed under the rug, like we're currently feeling.
No. The dog likely has never shown aggression. That's why it's on home quarantine. That's why it hasn't been destroyed. It doesn't have a paper trail.
there's a good chance that it's shown aggression in the past and everybody looked over it, ignored it. Of course, you're not going to pick up the phone and report that your dog is aggressive. That's family. Ignored all the warning signs. The most obvious is the dog itself. And then when tragedy strikes, you act surprised. No, you can't do that.
Strength says if the owner faces consequences and if something is done with the dog so her mother doesn't have to live in fear, she tells me she'll be able to sleep well at night.
Oh, yeah? Let's say he euthanizes it and then gets another one. Now what? She gonna feel comfortable? She gonna make friends with that dog now? What's her next step? Sounds like she's gonna continue to be a dog lover. It's just a suicidal lifestyle that almost cost her her life. I'm glad to have been a crusader who never been sucked into this. Shout out to all of you who have been and made it out. And all the rest of you, good luck. This is sort of an update to a previous story I reported on where a daughter had to stab a dog that they were dog sitting because that dog was attacking her mother. Okay?
Mother who suffered a vicious attack by a dog she was looking after is back in the hospital today. She says her wounds from that attack became infected, putting her life in danger. Channel 2's Tom Jones is live at Grady Memorial Hospital with new developments about the mother's treatment. Tom, horrible to hear.
Now, she should have known that this could happen. That one, it could attack her. Two, your wounds could become infected. Okay, this is weeks later.
Here.
Yeah, just really horrible to hear. Samantha Hessler says she is miserable as she is getting IV antibiotic treatment around the clock here. She says this has turned her life upside down. Her
IV antibiotic treatment 24 hours a day. This is weeks after the attack, and this is all because of the infection.
Daughter who saved her from that bully pit bull mix and says she knew it had the potential to be dangerous, says she didn't know it could cause all this damage.
Knew it had the potential to be dangerous, but didn't know it could cause all this damage. Well, why did you think it was dangerous? I thought this is exactly why you knew it was dangerous. See, people, they think of a dog bite as something minor. You get 2 little puncture holes. No. And everybody should know that. Especially if you want to bring one inside of your home. They should have photos of people torn apart at the shelter. And the shelter workers should show every potential adopter or adoptee, whatever they call them, several photos of people torn apart, unedited photos. People and kids torn apart, man. Nobody should be this dumb or uninformed.
Knew it had the potential to be dangerous, says she didn't know it could cause all this damage.
I think
That's the mom. He's talking about the mother, the woman who was attacked.
what hurts the most is like, yes, she's alive, but the recovery, like, it's gonna be real hard for her.
Now that's the daughter that stabbed the dog.
16-year-old Kanaya's heart that her mother continues to suffer after she was viciously attacked by a bully pit bull mix. She was dog sitting in their home.
She did not think that this dog could cause that much damage. Yeah, nobody should be that ignorant. Really? How much damage did you think a dog like this was capable of then? That is crazy to be.
Attacked by a bully pit bull mix. She was dog sitting in their home.
Oh, just rah, 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 boom.
Kanaya saved her mother by stabbing the dog in the eye. Samantha Hessler had multiple surgeries to repair all the damage. Doctors considered amputating her arm, but she chose to try and save it. 2 weeks after being released, she is back.
They say she chose to try and save it. They wanted to cut it off. Wow. Almost lost an arm. She volunteered to do this. It's not like she just walked outside to get her mail and was attacked by a dog from across the street. This is totally different.
Back in the hospital.
It's been rough. The IV antibiotics are really taking a toll on me.
Hessler was readmitted after her wounds from the attack became infected. She got to the doctor early.
If the infection would have been any farther along or any worse, they would have had to take my arm off.
Kanaya says the dog attack is taking a toll on the family's finances. She says people don't realize this was no ordinary dog bite.
People just think a dog bite is like, oh, a dog just bit me. Like, it looked like she got attacked by a shark.
Hessler says doctors have...
So there you go. It only became known to her that a dog could leave you looking like a shark attack victim only after someone actually got attacked. That's what I'm saying. Nobody should be this ignorant. They should have photos at the shelters when people come to adopt these things. And why does it look like this man is about to cry? He looks like he's about to cry just listening to her story. That is deep.
Have no idea when she'll be able to go home. Animal control euthanized the dog. Hessler thinks the owner should face charges for training the dog to be aggressive.
The woman thinks the owner should face charges for training it to be aggressive. When did she find that out? Before or after the attack? If she knew that before she was watching it or sitting for it, why did she watch it? Why'd she agree to do it? And if she only found out after the attack, again, why? You should have found that out. Shouldn't have been dog sitting. It's like, what are you thinking anyways? You know full well, everybody knows. This is someone else's dog too. It's not even a dog you raised. You know full well it could attack anyone at any moment. There's no need to even go through all of this.
Animal control says the case is closed. Hessler says she's...
Animal control says the case is closed because she brought it onto herself. You can't prove that the guy trained it to be aggressive. She's just making a guess. It's just a wild guess. She thinks that if a dog attacks or becomes aggressive, that somebody taught it to. Exactly what these professionals or so-called professionals tell them. That's exactly what they say. She's just regurgitating what she's been reading in this nutter matrix.
Suffered too much and wants answers.
I definitely do not plan on letting this go.
And Hessler says she is considering legal action. Her daughter made the cheerleading team in high school, but says she will forego that activity because of the cost.
Legal action for what? You were the dog sitter. This is another Jacqueline Duran situation. You're making a conscious decision to endanger yourself. Don't tell me you did not know that there was a potential threat. That's exactly why y'all love being around these things, because they're dangerous. And you get off on believing that you're exercising some type of magic on them that makes them not want to attack you, which is, I don't know, very weird and strange. I don't know what motivates you all, but you all know these things are dangerous. You don't get to pretend to be oblivious to the threat only after it attacks. Because before it attacks, you're trying to convince people like me that they never attack as long as they're raised properly. And if you were asked about this particular dog before this attack, you would say it was a good dog,
Obviously, you've never seen it act aggressively. And this is the problem. All of these dogs are good dogs in your eyes until they attack someone. And we can't even go a day without thousands of them attacking people. We can't even go a day in the United States alone. Thousands. That's all the information we need.
We have video that we need to warn you about. A woman attacked by 2 dogs in Colonial Place, Riverview in the north.
Now, I told y'all about these people who walk around with 2 dogs. One dog will drag most of them. When you see a nutter walking around with 2 dogs, you better take cover. Be on high alert.
Norfolk area. Neighbors say they captured the attack on their doorbell camera and say it appears the attack was unprovoked. Ashley Knight is here with details. Ashley.
Regina, we talked with Stephanie Clark. She didn't see the attack happen, but saw posts about it on Facebook and decided to check her doorbell camera footage and saw the attack happened right in front of her house. This past Thursday it happened. We want to warn you, though, the video we're about to show you may be disturbing to many. This is video of last week's dog attack from the doorbell camera of Stephanie Clark. You can see the woman here in black standing and looking out over the water.
She has no dog. She's by herself.
She appears to turn to walk away, but stops when she sees the dogs and their owner get closer. After a few seconds,
Now you see that? Look at this.
Dogs lunge at her. Both the woman and the dog owner topple to the ground.
Now you saw the dogs drag the owner, who has the dogs on a leash. Just like I've always said they do. We've seen this happen several times. Whether it be 1 dog or 2, they'll just drag the owner over to the victim.
She appears to turn to walk away, but stops when she sees the dogs and their owner get closer. After a few seconds,
this nutter owner, this is what I'm saying, they deserve to be punched in the mouth. You knew you couldn't control these things, so you're just out endangering everybody. Okay, this world is flawed because people don't get punched in the mouth no more. And you got the introduction of guns, so people are free to run amok. And of course, this is not against the law. So you're just allowed, and who knows how old this owner is. Let's listen.
The dogs lunge at her. Both the woman and the dog owner topple to the ground.
And it was very quick, but it seemed, I want to say unprovoked. So I think that's the most scary.
Seems, huh? You really think or suspect that she might have done something to provoke him? Yeah. Didn't I tell y'all? They will assume that dogs were provoked even if nothing was done. What they're trying to say is that the dog might have interpreted you moving your finger, turning your head as a threat, and was provoked by that. That's what they're trying to say. That in the dog's mind, it was provoked somehow. No, nutters. These are just bloodthirsty, violent beasts that get off on hurting living creatures. Y'all need to stop playing dumb. This is a well-established pattern with these deranged mutants.
Everything.
In the video, a white pickup pulls over and stops. You see the woman get up and limp over to the truck while the dog owner gets them under control. The woman walks around the back of the truck and we don't see where she goes from there. Meanwhile, the dog owner walks over and appears to talk to the driver of the pickup. Soon after, the video ends.
Walks over, still endangering everybody. You've already proven that you are a safety hazard. You've already proven and established those dogs drag you around. You're not out walking these dogs. They're out walking you. Don't walk over here after your mutts just attacked me. Stay over there. Matter of fact, walk in a different direction, nutter. See, this is what happens when you treat dogs like they're harmless, walking outside unarmed, because she had plenty of time to let loose on these mutants. Had she been armed, like the law says you can be,
There was no direct contact. She didn't go up to pet them or anything. And so when I saw them kind of lunge, and pull away from the person that was walking them, yeah, it's really scary.
The wind is too loud to hear if anything was said to the dogs, but Clark...
What? They seriously about to accuse this lady of saying something to them? You really think she's standing there being aggressive with these mutts, talking to them? They consider a possibility. See, they'll reach for anything to defend the dogs. It's sick. Dog culture is sick. They worship these things. People, they lay up with these things. That lets you know they worship them.
Away from the person that was walking them, yeah, it's really scary.
The wind is too loud to hear if anything was said to the dogs, but Clark can't imagine what could have made them react the way they did.
I saw them on my other camera walking in front of my house, and when they were leaving, and walked by another person with a dog walking, and they seemed fine. So it really seemed perhaps out of character for these particular dogs.
No, it's perfectly within their character to launch random unprovoked attacks. Why are you acting like you haven't figured that out yet? Don't tell me your brain don't work, nutter. You and all the rest of the nutter, y'all just be lying and being dishonest. These are deranged, retarded mutants. They'll attack this person, walk past that person, attack the next person, walk past this person. That's just what they do.
Dogs.
Clark knows there can be a stigma attached to several breeds, especially Rottweilers. She warns everyone must be on their guard.
To me, the concern isn't the breed.
Shut up, lady. Be on your guard. No, you be armed. And if they try to attack you, blow their turd faces off. That's what you do. Don't give me no lecture about no breed, lady. A couple poodles wouldn't have done that.
Isn't the breed. It's, how well behaved are they, and can the dog walker, the owner, control them?
That depends on the breed, idiot. If it was two poodles, they wouldn't have drug them like that. You see what I mean? They'll lie, they'll be airheaded, as long as it's to defend these mutants.
Clark says she saw an ambulance arrive on the scene about 10 minutes after the attack, but is not sure of the extent of the woman's injuries.
People? Stop playing games with these people. These are the worst people in society, and this is why they own the worst living, breathing organisms on this earth. Stay prepared at all times, and don't ever be out looking at the water by yourself unarmed. Nobody, no adult, should make statements like this.
It was disbelief. I didn't think the dog was capable of that. It had been so sweet up until the attack, and I never thought it was possible.
Named by... What? You didn't think it was possible for the dog to bite someone? You didn't think it was capable of biting? Do people just think that that's a smart thing to say? Or do they honestly believe that? Do y'all genuinely believe that some dogs are incapable of biting? You think certain dogs just get programmed and it's impossible for them to bite someone, huh? And this was not even the boy's dog. This wasn't no family dog. It's a neighbor's dog. You thought it was impossible for the... Let's continue.
By a dog in the Metro East. One boy's encounter leaving him in stitches and his mother demanding more to be done. This is First Alert 4 at 10. I'm Corey Stark.
I'm Samantha Jones. That child was left scarred in what he says was an unprovoked attack.
Only First Alert 4 is Russell.
Hey, young people, do y'all want to end up like this? This is where petting dogs will get you.
Child was left scarred in what he...
You want to go around rubbing on dogs. You want to go around petting dogs, keeping company with dogs. This is how you'll end up. Do y'all want to end up like this? Rubbing on dogs, going around dogs. You'll end up like this. Now just think, these nutters bring dogs into schools and tell youngsters younger than this young man to come pet it. Oh, dog culture is backwards. Young people, stay away from dogs. You want to end up like this too? You looking forward to this?
Be done. This is First Alert 4 at 10. I'm Corey Stark.
I'm Samantha Jones. That child was left scarred in what he says was an unprovoked attack.
Only First Alert 4's Russell Kinsaw spoke to the boy and his
Hey,
mother.
Planting seeds. He says was an unprovoked attack. But he might have provoked it. Listen to this guy. You can tell this guy is about to say something too in defense of the dog. Just look at him.
Calling for steps to be taken to keep them and neighbors safe. Russell?
So are we dealing with a dangerous dog, or was this just a fluke occurrence?
Fluke occurrence that happens tens of thousands of times every single day. Probably over 100,000 times at this point.
Depends on who you ask, but there is no denying that a 12-year-old boy suffered a disfiguring wound to his face and defensive wounds to his hands trying to protect himself.
I was going to say hi to the dog and then go finish my homework.
You're going to say hi to a neighbor's dog. The adults around him taught him to do that. I don't blame him. But this is where it'll get you. Stay away from these dumb mutants.
12-year-old Elijah Brankoff was attacked on a visit to a relative's house in Granite City. When he approached a neighbor's dog, he says it jumped up and bit his face over the top of the fence.
I heard the commotion. I thought it was the two dogs fighting each other. When I turned around, he had blood everywhere and he was screaming, and I put him in the car and rushed him to the hospital.
The attack sliced open part of Elijah's top lip. He also suffered bites to his right hand.
They did one surgery to bring the lip together, and they're going to do another surgery to reconstruct the lip. They're going to use the inside of the mouth to do that.
Elijah received 25 to 30 stitches to his face and 3 on his hand. He claims he didn't reach over the fence to pet the dog.
The owners did tell me that it was a very friendly dog.
It felt like just a ton of aching and...
So you just took the owner's word for it, huh? Is your dog friendly? Yeah, it's friendly. Okay, Johnny, go kiss it. I suspect this young man will be a dog culture critic within the next few years. He's going to reach adulthood, probably find us, dog culture critics online, especially after this, and smarten up.
Owners did tell me that it was a very friendly dog.
It's not your fault. People around you brainwashed you. That little voice always been in your head to stay away from these turds. You just learned from experience why you should have listened to it and why going forward you need to avoid these maggots.
Felt like just a ton of aching and stinging.
Following the attack, the owners put the dog in a 10-day quarantine and posted warning signs. I wanted to get the owners' side of the story, but no one was home, and when I reached them later, they had no comment.
It's going to attack again.
Some neighbors said the dog had always been friendly with children. Others said it had jumped the fence and fought with other dogs.
A taller fence would definitely help.
Elijah's mother has set up a GoFundMe account to help pay for his medical care. I've learned the dog owners are concerned by some of the comments leveled against them online. The attack has left Elijah scarred physically and emotionally.
Any other dog, I'm normal with it, but that dog, I try to stay clear.
That's the statement I was talking about. Now, within the next few years, I suspect he's going to turn against that statement. He's going to smarten up. His plan going forward is to avoid that dog, but be friendly and interact with other dogs. No, the other dogs might turn on you as well. That wasn't the first time you've seen this dog. That dog's seen you before. It turned on you. That's what dogs do. That's what they do. You just had hands-on experience of the true character of these mutants. Act on it. Don't continue to do the same thing that got you attacked, permanently disfigured. Now, what's your plan? If you go through life avoiding just that dog, another dog turn on you, probably mutilate your other lip. Huh? How about your lower lip? Get chopped up this time. Maybe take off your nose. Okay, now you're gonna avoid that dog. Now you got 2 dogs on your list that you avoid. Then you get attacked again. Another mutt. Take off your ear, your eye. Bite a hole out your face. Eventually, you have a long list of dogs that you're gonna avoid, and you ain't gonna have no face no more. You're gonna be walking around headless, probably armless, with nubs, still trying to be friendly to these turds. No, you should have avoided that one. I don't blame this young boy, but he's almost an adult. Hopefully he smartens up.
So an attorney...
Don't do that. See the people around him telling him, don't avoid dogs now. That's called xenophobia. No. Dog culture critics are taking over. Y'all's lies, all lies, eventually come to an end. All right, so once again, we have man's worst enemy back at it.
And a pack of dogs attacks a mother and 3 of her kids outside of an Indianapolis daycare.
We're seeing some video right here. It's not the first time those same dogs have wreaked havoc on that neighborhood.
Fox 59's Michael Van Scoik shows us some of the traumatic moments the victims say should have never happened in the first place.
My kids are scared. I'm scared.
That is insane. That is insane, people. Are you kidding? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's like 12, 15 pit bulls. Like, wow. Did they just come around the corner? Oh man, I would have been letting off. Look at that.
My kids are scared.
Then she starts screaming. Oh, God.
We all feared for our life in that phase.
Daycare pickup turned terrifying in a matter.
A daycare? People should not be allowed to own these things within a certain distance from. Scratch that from the record. I take that back. We're in too deep at this point. These things just need to be gotten rid of.
Seconds for mother Savandria Houston. Screams and barks rang out as more than a dozen dogs circled around her car Tuesday afternoon.
If you've ever watched the movie Lion King, it's like a pack of hyenas. You don't know what to expect. You don't know what's going to happen.
The mother of 3 was picking up her kids from daycare on the Far East Side when it unfolded, while her 2- and 3-year-old daughters and 1-year-old son escaped untouched.
Where's the man?
A pack of pit bulls swarming her left their marks before running off.
I'm kicking. The dogs are biting at my ankles. They're biting at my feet.
Oh, God. Do you really have a single mother of 3 with no Roscoe, no protection? You just walk about naked, essentially. I'm tired of seeing this. I'm tired of seeing this. I'm tired of seeing people unarmed, reckless out here. The world is a dangerous place. My goodness. Wow.
I'm kicking. The dogs are biting at my ankles. They're biting at my feet. So had it been 20 seconds earlier, it would have been one of my kids.
Houston says she and the kids are still traumatized by the attack, and unfortunately, they're not the first victims of the very same dogs. In fact, homeowners Sarah Cook and Ryan Lesher had an eerily similar encounter 10 days earlier. Nearly a dozen dogs charged down the hill and onto their patio.
We saw 2 people. You see, I believe these dogs belong to somebody. What in the world? This is crazy. Really?
Nearly a dozen dogs charged down the hill and onto their patio.
We saw 2 dogs running this direction. We kind of looked out and tried to see where they were going, and we couldn't see them. Said maybe we should go.
Oh, but you telling me that the dogs were not loving? They were not kind and sweet babies? Where is this narrative now? How loving, man's best friend. Oh my goodness, these people.
Go back in. Maybe they're not friendly. And then as soon as we turn, there's...
Yes. Nutters. Y'all culture is so bizarre, you can base a whole channel on it.
11, 12 other dogs coming from this direction, and we're just bombarded.
The dogs bit Ryan on the arm and Sarah around her torso, leaving behind blood and puncture wounds.
We're 2 grown adults, and we were just a couple feet from our door, and people could have been killed.
No. What'd you do? What did you do to provoke it? Tell me. I want to hear that. Dogs are always provoked. They never attack unprovoked, right? Ain't that right, experts? Where the experts at? Tell them to come in here. Oh, where's that talk now?
It could have been a lot worse.
There have been 4 police reports filed against the dog's owner since May. The owner was also charged with several ordinance violations. A few resulted in fines.
The owner? This is what I'm talking about, people. The worst people in society. It doesn't get any worse than this. His dogs are a lethal extension of himself that he has no control over, and they're extending themselves all throughout the community. These are the worst people in society. Wow.
Fines. Neighbors also say animal control picked up the dogs yesterday, but both families say something else needs to change too.
And they're just, I told you, just like I said years ago, just running around, looking for somebody to attack, terrorizing the whole community. That's why I hate these things. I wish nothing but the complete end of their existence. I want them extinct. Good for nothing. They are the true stain on this earth.
Something's got to be done. There's no reason someone has that many dogs in their backyard.
Both families say Marion County needs to limit the number of dogs a person.
That is insane. Why haven't they been picked up? Y'all found the owner? Okay.
Can have so incidents like these don't happen again.
That's why I said, what have we been talking about? Anybody can get them, and you can own as many as you want. At this point, especially if you follow me, if you don't hate dogs, something's wrong with you. The world will eventually hate dogs, And it's all going to come from a grassroots level. These things are just that hateable. I can make that prediction.
Also tried to contact the dog's owners, but the property was fenced off. In Marion County, Michael Van Scoy.
See, okay, we are far beyond caveman days. We do not need these things. They do not benefit us. Ban them all and exterminate them all. ASAP. So a 52-year-old man in Philadelphia was mauled by a dog. I believe this happened a few hours ago.
Police say the man suffered bite wounds throughout his body and was taken to the hospital where he was listed as stable. Tonight, those in the neighborhood are crediting the quick-thinking officer with saving his life.
No. Bro. This was not a quick-thinking officer. This officer took a long time to discharge his weapon.
Bro, this fucking pit just fucked somebody up, dude.
Now you see that guy. Where'd he come from? 52-year-old man. See, there he is right there. He wasn't there at first. He came running out the house.
Fuck somebody up, dude.
You see? And then he started getting attacked. Like, were they his dogs? Then a cop just pulled up. He asked him twice to shoot him, because now he getting mauled. Now he getting mauled. Asked the cop to shoot him. Asked him again, a third time. And they just mauling him. These dogs just running around randomly attacking people. He asked him again. 2 more, 3 more times.
That's us? No.
Fast thinking cop. Cop up here just looking. First shot.
Bro.
Man, everybody out there is dumb. Because everybody out there, they all dog lovers. I can almost guarantee you. Shout out to any crusaders out there, but I highly doubt it, especially in Philadelphia. These are all dog people. I don't want to hear nothing.
Bro.
I got a strange feeling that that man was the owner of at least one of those dogs, because that is why he came running out there. And boy, did he run into a surprise. Wasn't no alpha then. You know, these guys kill me. And a lot of them are real small, where they walk out all macho, think they got so much power and control over these things. Now, if those are not his dogs and he ain't no dog person, shout out to him. But if they are his dogs, it was a good thing that he took those bites rather than somebody else, because that's usually what happens. Like, how are all these dogs running through the streets of Philadelphia is beyond me. And notice how they just running around looking for somebody to attack. You heard that guy at the beginning said they had already attacked somebody. So they're just running around looking for people to attack. And these fake, fraudulent experts, so-called experts, got the nerve to try and tell us that these things almost always attack out of fear and that they're always provoked. Yeah, this is the end of dog experts as you know it.
This article, wanted to do a quick video on it. It's in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Family dog bit a baby and her grandmother Wednesday afternoon. The mother of the baby said her daughter was sitting on the living room floor when the 5-year-old pit bull attacked her child unprovoked. Again, unprovoked. They always talk about how kids do things. This was a baby, right? She said that's when the child's grandmother, who owns the dog, stepped in the middle, and the dog started attacking her too. They got away when the baby's uncle got involved, basically with the help of my brother, because he had to get a cast iron skillet. Sad to say, that's the only thing. And my brother's able to subdue him off of my mom to throw him in our extra bedroom. That's the only thing that stopped it, the dog. And he was still in there going crazy. End quote. Just like a serial killer, right? A lunatic. A time bomb. Why would you own something like that? They really think it's worth the risk? How could you? How is that worth having your child killed by the dog? This is something that you don't understand the thinking of. You understand the thinking of your family members, not of a dog. You understand enough not to keep it in your home, knowing that this can happen. How many times has this happened in history before this incident? You know it happens. You telling me this is not child endangerment? Why is this not in the books? This is the most overt example of child endangerment. To have a lethal predator inside of your home. This article continues. The reporter said your brother used a cast iron skillet to whack the dog. She said, yes, sorry to say. Why do they keep saying? That's the second time she said that. It's because of this stigma. Never hurt dogs. Sad to say, as if to say, oh, dogs are gods. Right? Crazy. Why are you still apologizing? This thing attacked your baby and your grandmother. And they still feel compelled to apologize to the public for hitting it with a skillet. The madness in this dog nut cult is unbelievable. How have we let this go on for so long without saying anything? This makes no sense. And says the police said the baby was seriously injured. The baby's mother said the dog attacked the baby's face and head. The grandmother has non-life-threatening injuries. Family said she sustained serious injuries to both of her arms. Absolutely ridiculous. So, it's the grandmother's dog. She brought it into the home. The parents allowed her to bring it into the home. Everybody should be arrested, all the adults. How can anyone argue that they are not responsible for this child being attacked? It's the parents' responsibility. Nobody spoke up. You're all liable. That was child endangerment. How any of you silly dog nuts gonna sit there with a straight face and fix your lips to tell me that this was not child endangerment? And this happens all the time. This is just a very recent report. Looks like it was reported yesterday. Again, the end goal is to outlaw all of these mutants. And we need to start with pit bulls and Rottweilers, pit bull mixes, these large, vicious mutts. And we need to end it with all of them. Because just like that pit bull attacked a baby, small dogs can do serious damage to a baby and kill a baby as well. In fact, some of them already have. I recently retweeted this video and I shared it in the community section. Now, this woman was attacked by this dog.
I'm going to let you hear the audio, but I can't show the video on YouTube. Now, play the video so you could hear that person holding the phone, holding the camera, laughing. And also, look at how long it took before you heard someone say, "Stop it." Now, when you heard that, as soon as he said stop, that's when he started to intervene. That's when he actually reached down to grab the dog. He grabbed it and tried to pull it off of it. And he was pulling it, doing exactly what they tell you not to do. And you can hear her. She said, "It's down to my bone."
Stop.
She said, "It's biting my bone." She's real skinny. And this dog is latched onto her arm. Now, according to her GoFundMe, the owner of this dog was her roommate. Violently attacked on command by a roommate's dog. And look at this. This was not a situation of a bad dog. Really? Now, because she said that, listen, wow, it sounds like she is not going to try to push to get the dog euthanized. So you just want him to stay in possession of that same dog that he has trained to attack and that attacks on command? Wow. She said this dog was trained to attack on command. But this GoFundMe is for her medical expenses and I guess pain and suffering. Also new housing, because this was her roommate. So now she wants new housing. She wants to move out. And if this was your roommate, and if he did sick the dog on you, I would have to agree with that. But it looks to me like this woman was a dog lover herself, like she had a relationship with this dog. This was her roommate. He's a dog lover. Didn't you know that he had a dog? Didn't he keep the dog with him? So this may have never happened had she been an anti-dog person. Then she may not have ever known him at all, unless it was by force, maybe a coworker or something. See, anti-dog people, we don't go out of our way to be around dog lovers who are in possession of their dog. The only time we are around dog lovers is when we are at work, when we don't have a choice in the matter. Being anti-dog can save a number of different types of people. Jacqueline Duran would not have been a dog sitter. Think about that. Brooklyn Curry would not have gone inside of that home. You know, you would not see therapy dogs in schools, and that 6-year-old would not have gotten his face bitten. The video footage of the man in the wheelchair who was attacked has surfaced.
And only on Local 10, we have video of a vicious dog attack that put a man in the hospital. Local 10's Hatzel Vela is live with the exclusive new evidence. And Hatzel, this video is just so difficult to watch.
It really is, and when you talk to neighbors, Christy, they'll tell you that they remain stunned by the vicious attack. Very graphic to watch. We should tell you those dogs remain in the custody of the county here.
People, well, the tails are wagging. They must be happy. Somebody should just go up to them and show them some love. And give them a kiss. They're misunderstood, right? You see his dog in the background behind the fence trying to jump over that fence. Do you think this dog wants to help this man in the wheelchair? Or join in with the other two dogs to maul him?
People honking, hoping the dogs will stop attacking. The video's so graphic.
Tail wagging. And isn't that a smile? Isn't that what they call a smile? They tell us this is a happy dog. Oh yeah, I bet it is.
Video's so graphic we chose.
It's happy now.
The video's so graphic we chose to blur some of it. The defenseless, wheelchair-bound man could not get away as the two dogs continued biting him.
They honking their horn. That is as much as they're willing to do to help this man. Multiple adults, and they're telling you these are pets.
The savage attack in Florida City landed this homeless man in the hospital.
He was getting chunks, man, you know, and his face was red.
This man did not want to show his face on camera, but told us he saw the whole thing.
The dogs would not get off this man. Not even with that horn. That concrete truck has a loud horn, and it didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work. It probably made it worse. Don't the experts say that if you're being attacked, to not scream? That if you scream, the dog will attack with more aggression? Isn't that what the squeaky toys is all about? So all these loud sounds, y'all probably made the attack worse. See how ignorant the general public is about dogs? This is sad.
People gathered around, started throwing things at the dogs.
Honking horns, throwing things at the... What were you throwing? Paper cups? Threw a tennis ball at these mutts? Lord.
Nothing would work. The man attacked, we know, goes by Smokey, now in the hospital recovering after undergoing surgery in his arm. Those who know him say he typically takes this street to go to the corner store. As for the dogs that...
Now, that's terrible. You're in a wheelchair and you have to eat. Nobody is there to run errands for you. And there's pit bulls in the neighborhood. Look, you disabled, your arms work. You could have rolled down the street with a gun in your lap. I believe he could have saved himself had he been an anti-dog person. You can be anti-dog and in a wheelchair. That's the time when you should be anti-dog. You're more vulnerable to an attack.
Corner store. As for the dogs that attacked, neighbors say they go by the name of...
Again in the back tried to jump over that fence. And it didn't even get a running start. It probably could clear that fence if it got... I know it could. And it's trying to join in on the attack. All of these things are the same. They're all the same. They all have the same devilish, demonic, bloodthirsty character. They're not individuals.
Neighbors say they go by the name of Boo Boo and Jumpity. Florida City Police say the owner of the dogs who lives at this house is currently in jail. So other people were taking...
That does not surprise me. That the owner is currently in jail. I said you have to be out of your mind to acquire these things. But that's kind of crazy. He's in jail. And the dogs are what? Outside in this yard, running around, terrorizing people. And people come by and what? Throw food over there? That's crazy. Yeah, somebody, look at this gap right here. You cannot contain these things.
How? They got out. Both dogs are now in the custody of Miami-Dade Animal Services. They're telling us if they determine that these dogs pose a public safety concern, the department will humanely euthanize the dogs in accordance with...
So that hasn't been determined yet? Even after this attack, it hasn't been determined that they're a public safety concern? Now they'll tell you no, it hasn't. And say, why? How hasn't it? Well, we're going to go around and ask everybody in the neighborhood if they've ever seen those dogs behave aggressively. If everybody says no, the dogs live. Send them to another state. They'll be up for adoption in no time. It was a free bite. It was a one-off. It blacked out. It wasn't itself in the moment. Maybe the man in the wheelchair did something to provoke it. They systematically keep these killers in the general public. They want these attacks to happen.
With Chapter 5 of Miami-Dade County Code. And back.
How can you not? Don't tell me these things haven't proven that they're a public safety concern. What are you talking about? So add people in wheelchairs to the list. The favorite victims of these mutants is infants, babies, toddlers between the age of 5 and 9. And by far, they attack children 13 and under more than they attack any other demographic. It's just crazy when that statistic includes newborns. And y'all still don't hate these things. It's unhealthy for you to not hate these things. Your hatred for these demonic creatures will signal how good of a person you are, where your morals rest. But make no mistake about it, these things need to be banned. They're unfit to be pets, and this is really common sense. And I'm talking about all large dogs. That's exactly why they make these rules in these apartment complexes. No dogs over 30 pounds. No dogs over 25, 35 pounds. People understand large dogs, all of them, regardless of breed, are a lethal threat. But you're crazy if you want to push bully breeds, the ones that were bred to kill, attack, and get off on it. You're crazy if you want to push those as pets.
Baby boy mauled in what's being called a savage dog attack.
Take a look. This is Uriah Johnson. He is currently in the ICU fighting for his life. Deputies say the attack happened at his babysitter's home when she was left alone with her 13-year-old daughter, that baby. Now, that sitter is now facing a charge tonight.
KENS 5 reporter Megan Dana talked to the boy's mother, who says she's still trying to process what happened.
A phone call no mother ever wants to hear, their child being rushed to the hospital. But for Erica Castro, that call became a reality Monday morning.
I've been shaking, I've been having panic attacks.
Her 1-year-old baby boy, Uriah Johnson, had been attacked by her babysitter's dogs at a home off Spruce Ridge Drive. Deputies walking that babysitter, 36-year-old Heather Rodriguez.
So there's the babysitter and dog owner. When will people get it through their heads that dogs just don't belong inside of homes with youngsters? This story, I think, highlights that dogs, 1, are never provoked. 2, they view youngsters as prey and they badly want to attack them. And y'all remember years ago I made a video showing how dogs will go after certain things, take certain things, eat or attack certain things after the owner leaves. Listen to this.
Away in handcuffs.
I wish she would have stayed like she said she would have instead of going into work like she got called into work.
Sheriff Javier Salazar says Rodriguez had left the baby alone with her 13-year-old daughter.
It wouldn't have made a difference. She wouldn't have been able to stop the dogs anyways.
He says the two were inside a bedroom with the door shut to stay away from the dogs.
The door leading into that room was already damaged by the dogs at some point.
But the dogs still made their way in and started to attack both the baby and the teen girl. Salazar says
the dogs basically forced their way into the room where they knew the 1-year-old was. Does that sound like creatures in fear of this 1-year-old to you? Well, you so-called experts, you're going down. All of you going down. All of you ever push this nonsense that these things attack because they're intimidated, in fear, or even provoked. Bloodthirsty killers. No other animal on earth gets off on killing more than these mutants. And it's even more pronounced with bully breeds. And this broad had XL bullies.
The 13-year-old fought off the dogs for several minutes before running to get her phone to call 911.
It was almost a tug of war for the baby between at least one of the dogs and the little girl.
Yeah, and the dog was in fear. Oh, it was afraid. It was a reaction. The child startled it. This other nonsense. Can't believe they get away with these lies.
Dogs and the little girl.
Both the sheriff and Castro crediting the teen for saving Jariah's life.
I think it was in no small part due to the heroic actions of this
Man,
incident.
stop. Now they want to celebrate. This 1-year-old is in critical condition right now.
I think that girl, because if it wasn't, you know, she just
No.
her best.
Shut up. The mother. You knew that lady had those dogs over there, and you was okay with it. You sacrificed his safety as well. And you're guilty as well. Mother should be arrested too.
Meanwhile, Castro says she knew the babysitter had dogs, but says they were always put away when her baby was around.
No.
While she
No. You don't know what's going on when you're not there. And who cares? They can just bust through a door like they did here. And you should know better as a parent.
Wants accountability, her focus is on Jariah's recovery.
You're saying on Facebook he's a strong boy.
No. I strongly believe the mother is a dog lover. Or else she would not have left him over there.
He is. He's fighting. He's fighting, for sure. Little by little, he's making progress.
He is fighting. That was Megan Reina reporting again. So Heather Rodriguez is facing an injury to a child by omission charge. And according to online records, she remains in the jail with a bond set at...
Do you know this lady, that dog owner, at first refused to turn those dogs over? Oh, she's a witch.
Boy, a baby, still fighting for his life tonight, and his babysitter, this woman now behind bars, arrested today by Bexar County Sheriff's deputies. That woman's dogs brutally attacked that toddler.
And as the night team's John Paul Barajas reports, it wasn't the first time that authorities had been called out because of those dogs.
Bexar County Animal Control and the Sheriff's Office swarmed a home off Spruce Ridge, not far from Converse, for a life-threatening dog attack on a 1-year-old boy.
It's heartbreaking to see anybody in that condition, even more so a 1-year-old baby. Pretty severe head injuries. My understanding is that the baby's throat and airway are actually damaged to the point where the baby's not able to breathe through normal means.
Javier Salazar says the child's babysitter, 36-year-old Heather Rodriguez, was supposed to be watching the child.
Are you supposed to be babysitting? Do you know the condition of the 1-year-old? Do you care about the condition?
But instead left her...
No. You can tell she doesn't. Seems like a babysitter who in her heart hates babies. 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds. I can almost guarantee you she values the existence of these dogs more than these youngsters.
Her 13-year-old daughter alone with the 1-year-old. During that time, the dogs forced their way into the room with the baby by pushing through a door that appears to have been...
And they telling us that these things do this out of fear?
Alone with the 1-year-old. During that time, the dogs forced their way into the room with the baby by pushing through a door that appears to have been chewed through.
It was almost a tug of war for the baby between at least one of the dogs and the little girl.
Now the sheriff is calling the teen a hero for preventing things from being worse. The teen was also hurt, but is believed to be okay. As for the teen's mom,
she seemed to be more concerned with what was going on with those dogs than with the fact that her inaction, her omissions, almost caused the death of a baby.
Now you heard what he just said. She was more concerned with the dogs. It was clearly so obvious. He felt like he needed to point it out.
And still might.
He adds, initially Rodriguez didn't want to turn her dogs over.
There you go. Why would you allow a person like this
to watch your baby. Dog lovers, you should never allow dog lovers to watch your babies, your kids. You don't let these people babysit for you.
But after deputies said it was necessary, she was seen helping Bexar County Animal Control load up her...
Look at that oversized turd. And you see, after she refused and then she conceded, she had to help them load it in. And she ain't helping it do nothing. She holding the leash here. What you holding it for? Get out of here. What a disgusting human being. Didn't want to turn him over. There ain't no excuse for that.
Want to turn her dogs over, but after deputies said it was necessary, she was seen helping Bexar County Animal Control load up her XL Bullies, a pit bull mix, but says she has since stopped cooperating. As for neighbors,
she has since stopped cooperating. What does it sound like? She cared more about these turds than that 1-year-old that she got in critical condition. Can't make this up. Look at this worthless piece of trash. Good for nothing other than being euthanized.
First, they tell us they've known the dogs were aggressive.
Describe that feeling. You're in your car, but yet you're still fearful.
Yeah, I was scared in my car. They were barking a lot. They were really loud. They looked really vicious.
This neighbor didn't want to show her face, but reported her run-in back in April. BCSO says at that time, Rodriguez was cited for not having...
Look at that hideous, monstrous turd vermin. Lord, please euthanize all of these things at once. These are not animals. These are monsters. Monsters. Do you understand that? Mutant monsters. Euthanize them, you idiots. You're gonna sit back and keep allowing stuff like this to happen?
Says at that time, Rodriguez was cited for not having her dogs on leashes.
That's a shame. That's horrible.
According to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, Rodriguez is now facing a charge of injury to a child, serious bodily injury by omission, of first-degree felony, and more charges could be...
Watch him bend over backwards to try to adopt those dogs out. They're going to try their best. Don't be surprised. Probably send it to another state. Don't buy into all of this talk. They don't care about these youngsters. The only thing they care about is these turds.
Wild video from Montgomery County where a dog attack happened at a bar of all places in Norristown, all because the customer was asked to take the pit bull dog outside. The man is recovering at home tonight. Our Ellen Kaloje spoke with the victim's family in Norristown.
This all started last night about 6 o'clock here at Coletti's Town Tavern on Marshall Street, when the owners say one of their regular customers came in with his dog, and just like several times before, they asked the guy to take his pit bull outside, and that... Several times before. This is why you never welcome them for the first time. You don't welcome them. And this is why we need dog-free spaces. I don't go to bars, but if some of you do, this is why we need dog-free spaces. And this apparently was dog-free. They just expect to be able to take the dog anywhere they want. Why not? Looking at how society is doing it, schools, dentist offices, hospitals, etc. That's when things turned ugly.
It's just really tragic what happened here.
I'm so sad. Heng Lee could not believe her eyes when she saw her husband getting attacked by a pit bull inside their...
He sicked that dog on that man. The dog was trying to get to him. And he led the dog and basically guided the dog to attack
She
him.
saw her husband getting attacked by a pit bull inside their own store.
I hear my husband yelling, very hurt.
I cannot bear to look at that video. It's too many times.
60-year-old Thong Nove is home recovering after going to the hospital last night with serious bites on his side and foot. His family says he's too upset to talk, but his nephew believes this surveillance video tells the tale of what happened when Nove simply asked a man to take his dog outside.
The dog attacked the owner, or attacked my uncle, and by swinging the dog leash towards my uncle and aggressively attacking him.
Exactly. A lunatic. I told you, if they're crazy enough to own these things, they're crazy enough to do anything. Never trust them. I know this sounds harsh, but I don't care. You should never have anything to do with them. Something is off in their head, keeping these things as pets. And then you want to take it into a bar?
And my dog, or my uncle, was just trying to get him off.
Alex Nove says police came to the store but did not arrest anyone. He also says the dog owner came back later to apologize.
That's not enough.
Just like a lunatic. Two-faced lunatic pit nutter.
This guy needs to be locked up because he can't let a dog.
Oh, he need more than that. More than that.
Attack somebody like that.
Some longtime customers say the owners are good people and most customers have no problem keeping their dogs outside.
But to sick your dog and to send your dog to attack someone, I've never seen anything like that, and it's a shame, and I'm glad they got the footage. And I hope they find whoever that was. I hope they find them. That's not right.
Like, what are you gonna do? Not arrest the guy? The guy's already walking. He only lives a block away.
Now, we reached out to the Norristown Police Department, and a captain there says they are reviewing this case and are still investigating.
What is there to investigate? Look at how much leniency they give on nutters. When it's a dog that carries out the attack, nothing, next to nothing happens. Now, sometimes they'll do a little something. It's never the equivalent of what happens when a human being carries out these attacks. All dogs, of course, need to be gotten rid of, but bully breeds, and those other large shepherds, Malinois, they all need to be euthanized immediately. Oh, the lady you see on the screen with this worthless mutt had her breast implant attacked by this dog. She had two bully breeds. Got into a fight. She tried to break them up. This dog clamped on to her breast implant. She said it played tug of war with her breast implant for about 35 minutes. She said to have over 200 bite wounds. Spent 4 days in the hospital. Still has no use of her arm. She had one personal bully breed, and these were XL bullies. One of her own, and she fostered another. The one she fostered launched the attack. Real smart, right? Now get this. This is one of her photos. And this is a different bully breed. Some unknown bully breed. A third. So she goes through these things like nothing. How about that combination, huh? Breast implants and XL bullies. Sounds like some type of fetish to me. Well, she said as she was being attacked that it was fixated on hurting her. And you could see it in the dog's eyes. Yeah, I bet. She escaped into the bathroom, climbed out of the window, and crawled down a ladder. Her neighbor saw her and helped her. Could you imagine being the neighbor? And the lady, the crazy lady next door with all the XL bullies, one day you see her climbing out the bathroom window like this, blood pouring, she got one mangled breast, you already know what happened. She said now she has tissue damage, nerve and muscle damage, and can't even use it. The dogs were locked inside of the house after the attack for 12 hours before the cops removed them. And do you know what she had the nerve to say? She said, "You never know what people do to those dogs." That's a direct quote. You never know what people do to those dogs. My dog Juju had 4 owners before me, so anything could have happened to him before. Direct quote. That's what she said. Well, if you're aware of that, then what are you doing with them? If you know that no matter how much love you show them, that they could snap one day, do you think it's smart? You really think it's smart to own them? Of course you do. Of course you do. To top it all off, she said she does not blame the breed because any dog can attack. Her words, not mine. I do not blame the breed. She insists any breed could attack. So rather than staying away from all of them, she's going to continue to expose herself to XL bullies, not a poodle, XL bullies, because they're all capable of attacking. Told y'all about that intelligence level of this bunch.
Was attacked by a dog this morning while on a charity bike ride in Beaufort County. Watch the left side of your screen. As you can see, the dog runs out into the highway. Beaufort County Public Information Officer Brandon Tester says that the owner of the dog was outside at the time of the attack. Tester says the owner tried to command the dog to come back, but it chased the group and bit a rider at the rear of the group. It happened around 8:30 on Idalia Road outside of Aurora.
What a dumb, worthless mutt. Ran out there just to bite that lady.
It happened around 8.
And then basically ran off. Cowardly, worthless piece of trash, maggot.
30 on Idalia Road outside of Aurora. The woman was one of 18 cyclists participating in the Aurora Farm and Fish Festival ride. Cyclists say the German Shepherd came out from the owner's home and attacked the woman, who was the last of the riders in the group. The 56-year-old from Chocowinity had severe puncture wounds on her lower leg, according to witnesses. A doctor and 2 nurses who were part of the ride treated the victim until Beaufort County EMS arrived. She was taken to ECU Health.
No, don't laugh. I saw her smiling. It's not funny. Let me tell y'all something else. It is said that the owner called for the dog to come back. You see that? Tester says the owner tried to command the dog to come back, but it chased the group and bit the rider anyways. What does that tell you? Training don't work. That's for all of you always throwing around, training as the magical solution. No, when these mutants want to attack, there ain't nothing that's gonna stop them. So you may as well stop them before the attack happens with euthanasia.
Today is March 7th, 2019. This story happened either yesterday or the day before yesterday. I'm going to read a quote from the friend of the dog owner. She says, "My best friend's dog was involved in an unfortunate accident yesterday where a little boy stuck his arm through a fence and he had a sock on his arm. Bear, the dog, who was playing with what he thought was a toy, bit down too hard and didn't see that there was a child on the other side of the fence. With him being a dog, he thought it was a game of tug of war and bit down too hard
and took a lower portion of his arm. The situation is unfortunate on both sides, end quote. How is it unfortunate for the dog? The dog did not lose a limb. But aside from that, this story sounds very unbelievable to me. I don't know about anybody else. This is a 4-year-old boy. First of all, this is a fence that you cannot see through. Why would a 4-year-old boy want to play with a dog that he cannot even see? Where did the sock come from? You telling me a 4-year-old boy consciously decided to go into the house, get a sock, put it on his arm, go back outside, get on the ground. They say he stuck his arm between the ground and the bottom of the fence. They showed you exactly where this supposedly happened. Get on the ground and stick his hand through the fence to, quote, play with the dog? Now, I don't have any kids, but this sounds very unbelievable to me. I mean, those of you who are parents, are 4-year-olds, is their thought process this complex? Do they come up with these types of ideas where there's a dog on the other side of the fence that I can't see and I want to play with it while being unable to see it? So I'm going to go upstairs, get a sock, put it on my hand, get on the ground and stick it through the fence. And the dog, bit down too hard. No. You're talking about bone. A hand is totally missing. This wasn't just a chomp, right? When dogs realize they've bitten down on something that they don't want to bite down onto, they'll let go right away. Are they telling me that this child was not screaming? How did the dog respond to the screams? Now, as we know, when a child screams as they are being mauled by a dog, the dog instinctually becomes more aggressive. This is instinct. So while this boy is screaming, that dog had to have become even more aggressive. I don't even believe this story. Something happened. And I don't believe the scenario went down like this. Usually, when a story makes you scratch your head and you're trying to wonder, how could such a scenario take place? It sounds like something that someone made up. It was usually made up. So they've started a petition to save these dogs. They're considering putting the dogs down. What they need is a lawyer. What they need is to use common sense and to look at this story critically. I believe they're lying. I believe that dog just turned vicious and attacked that boy like dogs always do. But so far, this petition has 167,000 supporters. Supporters who I personally believe know full well that this story is a flat out lie. Someone said there had to be a trigger that scared, agitated the dog. They don't just go from being happy-go-lucky dogs to ripping off hands. Either look at the owner or the kid / parent. Something set this dog off. Put a sad face there and wrote praying for bear, praying for the dog. Here's a child that no longer has a hand, and they're praying for the dog. This happens. We know this happens every single time they sacrifice a child to their God. dogs. I've called this child sacrifice. That is exactly what this is. You know it is bona fide sacrifice when the followers always run to the defense of the dog. Always. Anytime they hear a story like this, their concern is the dog, not the child. Right? Somebody else said freak accident. Sucks, but doesn't warrant putting down the dog. Normal dog behavior to go after what looked like a toy or small prey. I'm not buying this story. And I believe all of these people know it's a lie, and they are going along with the lie, just like a typical cult does. They already know as soon as they hear the story, it's a lie, but I'm going to pretend to believe it. And I'm going to help reinforce the lie. It is extremely disgusting. Here's another comment. I believe the dog was under the impression that the hand covered in a sock was a toy and not a child's arm. I think this is a horrific accident. I don't believe the dog should be killed over this. The boy will survive. Parents need to educate their children in how to behave around dogs. And sticking your hand under a fence with a sock on your hand is, how do the parents know that this is what happened if they were not watching the child? And who would not intervene? First of all, ask the child, what are you doing? And I just don't believe that this type of thing runs to, I don't believe kids just come up with this kind of idea. This story sounds ridiculous. And the people who support this story sound ridiculous as well. And once again, you have people blaming the child. Many of you have heard the saying, play is a child's work. This is how they come to understand the world. They explore, they touch, they grab. You, as a parent, must create a safe environment for them to do that. One thing you do not do is bring a deadly creature into your environment. But even when this happens, they blame the child as if the child has some innate bad behavior. I watched a video the other day where they are projecting this child in a cartoon as if it's a devil. And it comes in to play with this dog. And they're playing this horror movie. Very disgusting. If I find the video, I will upload it at some point. But this is a part of their cult belief. It is very powerful, very prevalent throughout this world of dog lovers to project children as horrible, as terrible, as a menace, who harass dogs when it is the parents themselves who treat the dog like a toy. Look, we have a new dog, new toy. What do? They play with the dog. And they expect the child not to do the same, even though play is a child's work. This story sounds ridiculous. Nobody is going to convince me that a child would be even interested in playing with a dog that it cannot even see. What's the point in playing with something if you have no visual stimulation of what you're playing with? And that this boy decided to go upstairs. Where'd the sock come from? Did he take it off of his own foot? That he decided to go upstairs, get a sock, put his hand in it, come back downstairs outside, stick his hand between the ground and the fence to play with a mutt. That story is ridiculous and disgusting. I don't know what actually went down, but I think the parents do know what went down, and they are trying to save this mutt. knowing that they themselves were negligent, irresponsible, immoral, no concept or sense of protection whatsoever, and they are trying to save the dog as well as themselves. They know that dog turned vicious, as dogs naturally do. They are naturally evil creatures. And even knowing that the dog turned violent, knowing that it should be put down, even after their child has lost his arm, they are still trying to save that dog. And they have an army of dog worshipers supporting them. Utterly disgusting. This is why this crusade was created, because this is a powerful, unified, disgusting, immoral cult that is dedicated to those dogs, and it requires blood sacrifice of children. And it is absolutely disgusting. If you don't say anything about a crime that you witness happening, you may as well be a part of that crime yourself. That is not going to happen on this corner of YouTube. I know some of you heard about this story. It took place in the UK, where a man had his marbles ripped off by his own dog. Oh yes, that was his XL bully. And something happened, and the dog latched on to the man's arm and then immediately latched on to his marbles. They said that after this happened, the victim was laying on the ground, shaking and withering in pain. And I believe it. But if you ask me, this guy, he got exactly what he deserved. Every day, this person was endangering everybody in the community, every single day, with nobody knowing who is going to get attacked whenever this thing decides to spaz out. So luckily, when it did flip out, it attacked the owner. Now you got to live with that for the rest of your life. You will not grow new marbles. Was it worth it? I'd love to ask this person, do you regret owning this thing now? Do you still own it? Do you plan on owning another one in the future? Have you reflected on how dumb it is to own these things? Hopefully, someday, soon, they can ask these types of questions after each dog attack. Now, this is a disturbing story out of India. Stray dog mauls a 2-month-old infant, and now the infant is on a ventilator. This story surfaced yesterday. Now we hear a lot of crazy stories that come out of there. The doctor in this article goes over the damage. The damage is extensive. The details of what happened is disturbing. They said that this involved an incident where it was at nighttime. The baby was sleeping with the parents who were economically disadvantaged. I don't know why they included that information. Maybe it's because they wanted to point out that they could not afford a door, because the father went into the washroom and a stray dog entered through the open door. So I have no idea what was going on here. Was it a door that was left open, or a door that or doorway without a real door
where they just couldn't cut themselves off or protect themselves from stray dogs. Very crazy part of the story. But the stray dog comes into the home and starts to eat the baby's face, according to this report. Starts eating the baby's face. Now, the baby does not start to cry, and the mother does not wake up. The attack does not end until the father comes back in and finds the dog eating the baby's face. And they point out that they complain a lot about dogs, stray dogs. And they say that when they do, that they'll come and sterilize a few dogs and they'll take them away and no follow-up is done. And a few months later, the effect of the sterilization wears off and the situation is the same again. She said the population of stray dogs is not controlled. She said it seems human lives have no value. According to the report, that is what the doctor said. The doctor said that it seems human lives have no value. I think that's a big deal for that to come from a doctor, a well-respected person in society. And it's good it came from the doctor rather than just a citizen. Because if lawmakers would acknowledge this, they would do something about it. Instead, they give dogs a free pass to simply attack people, just like this infant was attacked in this situation. And it's really a case where dogs are treated as if they are more important. Because they have these laws, they can't touch these dogs over there, and they refuse to exterminate them, which is what they need. If I've said this before, if your community is infested with dogs, you are living in a dog house. You're living in a dump. You're being forced to live in inhumane conditions. The entire point of carving out territory for human beings is the same with any other living organism. The whole point is to drive out predators and to keep them out. Any living conditions less than that, you are living in inhumane conditions. So it's pretty crazy and sad that it's official, that they've sanctioned that these people have to live like dogs, and really like less than dogs themselves. I want y'all to check out this nuttery.
Shows the moments an officer opened fire on two dogs in the back of an alley on 11th Street in Northwest last Thursday. News 4 has blurred out the moment one dog dies on the scene. The video is too painful to watch for the dog's owners, Geneva Thompson.
Oh boy. That dog ran out and charged at that officer, barking. But let's listen to the sob story.
And her 16-year-old daughter, Namora.
My mind was going sideways everywhere. It was spinning around. I was crying. I was hitting walls. I was going crazy.
The pain that we feel is completely unbearable because we just continue to try to grieve. And
listen to this.
It's just been very painful.
Police say the officer was there for a reported stabbing. After noticing a broken window, police say the officer went to the alley. At the time, Namora had just taken the dogs Luna and Wednesday outside to get some air.
Sometimes they slip under the gate, and especially
sometimes the dogs slip under the gate. Did you see this bully breed charging at that officer? You probably didn't. Really can't show that kind of stuff. People, this is how entitled these
lunatics feel. They're always going to make themselves the victim, no matter what happens. That's what disgusts me so much about these people. Lying, dishonest.
They slip under the gate. And
slip under. This was an attack, woman. What are you talking about? This wasn't no mutt that accidentally slipped under the gate and was trying to figure out how to get back under. Sounded like a drug addict.
Especially Wednesday, she always slip under the gate.
Especially Wednesday. Always slip under the gate on Wednesday? You sound like a lunatic.
Barker, no biter.
The dog was a barker, no biter. Just perpetual liars. Just like I said. And they're all the same. They all do this. They all commit to being perpetual liars and being untruthful and deceitful.
The gate, and especially Wednesday, she always slip under the gate.
She was a barker, no biter. I had never seen her bite.
In the video.
And they start them off on this deceitful, lying path very early.
You can see both Luna and Wednesday, along with another dog, escape from the gate. The video then shows
escape? No, they charged at this officer.
The officer pull his gun and open fire.
They got out, and all you heard was...
They got out and launched an attack. This is insane.
Shots. They didn't even have a chance to breathe, I guess. They just... Once they got out the gate, they were dead. It was unfortunate, because I thought... When I heard the shots...
No. After they attacked the officer. Cops are dog lovers. They will welcome a dog approaching them politely, non-aggressively. They're quick to not shoot. And you see this on camera, so what are you talking about? Still trying to play the victim.
I thought it was my daughter.
Police say the officer fired 3 rounds. One dog, Wednesday, died at the scene. Another, Luna, died a short time later in the backyard. The third dog was injured.
It's horrible. It's traumatizing. It's horrible because my mom lost her sleeping buddy.
Listen to this.
And I lost...
Mom lost her sleeping buddy. Listen to this insanity.
My emotional support.
They need to learn that all dogs are not aggressive at all.
So what do you call that? Is this woman, is she a drug addict?
Dogs are not aggressive. Luna and our puppies weren't aggressive at all. The neighbors loved our dogs.
The Thompsons tell us that Luna was pregnant with puppies at the time that she was shot. DC police have not said why the officer opened fire. Right now, MPD's internal affairs.
What? Do they call this a non-aggressive approach? It's charging. What are y'all talking about? It charged at him. This is insanity.
Bureau is investigating the incident and says the details of the case will be reviewed to determine whether the use of force was within.
There was nothing to investigate. The video is clear. Any other cop would have done the same thing. Do you really expect us to believe that a rational person would have stood there as a bully breed is charging towards them? People, it's because we've been accepting this. This is why they feel like they can just keep trying to pull it. This is madness, people.
A horror story for a couple in New Jersey. They left their dog with sitters while they enjoyed a vacation.
They say the person they trusted their beloved dog named Remy with shot and killed him.
Now, police arrested the sitter on animal cruelty and other charges, but Remy's owners still want some answers. They spoke exclusively to Eyewitness News New Jersey reporter Tony Yates.
Just 2 days into their family vacation, Andrew and Lindsay received a call from the pet sitters who were supposed to be caring for their precious rescue, Remy. The call shook them to the core.
Notice how they say precious. They shouldn't say stuff like that. We don't know what kind of dog this was. They assume that they're all precious. No, they're all devils. That's what they are.
I hear it over and over. He said, I just put a buckshot in your dog's head. He went after my pregnant wife. He said, come get your dead dog's body off my property.
Look at this guy. He looked like he's about to cry too. I'll never forget it. He told me, but a buckshot. Oh, stop it. It's a lot of extra going on here. I mean, does she even have tears coming out her eyes? It's another one of those dry cries.
Over and over. He said, I just put a buckshot in your dog's head. He went after my pregnant wife. He said, come get your dead dog's body off my property.
Andrew and Lindsay adopted
What
Remy
an
6
idiot.
years ago.
What an idiot. Did you hear that?
Andrew and Lindsay adopted Remy 6 years ago after New Jersey Pit Rescue rescued the dog from an overcrowded kill shelter.
The first time. Adopted a pit bull from a shelter and start putting their face up to it. But these types of people, they deserve whatever happened to them.
When we met him, he just came bursting through my arms and licked my face, and that was it.
Ugh. Disgusting. What an idiot you are, both of you. Licked your face, you idiot. Could have bit your face. Big dummy. And listen to him. Sound like a lunatic. Acting like these things are such angels. You'd have been better off if something else licked your face.
Licked my face, and that was it. You know, that was love at first sight.
Lindsay went through a
Love it. What in the world?
Hunterdon County Dog Lovers website asking about pet sitters.
In my post, the name, Kaylee,
Okay, another dry cry. No tears. She's not crying.
was tagged, and it was tagged multiple times.
Craig and Callie Cook of White House, New Jersey, offered various pet care services, working with the company Rover to match them with families.
We had a meet and greet with her. You know, our dog was fine around her, and she assured us that, you know, she was insured and bonded.
No.
That's how it happens, man. You heard what he said? Our dog was fine around her. That's how it happens. One day they just snap. What are you talking about? Now, notice these are dog sitters where you take your dog to their house. So I would imagine, you know, they're armed. Obviously, they're armed inside their home. But I would imagine they also got cameras installed just in case something like this happened.
36 hours into his stay, trouble. Remy and another dog got into a tussle. Lindsay called.
Because we were ready to get in the car, and it was only 24 hours. No, everything is fine. Don't worry about it.
No, most likely y'all's dog attacked that other dog, especially if that other dog is not a bully breed. Your worthless piece of trash mutt attacked that dog, most likely.
They say the Cooks confined Remy to a crate in a room. They were sent pictures then of Remy hanging out with Craig outside. Out of nowhere, the call that Craig shot Remy dead.
He ran our dog down and shot him twice in the head.
What?
She assured us.
How did he find that out?
Nowhere, the call that Craig shot Remy dead.
He ran our dog down and shot him twice in the head for no damn good reason.
Andrew called police. They and animal control investigated and retrieved Remy.
Ran their dog down? Where'd he get that from? Thought the dog attacked a pregnant woman.
His remains. Craig Cook was arrested. Rover banned the Cooks and said to us in part, our 24/7 trust and safety team removed both care providers from the platform canceled future bookings, and assisted any impacted pet parents with finding alternative care through Rover. Remy's owners have started a GoFundMe to support Jersey Pet Rescue, and they want to work to change laws, bringing
What? Support Pit Bull Rescue in honor of this mutt. So they just want to get a bag after having their dog deleted. Worthless piece of trash mutant. Good for nothing living turd. And they show this photo as if the dog is innocent. Oh, I'm so sweet. Wouldn't harm a fly. These are the most violent living organisms in society. Absolute trash. All governments should exterminate them. I don't care what they look like. See, that's what's wrong with you nutters. You think how something looks is all that matters, like the primitive nutters you are.
through Rover. Remy's owners have started a GoFundMe to support Jersey Pet Rescue, and they want to work to change laws, bringing harsher sentences for animal abusers.
So this has just been...
Shut up, nutter. One less lethal turd to worry about. So this man in New York City was attacked by his own dog. He was cooped up in an apartment when his own pit bull targeted his jugular and killed him.
New overnight. A gruesome and tragic police-involved shooting in the Bronx.
Officers called to a home in the Longwood section. They found a man who was being mauled by his pit bull. Those officers opened fire, shooting the dog and killing it. That man suffered devastating wounds to the neck.
Now, do you think he expected to be attacked by his own dog? This is the case with all dog owners. They have no idea whether or not their dog will even attack them. So why would you go up to them and ask for permission to pet their dog? Don't do that. As the world's only dog experts, I am telling you, you are putting yourself at risk. This is worth losing friends over. If a grown man will be killed just as easily as a small young person, people have no business bringing these things into schools across the country, trying to desensitize young people to walk up to these things when they see them and get permission to pet them. That is a crime, and it needs to stop now. Again, dog lovers do not have any type of magical powers over their dog's brains. None. This could be anyone. Make sure it's not you. Practice cynophobia. Stay away from these good-for-nothing, worthless killers at all costs, and their owners. I was in the process of making a video about pit bulls, and I had to stop and immediately start to create a different video because I found this story to be too disturbing to put on hold. The headline immediately made me feel like I was watching a horror movie. Better yet, like I was in a horror movie. And as I read the story, it started like the feeling of watching or being in a horror movie got even more intense. And it is stories like this that prove beyond a reasonable doubt the people who own dogs, especially these large, vicious dogs, are at least extremely brainwashed and possibly have some other mental issues at play. So allow me to share this horrific story. The headline reads, "Mother forced to leave baby's body with attacking dog so she could save her older child." Right? That is the headline that shot me into a horror movie scene. It was a Staffordshire Bull Terrier, of course. She was home alone with her 2 kids and the dog. As I've said numerous times, when you allow a dog to be in the same home as your children, you're putting your children in imminent danger. Dogs are child killers. So they had been taking care of this mutt for 4 years. They adopted it from a shelter. The dog had no history of violence, not even from the previous owner. In fact, the previous owner said she had a small Jack Russell that used to attack this very pit bull. And she thought it wasn't fair to keep it, so she gave it away. So it was being attacked and was not attacking this small Jack Russell. That's how harmless they thought this mutt was. So when dog nuts hit you with this mantra that their dog has never attacked anyone in X number of years, pay them no attention. Do not give credit to that allegation, not even in the slightest bit. That is no guarantee. Nothing is a guarantee that a dog will never attack in the future. I don't give a damn about your mutt's history. Don't want to hear it. She had the infant in her arms. She was sitting in the living room with her 2 children, had her infant in her arms. The older child was on the sofa. The mother was also on the phone with her partner. She was FaceTiming with him. So the dog enters the room. She said the dog growled and immediately attacked Daniel, the older child. So the mother got up and tried to move the dog out of the room. But she still had her infant in her arms. So as she's trying to pull the dog off of her older son, she drops her infant. Immediately, the dog redirected its aggression from the older child to the infant, latched onto the infant, and started to shake the infant. You know, what I call the death shake. It is totally intended to cause death, to rupture veins so that they cannot reattach or be repaired. And as the dog started shaking the infant, it was also moving around the room. So it latched onto the infant and took off, created distance between itself and the mother. So it was not standing in one spot shaking the infant. It was mobile as it shook the infant. Right? It wanted to get away to make sure it would have time to kill the infant. This is just straight up murder. A murdering machine. These creatures. They are killers. Why would you put yourself in a position? I'm going to digress several times in this video. Why would you put yourself in a situation for this to even be possible? It is beyond me. She said she knew immediately that her baby was dead, right? The dog shook the baby, walking around at the same time, and she said the dog then dropped the infant. She said she knew immediately that her baby was dead, right? She literally watched her infant murdered, and that infant had to have been motionless and completely silent, covered in blood. That is what told her her infant was dead. Let me pause briefly because this is an epic point in the story. Why would you create an environment inside your home that makes it possible for your kids to be viciously murdered in a matter of seconds by a deadly creature that is wired by nature to kill? In a matter of seconds, this woman is fighting for her life and her kids. And it is the kids that are being attacked first. This is not like a killer, a serial killer who breaks into the home. They're most likely going to attack the adults first. This is a whole different type of killer. A killer that attacks the young first. How dare you let something like this inside of your home? You have to be out of your mind. Especially when you have babies and children inside the home. That should be illegal. So after she realized that her baby was dead, she tried to save her older child. Says the dog was still having a go at the older child. She had set the child on the kitchen table, and the dog snatched the boy off the table, right? Grabbed him off the table. They said that on the 911 call, you could hear the mother as she screamed, trying to get the dog off. She managed to barricade the dog in the conservatory and had to hold the door shut to prevent the dog from continuing to attack. So she's inside the room with her bloody toddler as the dog is at the door growling, barking, scratching at the door. Dog's still outside with her infant's body. This is a horror scene. Straight, dark, gloomy, terrifying horror scene. Why would you open the door for this? Extremely traumatic situation. This is a moment when she probably reflected on the fact that her infant had no chance and has no chance, where she's probably starting to break down from trauma of what she just had to witness and what she is currently still dealing with. Not only did she witness the murder of her infant, the dog is still out there with the infant. So the older child, the toddler, also has to live with this memory for the rest of his life. Nothing a dog offers humans is worth taking the chance to be in a situation like this. Cops show up. They're wondering why she hasn't answered the door. They can't just come up, show up and force entry. She had to shout and tell them that she had took herself and her child into a safe room, and they could not leave because the dog is still trying to attack the boy. So the cops had to force entry. When they came in, they saw the mauled infant laying face down. They say it took several officers to subdue and remove the dog, that they had to use special equipment because the dog was acting so aggressively. They said the dog was acting aggressive like that all the way up until it was put to sleep. Think about that. It went into a complete rage after going 4 years with no display of violence and no report of violence from the previous owner. Even said that dog was being bullied by a Jack Russell Terrier. There is nothing a dog nut can tell me about how their dog has never attacked anyone that will make me feel even slightly comfortable being within 20 feet of that worthless mutt. That's the first thing they hit you with. My dog has never attacked anyone. And one day it snapped. 4 years. Remained in a rage till it was put to sleep. To allow dogs in our communities, inside our homes, around infants, should be one of the top violations of child endangerment laws on the books. No dog should be trusted to never attack in the future. All it takes is for it to attack once. You don't put the life and well-being of you and your kids into the trust that you have in a deadly creature that is designed to kill. Again, it is amazing you even have to remind people of this. It should be common sense. Shouldn't one of the traits that defines a family pet be that the pet is harmless? 80 to 90 million dogs for sale here, right? I'm your dog sale, but 15 to 20 million of them will bite. They're going to bite one of you. Those are the statistics on this creature. And I absolutely believe that the majority of dog bites go unreported. That is why I say 15 to 20 million instead of 5 million. Right? I truly believe 1 out of 3 to 4 are actually reported. I've even done stories where the news report proved that the people were about to ignore a previous bite. Nearly 30,000 each year will be literally torn apart and will need surgery to be put back together. 20 to 50 of you will be killed. In each attack scenario, the majority will be children. Do you want to purchase one of these dogs? You have to be out of your mind to purchase any product like that. If we could even call this a product, they consider dogs property. You have to be a complete maniac, out of your natural mind, with no common sense. It's like saying, here, I have 90 million time bombs for sale. 20 million will explode. Injuries will vary. But this time bomb will help to enhance your mood. It will alleviate feelings of insecurity. For me, this was a very graphic, horrific story. And it was ultimately made possible by the adults. Several governments will allow you to purchase things that are harmful. All governments. Why purchase something that opens the door for a scene like this? I've asked this question dozens to hundreds of times, and each time feels like the first time. Now, for a parent to read a report like this and then say to themselves, oh, I'll take the chance anyway, and goes and purchases a dog or even keeps their dog. Folks, that is insanity in its purest and most blatant form. When you talk about 800,000 people in need of emergency care treatment, that averages out to over 2,000 cases each day. The reason why we don't understand like the mentality of people who treat dogs like family, dog nuts, is because we don't humanize dogs. That is mandatory. You have to literally humanize them in order to treat them like a family member. Even if dogs were harmless, incapable of attacking people, that mentality would be cause for concern. So the fact that we're talking about deadly creatures like this proves that we're dealing with self-destructive, public endangering sociopaths with no common sense. So let me stop rambling. You've all heard this type of rant several times. Just wanted to share this story. There's nothing that you can say to help people who simply don't value themselves nor their offspring, even though they still don't have the right to put the life and well-being of their own offspring at risk and in danger like this. But because these people bring these creatures into communities, it is a community problem. It is disturbing to see the government do nothing to protect the young from this form of endangerment, but has laws to protect the young from other forms of endangerment that does not cause nearly as many injuries or deaths. So much so that they will eliminate the possibility for further injuries by completely removing the product from the shelves. You can't even purchase this. Too many kids are being injured. It don't even measure remotely to the number of injuries dogs are causing. Several people have asked me what I think about small dogs. To me, all dogs are dogs. You know, several infants have been attacked and killed by small dogs. I've read an article, it was not long ago, last night, about a Jack Russell Terrier that had killed an infant. And in that particular article, the writer described the reasons dogs attack infants as follows. He wrote, "Those familiar with the Jack Russell Terriers are aware of the breed's aggressive tenacity and its inclination to attack prey objects such as squirrels, rats, etc. In some cases, a Jack Russell's predatory inclinations may also generalize to small-sized humans," end quote. See how he wrote that dogs generalize to small-sized humans, as if dogs are not aware that they are mauling your baby. Dogs know full well that this is your baby. Another infant killed by a Pomeranian, one of those real small dogs. Look so harmless, don't they? They are killers just like the big dogs. These small dogs are no different. Many are more aggressive. They're all child killers. Small dogs simply focus on infants. And any creature capable of killing infants and seriously injuring toddlers, those are not pets. Dogs should be dealt with for what they are naturally. They should not be dealt with based on how well we hope the owners train them against what they are naturally. And after they train the dog against its natural instinct, they then claim that the dog is normal. Now this is how they're supposed to be. Amazing how people can train a dog for hours and days and weeks and then claim that it is now normal in its normal state. That's how brainwashed people is. They just truly believe that dogs are not by nature killers. Just because you can con a mutt into sparing your life by feeding it to death. That's pretty much the relationship between dogs and humans. The owner feeds it over and over until the dog views the owner as a food dispenser. And it spares you, tolerates your presence. Just because you can do that and convince the dog to spare you does not mean it will spare your kids as well, nor your friends, family, or anyone else. People are so stupid. They think the dog has a mind of a human. That if they feed it enough, the dog will view them as a food dispenser, tolerate their presence. Then the dog will view everybody else in your home as a human would, as a friend of the person who has shown me love. So I won't harm them. No, they view them as a threat, competition for food, or a vulnerable target that they can attack for absolutely no reason. You can only get to this point of stupidity when you humanize the dog. And no matter how many reports like this show up, people continue and even start to humanize dogs even more. The commercials continue. The propaganda continues. It is absolute insanity. No matter if the dog is large or small, in my opinion, all world governments should work together and force the immediate extinction of every worthless mutt on this planet. Another question for dog trainers, veterinarians, and behaviorists. Exactly how did this child provoke this dog? If you could answer that question for me, please, I would appreciate it. See the kid walking with her mother, and out of nowhere comes the dog. You can see the dog right here. All they do is walk past. And now she has to protect her kid from a dog attack. Y'all telling us the kid actually did something to provoke this dog? You really expect us to believe that? You're trying to tell us that the kid actually pulled the dog's ear or tail or teased it right there in that moment? Really? Because this is what you all have been doing. You have been suggesting that these kids are actually doing something to provoke these dogs. Okay, you're going to have to spot that out because that's a heavy charge. That's a major charge. Okay, and this dog is trying to attack, trying to bite, is actually biting her clothes. This kid. You all have been lying for decades, spreading extremely dangerous lies. You have all suggested that the primary reason dogs attack kids is because kids do things to provoke them. And I've been saying for years, why don't you hear the same thing from police officers? We got thousands of attacks on camera. Police never provoke these things. That's why they end up shooting them. male carriers never provoke these things, and male carriers get attacked all the time. The truth is, just like they attack cops, male carriers unprovoked, they attack children unprovoked as well. It is simply more often that they attack children because children are smaller. You can see that this dog was focused only on the child. Why? Because the child is smaller. It's going after the child the same way it would have gone after a small dog. And that's not to equate dogs with kids. But they focus on the easiest targets. Dog attacks on kids is 100% because of the dog aggression, its obsession with violence and bloodshed. Just like they go through and attack dozens of livestock and don't eat any of them, trespass on their territory and attack them for pure sport, that is why they attack children. Now I want y'all to listen to this.
First at 6, a 7-year-old boy remains in the hospital today after both he and his parents were bit by a dog in their Fall River home. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Sam Reed. NBC 10's Aaron Coogan joins us live from Etna Street, where, Aaron, neighbors tell you it was a disturbing scene late last night.
Yeah, well, Sam, it happened at the entrance of this yellow house, and though neighbors were still too shaken up to talk to us on camera, they do say blood-curdling screams could be heard throughout the block. Just before 9 Saturday night, Fall River police were called to 68 Etna Street for reports of a child suffering from a dog bite. When they arrived at the multifamily housing unit, it was learned a mom and her 7-year-old son had been walking into the home at the same time another tenant was walking out with their dog. Though leashed, neighbors tell me the dog is typically muzzled, but wasn't when the two families met last night at the front door. Startled, the 7-year-old boy jumped and the dog attacked, biting the young.
Startled, the 7-year-old jumped and the dog attacked. Blamed him for being attacked. Oh, you jumped. As if you don't have the right to jump. As if jumping in fear is a legit reason to attack anybody.
Young boy in the leg, police say his mom immediately tried to intervene, but then the dog bit her too.
Why isn't it mandatory that dogs are muzzled if you're in an apartment complex? Makes no sense to me.
Neighbors say they heard screams echoing down the street. Another tenant of the house described the horror she felt rushing downstairs to see her typically quiet young neighbor screaming at the top of his lungs. The boy's father was drawn out by the commotion, police say, and then the dog bit him in the groin. Both the 7-year-old and his father
bit the father in the groin. So this thing launched 3 different unprovoked attacks against 3 different victims. Are these so-called experts trying to tell us that they pulled the dog's ear and tail 3 different times? 3 different people? So they provoked this dog 3 different times within the span of a few seconds? That's what they're telling us with their expertise.
Were rushed to Hasbro Children's and Rhode Island Hospital Saturday night with non-life-threatening injuries. Taking to social media today, the family informed concerned loved ones that the young boy did require surgery on his leg, but that he remains in good spirits and on the road to recovery.
Not in good spirits. Nobody who goes through something like this is in good spirits just because you got him to smile or laugh. He would prefer to have not gone through this and would prefer to not be laid up in a hospital right now. Don't talk to me about no good spirits.
Now, police say Fall River Animal Control now have the dog under quarantine.
As you can see, dogs are a constant problem. They are a menace to society. Whenever you want to talk about something positive, dog related, you have to be delusional. You got to make up a lie and say they relieve stress and anxiety. Oh, drug them up first, though. Drug them up, force them on the people, and lie saying that they reduce stress and anxiety. So in other words, there's nothing positive about these worthless mutants. There's a lot to unpack with this video. I want to unpack yet again the unprovoked attack, as well as a bunch of spineless men. This coming out of India. Focus on the lower right-hand corner of your screen. You see that lady? She has a kid in front of her, directly in front of her. Watch this. See that dog? That dog was facing this direction first. It's facing this direction. Then it almost did a U-turn to attack the kid. They do that. Predators do that. They'll pretend like they're not paying attention to you, get closer to you, then launch an attack. Now you see that guy on that bike, he saw it as soon as it happened. But look at his reaction. The attack is underway now. He's still sitting there watching. Does it look like he's in a rush to help? Attack's still underway. Look at this guy in the gray shirt. He runs out and does nothing. In fact, he circles around the whole attack. And I can't show that, but look at him. She got the kid right now in her arms. Look at him. The dog comes back. What is he doing? Dog's right here, charging the kid again. What's the guy doing? Look at him. He ready to run away. The lady in pink had to run past him, like get out the way. You useless, spineless man. And then she jumped on the dog. Two men right here, both terrified, scared, sitting there staring. While two women fighting a dog that's attacking a toddler. That's spinelessness in its purest form. The dog did not have its tail pulled, ear pulled. That kid did not go after that much resources or nothing. There was plenty of adults there for that dog to attack. 3 adults present on the video. And it went after a toddler. Maximum aggression. Why? Because they view kids as prey. Something to kill for fun. Every time they kill them slowly. And y'all still praise these things? If you'll notice, look at this. There's a dog in this video with a shirt on. You mean y'all still over there in India being a nutter like that? Look at this. You see that? This dog got a shirt on. These things over there preying on you, primarily preying on your kids, killing them slowly every single day, and you still got over the top, westernized nutters over there? You still glorify these things. Easily the worst, most wicked, evil creatures on the planet. And you still got nutters over there in India. So I suspect the nutters in India are worse than the ones here in the States. Dog back there with a shirt on. These nutters putting shirts on stray dogs. It's a wrap. They treat themselves like subhumans. They don't even treat themselves like human beings no more.
That's how accustomed they are to living like animals. So, experts, you're going to have to show me where the ear pulling took place, tail pulling, teasing that you all say happens before every single attack. Every time I see an attack on camera, I respond to it. We're still waiting for you to prove that these things only attack children when they're provoked or frightened or full of anxiety. Another attack caught on camera. Will we finally see a provoked dog attack?
Shocking news in Victorville where a stray dog suddenly attacks a little girl while she was walking to school with her siblings.
A woman who lives nearby stepped in to help. KTLA's Inland Empire reporter Shelby Nelson talked with a Good Samaritan.
Just thinking about it, it's still unreal to me.
An unreal experience that Victorville resident Maria Hernandez is still shaken from, and partly because of what you see right here, a dog jumping onto a little girl just outside her house.
Okay, y'all saw that. This is what they do investigations for. They want to find out what you just saw here, the moments leading up to the attack. What do you see in the moments leading up to attack? Bloodthirst, aggression, unprovoked attack. And then the adults want to tell you the dog was actually scared and that the kid actually did something. Oh, the kid did something to the dog. You just can't see it. Only the dog saw it. Only the dog could hear it. They are saying that. These experts, they're saying that.
Hernandez is still shaken from, and partly because of what you see right here, a dog.
No, and she's backing up. She's not even being threatening. Obviously, this is not territory aggression. Dog came up to them. It's a stray dog. You got a lot of problems here. In the video, already you got problems that contradict what the so-called experts say. What's going on?
Partly because of what you see right here, a dog jumping onto a little girl just outside her house. It was like any other.
It's so despicable, that behavior. Violating people, walking up to them, pouncing on them. They project that behavior as cute. No, it's not. Not admirable, nothing. It's despicable. Then they tell us if we do that to them, walk up to them and start rubbing on them, they're justified for attacking us.
Morning, kids were outside walking to school along Mesa Linda Avenue. At around 7 a.m., Maria's daughter came to her, telling her what she saw outside of the window.
Mom, the dog is dragging the little girl from the head. And I got...
From the head. So it started to scalp her immediately. How many stories have we gone over where scalping is what started the attack? Latched on to the scalp. Because they said she started bleeding. So I don't think the dog only has her by the hair at this moment.
From the head. And I got up and just ran down, and first thing I grabbed was my broom.
Maria's mom instincts kicking in. She tells her kids to stay inside the house. Surveillance video shows her running in the direction of the 7-year-old girl who she says had been walking with her siblings.
By the time I got
out, then, she was still a little hesitant. You saw her stop, yell, smack the ground with the broom. But at any second, the dog could hit a main artery. Very dangerous. Nobody should be in a situation like this. That's the point. The kid shouldn't be in this situation, and Maria shouldn't be in this situation, because we shouldn't have creatures like this in society. They need to be all euthanized. Stop wasting our money breeding them and euthanizing the ones that you're breeding. Wasting money. Just throwing money out the window. Euthanize all of them and be done with it. These are useless. We don't need this. We don't need scenarios like what you see here happening. I don't want to hear nothing about some personal benefit you get from rubbing on them. Rub on something else. Something that's not out here attacking people 13 and under 50% of the time.
is kicking in. She tells her kids to stay inside the house. Surveillance video shows her running in the direction of the 7-year-old girl who she says had been walking with her siblings.
By the time I got out, the dog had the little girl on the other side of the house, already by the leg. He had ripped off all her clothes.
They're trying to kill her. And the experts want to tell you that the dog is doing this because it was in fear. It was full of anxiety. The dog is doing this because the kid teased it.
She says she put the broom in front of the dog, creating a barrier. She pulled the little girl who was bleeding from her head behind her.
He followed us to my door, and I just had the broom. When we got to the door, we couldn't open the door. So he tried, that's when he got a little bit more.
And everybody else, I'm not going to be critical against Maria, but just my advice, if you have a stick like what she had a broom. I want you to run straight over to the attack and start wailing away on that worthless mutt. Don't hesitate. Don't scream. Don't stop and smack the ground like what you see here. No. Go as fast as you can and tee off. Tee off on that mutt, especially if you're a woman, because you need maximum aggression with these mutants. Maximum aggression. But again, people shouldn't be get a knife, get a pocket. I just got one yesterday, a brand new one yesterday. Keep a couple of them on you, where you always get something on you. And again, if you don't like handguns, get a BB gun. We got to protect ourselves. And, you know, young people, kids should have something. You're sending them out in a dangerous world like this. You create such a dangerous environment like this. Give them something to protect themselves.
Her siblings.
By the time I got out, the dog had the little girl on the other side of the.
Now, I'm sure you do. But do you have to be 18 to own a BB gun? Notice how it's illegal for young people to carry anything effective enough to protect themselves with. The most they can use is like a Nerf gun, maybe a water gun. Y'all better get something. They use nothing. When they make dog deterrent devices, they never make them for kids to use, yet kids are over 50% of the victims.
The little girl on the other side of the house, already by the leg. He had ripped off all her clothes.
She says she put the broom in front of the dog, creating a barrier. She pulled the little girl who was bleeding from her head.
Look at that predatory behavior. Look at how it's still pursuing her. Got blood in its mouth. And they want to sit and tell us this thing is actually scared. Fearful. Huh? Full of anxiety. Get out of here. This is fearful behavior right here. It's predatory behavior. See how it's still chasing them? How can you not hate these things? What's wrong with you?
Her clothes.
She says she put the broom in front of the dog, creating a barrier. She pulled the little girl who was bleeding from her head behind her.
He followed us to my door, and I just had the broom when we got to.
Don't lecture me about how good it feels rubbing on these things. I won't hear no weird, nasty stuff like that, because that's all y'all get from them. Rub on them. These things need to be gotten out of here. We don't need scenarios like this. We don't need lethal child predators swarming. There's probably more dogs in this country than children.
To the door, we couldn't open the door. So he tried, that's when he got a little bit more aggressive. He tried jumping towards her.
Try to attack her again. This is fear. He's goofy experts.
How they managed to get inside her house safely. Maria tried wrangling the little girl's siblings, but they ran off. The girl was later hospitalized.
Deputies did get a call. They responded along with our city animal control.
Neighbors had seen the dog the night before. Officials with the city of Victorville say it was a stray Belgian Malinois mix.
a worthless, good-for-nothing, trash organism that does not deserve to live. And that's the case with each and every one of them, but especially so for large dogs. They don't deserve to live on this planet, because if we send them out into the wild, they come right back into our society, and they definitely don't deserve to live in our society, leeching off us. We keep these things alive, and they specialize in attacking us. And it's usually 13 and under.
Officials with the city of Victorville say it was a stray Belgian Malinois mix that was not microchipped. The dog is now in quarantine with Victorville Animal Control. As for Maria, she knows it could have ended a lot worse had she not come out to rescue the girl.
He wouldn't have let go. He was after her. I could only imagine what she's going through.
And I'm pretty sure the girl is traumatized. But along with that, worrying about the victim's emotional state and mental state, we need to talk about how this needs to stop. They tiptoe around that discussion. They don't want to talk about how much this needs to stop, how important it is for attacks like this to not happen at all, ever. Until we have discussions like that, we're out of our minds. We're going along with the program, being brainwashed.
An Amazon delivery driver mauled by a dog along his route says even though he now needs a walker to get around, he's lucky to be alive. Good evening. I'm Keith Garvin.
And I'm Daniela Guzman. Keith Haley says he is missing a big chunk of his leg and will need skin graft surgery.
Whoa. Now, wait a minute. They actually show his leg. It's edited, okay? They blurred it out, but they show his leg with a huge hole in it. This is not something that he says. I don't like the way that she worded that. Did you hear that?
Get around, he's lucky to be alive. Good evening. I'm Keith Garvin.
And I'm Daniela Guzman. Keith Haley says he is missing a...
No. This is not some allegation by this guy. Something that hasn't been proven. Y'all actually show it. Why don't you just word it like that? Why don't you just say a dog bit a huge chunk out of a man's leg? What is with these word games? I don't like that. It really gets under my skin.
Big chunk of his leg and will need skin graft surgery to help close the wounds. Tonight, he is speaking only to our Devin Clark, who has his story and a response from Galveston County officials handling this case.
Since May, I've been there.
As an Amazon delivery driver, Keith Haley is used to being quick on his feet. But after what happened to him at the end of his shift on July 23rd,
I had one more package across the street.
He says he's not sure if he'll ever be able to walk the same again.
As I'm walking, all I hear, I look like a coyote wolf family.
It's at this San Leon home on 24th.
Now look at that. You telling me that's a home? As a delivery driver, why would you walk up to a home like that? And why don't delivery drivers carry weapons? They should at least have pepper spray, dog mace, or something. You don't walk around house to house like this without no weapon. And to be honest, they should be allowed to carry guns, just like police officers, because their job is just as dangerous in terms of being attacked by dogs. You hear all these stories about delivery drivers being attacked, but when it comes to the police officers, you hear a bunch of stories of them shooting the dogs before they attack. And that's what the mail carriers need to start doing. And it needs to be the law. Okay? That, more than anything, will encourage these nutters to at least put forth some effort in controlling their worthless mud.
Where Haley says he found himself face to face with this fully grown dog.
Why would you go up to that nasty, dingy, dirty house?
San Leon home on 20.
You know what homes look like when they got dogs? Big nasty house, tires, all kind of junk and trash in the yard.
there are dogs there.
24th, where Haley says he found himself face to face with this fully grown Belgian Malinois, which is similar to a large German Shepherd.
As soon as I hear the chain rattle, you know, I'm running for the streets because I already know he coming towards you. So as I'm running, I feel, you know, his teeth entering my leg.
As he's running. So even though he's running, he was still caught. And the dog started to attack him. Unprovoked, mind you. Unprovoked. Just like all of the other dog attacks, this dog attack was unprovoked. Do you know how difficult it is to find a dog attack where the dog was actually provoked? You can't find it.
You know, his teeth entering my leg.
The extent of his injuries too graphic to show on television.
My whole calf gone.
Adding insult to injury, Haley says, the neighbor who he ran to for help told him the dog had attacked other people before.
She was like, wait, and she told me exactly what it was. That dog across the street, right? And I was like, yeah. She said, man, that dog attacks people constantly.
Animal control officials say that they are...
See? And you're supposed to just take it. They expect you to accept this as the norm, as a way of life, something you can't stop. Like it's just as natural as the wind blowing. Oh, you got attacked by a dog. Well, there's nothing we can do. Y'all better protect yourselves. Stop living in this fantasy world. All you delivery drivers.
And she told me exactly what it was. That dog across the street, right? And I was like, yeah. She said, man, that dog attacks people constantly.
Man, you know what? I would have left some nice treats for that dog constantly. That's what I would have done. I would have offered it some tasty treats.
Animal control officials say that they are aware of one prior attack which led to the dog being quarantined, but following protocol, it was given back after 10 days when the owner presented necessary paperwork.
So there you go. The dog attacked somebody before, and animal control did nothing. Quarantined that disgusting, worthless, trash organism, mutant, for 10 days, and then gave it back, and this is what you get for giving it back. Knew full well you should have euthanized it back then. And you know full well that you need to euthanize all of them right now, whether or not they've attacked anyone.
We need changes. This should not happen again, ever.
Galveston County Animal Control officials say that after Haley's attack, the dog's owner was not cited because the incident happened on his own property and that...
Oh, whoa. You hear that? Let's back that up.
Galveston County Animal Control officials say that after Haley's attack, the dog's owner was not cited because the incident happened on his own property and that owner willingly gave the dog to Animal Control, where it's been here ever since. However,
there you go. He was on his own property. Even though it's this man's job to go onto other people's property. What about that don't you nutters understand?
Galveston County Animal Control officials say that after Haley's attack, the dog's owner was not cited because the incident happened on his own property.
Was not cited because it happened on his property, but it's the driver's job to go onto people's property. It is not reasonable to acquire a creature that will attack people simply for coming onto the property. This is not the caveman days where anybody who gets close to you should be brutally attacked. What kind of sense does that make? As long as it's people's job to go onto your territory, you should not be in possession of dogs. It's that simple.
After Haley's attack, the dog's owner was not cited because the incident happened on his own property and that owner willingly gave the dog to Animal Control, where it's been here ever since. However, Animal Control officials say because that dog had been quarantined before, they're working on finalizing paperwork to have the dog put down. Amazon said they're looking into the incident but did not provide further comment. Galveston...
See, you as the Amazon driver, you should have been prepared to euthanize that dog yourself. That way you would not currently be missing a huge chunk out of your leg. You wouldn't be out of work.
And who knows? You could have lost your leg. You could have been killed. Okay, you still could have been infected, developed sepsis, and all types of infections. And nothing's going to happen. The laws will remain the same. And it should not be this difficult to find a provoked attack. And they really sitting around trying to tell all of us that these things launch these types of attacks out of fear. Get out of here. Even if you are right, that's ridiculous. Because that means that any and everything fills dogs with fear, which is extremely abnormal. Makes sense. After all, they are mutants.
County Sheriff's Office officials offering advice. Owners receiving packages should tether animals in their yard on appropriate leashes. Delivery drivers should blow horns or whistle when entering a yard.
That is ridiculous. What does this sound like? This sounds like a primitive society. It sounds like you're dealing with domestic terrorists. You have to always be on alert. Make noise when entering. For what? To give your location up? That way the dog can attack you even faster? What is making noise supposed to do? How's that supposed to protect you? Some nutter got a dog somewhere off leash, you're going to get attacked. You simply should not be going onto people's property as long as dogs are legal. And if you do, you should be like the police officers. And of course, I'm a campaign for that. I am just dying to report on stories where an Amazon delivery driver had to defend himself from an attacking dog in line with the law and euthanize the dog on the spot. Those are the most pleasant stories to report. Look for signs. Wait a minute. Keep pepper spray handy. Again, this guy didn't even have pepper spray. What type of world are you living in? And the majority of people are like this. They walk around basically naked. No weapon whatsoever. What do you think this is? Little House on the Prairie? Y'all living in Wonderland somewhere. You got killers everywhere, all around you. You better stay protected. Look for signs of a dog. What type of sign is that supposed to be? I guess you look at the grass, and if it's patchy, we know when there's a dog. Usually we know when there's a dog. But what is that supposed to be? You still got to deliver the mail. What is the delivery driver supposed to do? Don't turn your back.
Horns or a whistle when entering a yard, and keep pepper spray handy just in case. Always look for signs of a dog like a bowl or toys. If you do come across a dog, don't turn your back on it.
Look, this is man's best friend. Why on earth are they bringing these same creatures? Look at how they're telling delivery drivers to deal with these things. What kind of sense does it make to bring these exact same creatures into schools all across the country, around prepubescent children, instructing all of them to come rub and play with these drugged up dogs, trying to desensitize them? God, you people are sick. You are some sick, demonic lunatics. All you young people, if you are a young person, you kids, stay away from dogs. Do not be in the same home as a dog. Don't even get close to a dog. Don't touch them. And I don't care if all of your friends are dog lovers. Tell all of your friends you will never step inside of their home. This is what your parents, your teachers should be telling you. But it's your parents and teachers bringing them around you.
Haley, who says there were no signs for the dog in the yard or in his Amazon app,
Nothing.
is planning legal action. In San Leon.
Yeah. I hope he sues them for everything they have. Now, this is a good example of why I have this channel. I started this channel to help raise awareness of serious threats, lethal threats that everybody treats as if they're harmless. This guy, this delivery driver included, he was also treating these things as if they're harmless. So much so as if they don't even exist. How can you be that unaware as a delivery driver? It should be protocol. Before you're even hired, before they even allow you to drive their vehicle for the very first time, you need to be thoroughly schooled on how often delivery drivers, mailmen, are attacked by dogs. This is a serious problem. And these people continue to be irresponsible and tiptoe around talking about dogs as if they are just as dangerous as they are. You see, when the world, society is full of nutters, then everybody is going to avoid subjects like this. Oh no, we don't want to tell our drivers to look out for dogs. That would make dogs look bad. We don't want to project a bad image of dogs. So it's all reactionary, and it's another form of sacrifice where they only address the problem after it happens. You got to be a step ahead of these people. All you delivery drivers, don't make the same mistake this guy made. I don't care what the house looks like. You don't go anywhere unarmed. Always be prepared to put down a good-for-nothing, worthless mutant. Y'all remember this story broke a couple weeks ago where a 10-year-old was attacked in Kansas City? Listen to this.
So much blood and pictures of the aftermath.
I looked like a whole different person after when that happened.
Demetrius White II says,
I hate when they just put real bad injuries on the screen. Don't even give you a warning. And with others, they don't show any of the injuries. You need to show the injuries always. But the thing I don't like is that I can't show it on YouTube. So bear with me. That is why I'm not showing the injuries.
A dog attacked him 2 weeks ago. He was playing outside with the dog owner's grandkids. Someone let the dog off the leash.
Someone let it off the leash? Okay. Now he was playing with other kids.
And the dog went under the gate and ran to me.
He said the dog then went under the gate, darted towards him, and attacked him. So it sounds like this dog squeezed underneath the gate. You behaviorists, dog trainers, veterinarians, do y'all really expect us to believe that this dog did this out of fear? At what point do you stop saying that and start telling the truth, which is that these creatures are simply bloodthirsty? And the more vulnerable you look, the better your chance of being attacked by them.
And then I got scared and fell.
White had surgery on his face and ankle. For 6 months, he can't play sports, be in the sun, or participate in any activities that will make him sweat.
Can't sweat for 6 months? Can't be in the sun? Look at how bad this alters your life.
And when this family returned home from the hospital, they thought their only concern would be their son's recovery. But a conversation with the dog's owner soon turned into confrontation.
I just wanted the dog. He didn't want to give me the dog, so things kind of turned left.
Okay. So the dog owner did not want to give up the dog. He did not want the dog to be put down. And that's what you should expect. We oftentimes charge dog lovers, especially owners of large, vicious dogs, fighting breeds. These are heartless, soulless, inhumane people. So this does not surprise me that this guy was unwilling to give up this dog.
Demetrius White I says the dog's owner came over to talk but didn't want to put his dog down. Things escalated when witnesses say
the owner came over to talk but didn't want to put the dog down. So what you want to talk about? He wanted to talk about why he's not putting it down. I'd love to hear what the discussion was about.
Son of the dog owner, Sylvester Tart, pulled out a gun and shot it in the air.
So the son of the dog owner, as they started to argue, pulled out a gun and shot it in the air. So the dog owners pulled out a gun on the parents of the child who was attacked by their dog. How do you even get to that point? Another example of the soullessness, the primitiveness, the mindset of a typical pit bull owner, a typical owner of a vicious breed of mutt.
He was charged with unlawful possession of a firearm.
It didn't need to escalate to this because you would be upset and want a dog to be, somebody to be held accountable if this was your child.
And this is why you don't take the chance. You make sure you're armed every time you're outside. This is not the kind of world where you can just let your kids outside to play. Each and every day I see kids by themselves, walking here, walking there. What is wrong with you parents out here? No child has no business, especially in today's world where our kids are coming up missing nonstop, getting kidnapped and whatnot, where you have people selling other people's organs. No child should be nowhere by themselves. And this is the type of thing that can happen. And this dog owner, this dirtbag, first of all, didn't even want to turn the dog over. Definitely did not want it euthanized. And then your son pulls out a gun. Okay.
Child too.
Demetrius's mom, Margot Murray, wants Tart to also face charges for putting them in harm's way.
No. See, it would have been better had he just shot that dog. And I'm talking about the dog attack victim. Now, I know he was only 10 years old. But what I'm saying, if you have a 10-year-old child, you have to always be there with them. If you let them outside, you have to go out there with them. Sit on the porch, walk down the sidewalk, but you have to be there nonstop. Don't ever go back inside and leave them outside. That way, if this attack went down, then the parent could have walked over and neutralized the dog using an effective weapon. But this is a good example of how conflict arises as a result of dogs being in the neighborhood. Dogs are always the cause of conflict between people. Another reason why they're good for nothing, absolutely worthless, and they should be banned everywhere and exterminated. I want the dog experts to explain to all of us exactly what was done to this dog to increase its levels of anxiety. What was done to it to make it fearful? You all say that dogs attack in response to fear, anxiety, something's going on in the environment, and you are always suggesting that the children are doing something in the environment that's agitating the dog. Exactly what was done in this video. I'm going to obviously have to upload a bunch of short videos like this for you brilliant experts, seeing that you refuse to respond to the lengthy live streams. Fine. Please explain to us exactly what was done to this dog to increase its levels of anxiety and to fill it with fear. Because this looks like the behavior of a predator, which is what dogs are. Behavior of a predator that has spotted prey, vulnerable targets. In every scenario, a dog versus a child like this, 1,000,000 times the dog will win. The child will never gain the upper hand on a dog. This is a scenario of predator and prey. This is what this looks like to me. Bullyish behavior, bloodthirsty behavior, where it attacks for the pleasure of attacking and establishing dominance, which it has an instinct for. This is instinctive behavior. It is the instinct of dogs to attack unprovoked. And all the training that you all talk about is an attempt to steer it away from its natural predator instincts. So I hope to hear from the dog experts, behaviorists, trainers, veterinarians, and others.
Camera footage showing the dogs involved in today's attack off leash on their Dorchester street recently. These are the same dogs now in the custody of animal control after one of them mauled an 11-year-old boy. That boy is expected to survive thanks to an off-duty police officer who heard screams and scrambled over to help. Otherwise, as WBZ's Tiffany Chan reports, the outcome might have been very different.
So already they're looking for a hero. They're already looking to turn this into a story of a hero rather than focus on the attack and focus on ways to prevent attacks like this. Prevent it from happening to any other child in the country. That should be the only discussion had. But no, as always, I'm quite sure they're about to turn this into a story of a hero and leave it at that. Let's continue.
A neighbor described those two pit bulls as aggressive and says she's not surprised to hear about the attack, but the victim's family says they're at least grateful an off-duty Boston police officer was nearby and heard their child screaming out for help.
An off-duty officer heard the sounds of screaming, and he observed a pit bull viciously attacking a young 11-year-old child.
The officer didn't hesitate to help, grabbing his radio and gun, even hopping several fences to get to the boy.
Hurry up, we need EMS and bring some units. Animal control something. This dog is a pit bull, it's a pit bull.
Boston Police Commissioner William Gross says the 11-year-old was playing in his backyard along Rock Terrace in Dorchester when the pit bull latched onto his neck, arm, and groin. The officer tried to fight the dog off while someone else held down a second.
Attacked his neck, arm, and groin of an 11-year-old. And then you see that brainless, large rodent. And somebody correctly pointed out that these mutts, these repugnant beasts, they sniff around everywhere, always looking for food. Like a rodent. They behave exactly like a rodent. Always sniffing around, and they are just as brainless. Even more brainless than rodents. These are the creatures that get praised every day. How sick is that? You know, I'm really sick of this disgusting culture, this savage, subhuman, evil culture. The nerve of anyone to praise creatures like that, a group like this, the only group that mutilates human kids. It should be a crime, like I said, to honor these things the way people do, with groups, really worship and exalt the existence of these things. That is sick. There's no debating that. It's not up for argument. That is sick and inhumane.
Pitbull.
The dog continued to viciously attack the young child, and fearing for the child's safety, the officer discharged his firearm, halting the attack.
It likely saved the boy's life, but Gross says this wasn't the first time police were called to the home.
To me, this seemed aggressive.
A neighbor showing us surveillance video days before the attack of the pit bulls walking around freely on the street.
Well, the owners definitely, they were not responsible. Too responsible with the dogs. They were not leashed.
Animal control hauled the two dogs away as a part of the investigation. The boy had to undergo surgery and is expected to survive thanks to the quick action of that off-duty officer.
Wait a minute. So, of course, they got back around to turning it into a hero story. But this was footage from days before, or the day before, of these pit bulls off leash, running around the community. Now, I know these dog nuts, they're going to look at it and say, oh, well, it's just irresponsible owners. Exactly. How do we know the people who are responsible from those who are irresponsible? According to your definition. My definition, if you own one of these things, you are irresponsible. But let's use your logic that a responsible owner would keep the dogs contained. How do we know the responsible from the irresponsible? By the time you figure it out, it's too late. Too late. So you can't regulate it. These things should not exist in our society at all. Because they are the only group of creatures on this planet that mutilates kids. Mutilate everybody. But kids, primarily, most of the time. Because of that, dogs should be the #1 enemy of human beings. If that were the case for any other group on this planet, that is exactly what dogs would be in the eyes of those creatures. It's only this group, humans, allegedly the most intelligent, that not only permits their presence, but exalts their presence. How sick is that? I know this might seem too overt. You know, you want to do something crazy, or you want to hide something from people, they tell you to put it right in their faces. Because it'll be so ridiculous that they won't even recognize it. This is overtly sadistic. Sadistic. I mean, evil is an understatement. This is sickening culture. If you can even call it culture. Well, culture is what you do. This is the culture. It's sickening. Stories like this is sickening. Listening to these so-called educated people turn these attacks into a hero story is sickening. Do you not have any connection whatsoever with basic human decency or intelligence. The morale level has to be beneath the ground to allow these creatures to exist the way they exist today. Exalted, celebrated, honored, worshipped. Sickening.
At this point, we're just thankful that the child was saved.
Commissioner Gross says trauma services will be available not only to the victim and his family, but for that police officer as well. From Dorchester, I'm Tiffany Chan for WBZ News.
Boston Mayor Marty Walsh took to Twitter tonight about the incident. He said, quote, "My heart goes out to the young boy injured in this incredibly sad and tragic event this afternoon. I've spoken with his parents to wish him a full and speedy recovery, and I ask everyone to keep him in your prayers."
See that? The end. That's the end of the report. No, we're not going to do anything about dogs. They're going to be available for anyone to purchase. We're going to continue to worship them. Nothing will be enforced. Nothing will change. Your children will remain the #1 victims of dogs. They will remain available, vulnerable to another attack. And again, this happens every day. Over 2,000 dog bites per day. Over half are children. People need to get in touch with their brains. Seriously. The level of brainlessness in the world today, it doesn't even seem real. It seriously doesn't. Not even movies are this ridiculous. It does not take much effort to evolve. It doesn't take much effort to truly be intelligent. Why do so many people in this country have such a hard time acquiring basic decency and intelligence? Baffling. So this boy, 11-year-old boy, had his groin attacked. There is no telling what type of injuries he truly has. Maybe permanent. What other entity does that to humans, period, but to your kids? They're worse than serial killers. Serial killers that target adults, they're worse than that. These are child predators. So to see all these groups and all these stupid people, these satanic people, owning and praising the existence of these mutants, many of these people I'm related to, it is a very tough pill to swallow. Just to tolerate this planet is extremely difficult. So I basically vent and rant here. I vlog. That's what I do, to let the world know. And it's nice to know there are some people out there who agree with me. Maybe a small crowd, but they're out there. Hopefully, we can convert as many people as possible. Hopefully, every human being on the planet. And we will continue with this ruthless crusade against these worthless, good-for-nothing rodents and they're enabling owners.
We are following breaking news now from Baytown. We are told a 4-year-old has died after police say they were attacked by dogs. This happened around 7:40 this morning at a home near Massey, Tompkins, and Shoals Circle. Police say a neighbor was injured trying to intervene and help the child. Officials say the dogs have been seized by animal control. We are working to get more details. We're bringing the very latest in our afternoon newscast.
Okay. This story surfaced about an hour ago, 2 or 3 hours ago, right? Breaking news, no surprise. This is another story I'm about to play, and I believe this surfaced today. I believe this surfaced today as well. It was at least uploaded, just a few hours ago. So you had a 4-year-old killed, and here's an 18-year-old, right? Age is irrelevant. You are in danger no matter how old you are, right? And now I haven't even listened to this yet. Okay, it looked like they got footage. Oh, this is Ring doorbell. Man, this might be crazy. Let's check it out.
I heard a girl scream. I looked out the window because I was working in my office, and I saw the dogs attacking the girl.
Security camera footage shows Michelle Provin racing out her door after 2 dogs started attacking an 18-year-old woman.
She had a bloody face. The dogs tore her clothes off, and they were going after her.
She called the experience unimaginable. The dogs escaped from a neighbor's home, seen here on Sky King video. The King County Sheriff.
Whoa, wait a minute. Look at that home. Let's rewind that. That was their home? What? Wow. Okay. Yeah, you know not to trust people like this. People who hoard like this and got dogs. Man, why? You know your neighbor is trash. Why wouldn't you stay armed at all times? This woman just getting mauled. Nothing she can do but die slowly.
Neighbor's home, seen here on Sky King video. The King County Sheriff's Office said when it arrived, one of the dogs, a pit bull, began to approach deputies. After trying to keep the dog back, a deputy shot and killed the animal. Animal control officers removed the second dog from the home.
Nobody deserves that. I would want someone to come and help me, so I don't know why I wouldn't go try to help somebody. I just feel bad that I couldn't help her.
Reports from
Oh, man. And you knew it. Somebody was going to say something stupid. She said, what did she say? Let's listen to that again.
Removed the second dog from the home.
Nobody deserves that. I would want someone to come and help me, so.
Nobody deserves that. I would want somebody to come and help me. No, I would not want the dogs in the neighborhood. How about that? Forget about wanting somebody to come and help me. How about making it so something like this doesn't happen? You see, she's talking as if dogs are supposed to be in our territory, in our communities. She skipped right over questioning the dog's presence. Because everybody, no matter what, they look at dogs, even after an attack. Even here, she witnessed the attack. Everybody look at dogs as creatures that belong in our territory. And they'll look at you like you're crazy if you talk about or question dogs in society.
So I don't know why I wouldn't go try to help somebody. I just feel bad that I couldn't help her.
Reports from King County show 2 animal control complaints listed at the property in 2021. One involved the removal of 2 German Shepherds acting aggressive. The second, deputies had to use a taser on a pit bull while serving a search warrant. Michelle said,
So wait a minute. Did y'all hear that? That was all in 2021. So why is this man or woman, this family, why are they still able or allowed to own dogs? They were cited. Wait a minute. Let's rewind that.
Acting aggressive. The second in 2021. One involved
somebody. I just felt bad that I couldn't help her.
Reports from King County show 2 animal control complaints listed at the property in 2021.
Okay, 2 complaints in 2021.
One involved the removal of 2 German Shepherds acting aggressive.
Removal of 2 mutts.
The second, deputies had used a taser on a pit bull.
Okay, these are dog hoarders. Look at this home. It's a disaster area. You already know when you see people living like this, you better stay armed at all times. This is the epitome of trash. Literally.
While serving a search warrant. Michelle says in the months leading up to this attack, the neighborhood reached out to county officials and tried to get the dogs removed, worried eventually something would happen.
And her life is never going to be the same.
Oh, see, that's not going to happen in my neighborhood. Stuff like this happens because people allow it. They don't take matters into their own hands. At the very least, this victim could have taken matters into her own hands if she were armed. These people go outside all willy-nilly. This is not that type of world. You got to be armed and ready at all times. And you have people in the neighborhood who've been a menace for a long time. You have no business walking outside your door unarmed. That's very irresponsible. People, oh my goodness. How is it that people never wake up to the real danger, the real threat that dogs pose? It's unbelievable to me.
Happen.
So speaking to Michelle, she doesn't believe that the 18-year-old is from at least the immediate neighborhood. She says another neighbor ran out to help and was bit but treated there on scene. So when we're talking about what happens next, well, anytime there is a biting incident, by law, the dog must be quarantined for 10 days. Right now, the sheriff's office says what they are doing is they are investigating this as a Class C felony. That is punishable up to 5 years in prison and or a $10,000 fine. But as of tonight, no arrests have been made. In Auburn.
Wow. Wow, that was my first time watching that. What in the world? The dog lovers, they're out of their minds. And everybody, even people who are not dog lovers, they're out of their minds as well. Because people will see the threat. They know that this person has a bunch of dogs before, and they don't protect themselves. They walk around the community unarmed. It's like people are under a spell, and they are.
In Lancaster, breaking news in Lancaster, where a dog attack is under investigation.
Desmond Shaw, he's live in Sky 9 with more. Des.
Avenue G here, just off of the 14 freeway, what appears to be an RV encampment, and you see LA County Sheriff's deputies investigating. Apparently there was a pit bull attack. We understand one person, at least one person, was severely injured in this. They were actually...
Is that a home? Mike, is that a mobile home? Look at that filth. Oh my goodness. That's unbelievable.
Transported, not conscious and not breathing, so very dire news there. There may have been some other people that were bitten by what's being described to us as a pit bull, but we have not been able to confirm far. So I'll just widen out and show you. We're in a pretty desolate area here, just to the north of the Lancaster area.
Oh my goodness. Now I think I reported on that yesterday. Lancaster, I remember talking about that.
That's where the robbery took place.
Okay, what is this? Okay. How crazy. Insane. Now I think this was uploaded, yeah. Pitbull victim awareness. It's one of the stories, old stories, that I wanted to reflect on here briefly.
He is being called a hero. Praise tonight for a Delhi Township police officer who shot and killed a pit bull, mauling its owner. Not on your sides, Tom McKee is live with new details of what happened. Tom.
Well, imagine running into a house and seeing a pit bull mauling its owner on the floor of a tiny, tiny kitchen. You only have seconds to act without hurting the victim or anyone else in the house. Well, that's exactly what happened to Delhi Township Police Officer Scott Moore on Sunday. And what he did next has colleagues calling him a life-saving hero.
911 emergency. A dog is attacking his owner. Please hurry.
834 Gilchrist Lane.
That 911 call brought Delhi officer Scott Moore to Gilchrist Lane Sunday night. He was met by Kathy Doyle's frantic family members. Chief Jim Howarth says they made an urgent plea.
We would have to take action and basically kill the dog because it was that violent.
Officer Moore could see through the front door that the pit bull named Romeo was viciously attacking Doyle. And in a split second, his training kicked in.
If he did not take action, this pit bull could cause death to this homeowner.
Officer Moore fired 2 rounds into the animal, whose jaws were locked on its owner's forearm.
Oh, here we go. Man, a whole lot took place already. 1 minute, 7 seconds in. They called this thing an animal. They're talking this hero crap. Man, why? Why is it a hero? It's always a story about a hero. Why? Because of the danger involved. You save somebody from being attacked by a rabbit, nobody gonna call you a hero. They come with that hero narrative only because it was a life-threatening situation, because dogs are dangerous and deadly. That's why people get named a hero. How much more evidence do you need? How much more proof do you need? What do you have to do to prove that dogs are a safety hazard? No lawyers, no law firms have taken this up, have tried to make the case that dogs should be banned. That is incredible. Nation full of idiots. Nation full of subhuman idiots. You know, I hate to take it there. This is subhuman behavior. Yeah, it's classic subhuman behavior. You know, you think about an area or community of subhumans. What would you expect from them? You would expect them to be living with animals. You would expect them to be living with dangerous animals that they're just outright stupid for living with. They will be very dumb, have a very low IQ, have a big, huge dog on a leash that's so powerful it could drag them anywhere it wants. Caveman type of mentality. These people have extremely low IQs. They're nasty. They have no real sense of hygiene. This is subhuman behavior.
Nothing.
At that time, he repositioned himself and was able to get a better shot off in a part of the torso that actually knocked the dog off.
It's sad and surprising. The dog has had a history of vicious behavior.
That's Heidi Doran's take on the attack. She and her children live next door to the Doyles, and Romeo once jumped up on her.
If that dog would have gotten a hold of a kid, the kid probably would be dead.
Across the street.
Man, you ever wonder why these people feel so free when they embrace dogs? Because I feel free and I feel a sense of pride being an anti-dog person, being aware how nasty and filthy they are, and refusing to be around them. That makes me feel good. And I just don't get how people get that same good feeling by doing the opposite of what I do. There's nothing to be proud of when you let such a filthy, dangerous creature in your society, your home, let it lick on you and your baby, your family. There's nothing to be proud of in that. It's shameful. You should be ashamed. The fact these people are not ashamed helps to prove that this is subhuman behavior. People who are primitive, subhuman, low IQ cavemen, they don't know. They're not even aware that their behavior is subhuman. They don't understand. If you try to explain it to them, they're not going to understand what you're talking about. That's the worst kind.
Lori Kuhn was much more blunt.
I'm glad the police shot the dog because now we don't have to fear the dog biting us.
Kuhn says the dog once bit her son's ex-girlfriend.
I'm sorry Kathy got hurt, but the dog has been a menace. The neighborhood is afraid of the dog.
Delhi Township Police tell me there have not been prior runs to the neighborhood regarding Romeo, but Chief Howarth is glad Officer Moore was on duty when time mattered.
I believe this officer did save her life.
That's the same sentiment expressed for Cincinnati police officers who jumped into action after a pit bull mauled Zainabu Drameh last year in Westwood. She survived but has permanent injuries.
Kathy Doyle. Oh, too many unprepared people. The dog attacks don't surprise me. You know, the laws have it set up, but to see so many people unprepared, that's the scary part. People not even prepared, people with families, stepping outside of their home with no weapon.
A violent pit bull attack sent a one-year-old to hospital today. The dog mauled the little girl just after 9 o'clock this morning at home in Nepean's Center Point neighborhood. And as Ashley Burke reports, neighbors say this isn't the first time the dog attacked a child.
A family friend says the little girl was playing with the pit bull inside the house when suddenly it bit her nose and latched on. The parents told this friend that they had to pry the...
Okay, now I'm listening to this for the first time, watching this for the first time. What'd they say? The girl was playing with a pit bull?
Inside the house when suddenly...
Reports neighbors say this isn't the first time the dog attacked a child.
A family friend says the little girl was playing with the pit bull inside the house when suddenly it bit her nose and latched on. The parents told this friend that they had to pry the dog's mouth open to free their daughter.
Oh, it was so horrible. I was crying. My stomach was just turning. I was like, you know, it was so horrible.
Beatrice Mushanga is a close family friend who takes care of the toddler and her two older sisters. She saw the girl when paramedics were bringing her out of the home.
It was so sad. Yeah, the baby saw me and started crying, like her hands up for, you know, help.
The poor girl will have to live with this injury for the rest of her life.
Paramedics say the toddler...
Man, the way they talk about it, can't you just feel how they accept it as just a natural occurrence that nobody can stop? It's basically their way of saying, yeah, it's sad, but no way will we get rid of dogs. It's like you can hear that's the sentiment. Oh, it's very unfortunate. Just live with these injuries for the rest of her life. Oh, so sad and heartbroken. You know, they talk about it like somebody just had a heart attack. No, this was carefully planned out. In fact, in this case, they was allowing this dog to play with this little girl. They set this whole thing up. That's the problem I have with it. This stuff is orchestrated by the adults.
Help. The poor girl will have to live with this injury for the rest of her life.
Paramedics say the toddler has several deep cuts on her face and breathing could be a problem for her.
It's serious because the damage can be done, it can be cosmetic in nature, but it can also be structural. She could have long-term issues with her nose, with breathing.
The family already had 2 dogs.
Okay, you hear this mutt inside the home being aggressive, threatening this person holding the camera. Threatening them for what? What other animal does that? Shows aggression just at the mere sight of a person. These are not animals, they're mutants. And see, this is unacceptable. And this is what I'm saying. People need to stop accepting dog behavior as something natural and normal. It would only be acceptable if all other animals behave the same way. Okay, now nothing you can do about it. That's something we have to deal with. Not with dogs. They need to be exterminated. These things are not, they are not animals.
The family already had 2 dogs, but Mushanga says the child's mother took in the pit bull yesterday. She saw an appeal on Facebook seeking a new home for the dog.
Oh, what? So this was a dog that passed the temperament test. They adopted an adult pit bull yesterday, and they are allowing it to play, or allowing their daughter to play with it. How? That is insane. How can so many people in this world be engaged in behavior this suicidal and insane, and they don't see anything wrong with it, even though they know that it's possible? They know an attack of mutilation and death. They know it's possible, but they go right along as if it's, it's nothing to think about. How? They have created a population of lunatics. I cannot wrap my head around that. These are a population of lunatics.
She thought she would really help out this family, training.
But there were signs of possible trouble.
Oh, they wanted to rehabilitate an adult pit bull. And the day after they adopt it, they bring it in the house and allow a 4-year-old girl to play with it. And these people are not arrested? This is not child endangerment? All right, let's listen. Let's listen to the rest of this.
The Facebook message also indicated another child had been hurt.
The owner had this dog, Boss, and then that dog bit the baby in the mouth, and the baby was just 10 months.
Neighbors say
the baby bit a 10-month-old baby, and then it was put up for adoption. That's their solution. This no-kill rhetoric, even the nuts with these pit bulls, after it attacks a baby, first thing pops into their head is put it up for adoption. Let it go into some other home where it can attack again. A nation full of lunatics. Protect yourself, people. Protect yourself. We got to start putting pressure on these lunatics. This is unreal. Why am I still surprised? I've been covering these lunatics for years. Why am I? It never ceases to amaze me.
The original owner picked up the dog today after the attack, but police won't confirm who has the pit bull.
The dog's secure. No need to worry that it's running around or something like that. It's secure. It's safe.
Oh my God. He sounds proud. He sounds proud that the dog is still alive. You know, I saw something crazy today. Where is that story? Here it is right here. And I think it was something uploaded by Pitbull Victim Awareness. Let me check this out. I want y'all to check out this crazy story. Talk about lunatics. And this is a good way to cap this off. You know, as we reflect on how crazy and out of their mind these people are.
Tonight, a 4-year-old Phoenix boy is fighting to recover from a devastating dog attack, which left him with broken bones and a feeding tube in his throat. While his family raises money for his care, a campaign to save the dog is hitting a new level. ABC 15's Lauren Vargas joins us from the newsroom.
Now, I reported on this before, you'll probably remember, but there is a follow-up story to this story that I want to share. But in case you forgot, I just want to remind you of this story.
Lauren, this is quite a different case from Friday's pit bull attack of an elderly woman.
Yeah, no, hey, 2 recent pit bull attacks here in the Valley are sparking debate about when it's appropriate to euthanize an animal involved in a violent incident. Yesterday, we told you about 77-year-old Nancy Newberry, who was killed by her family's pit bull while she tried to get...
What? When it's appropriate? Oh, you cannot allow people to control the narrative. No, I'm not going to have a stupid discussion like that. A discussion about when it's appropriate to euthanize a dog. No, you neutralize the dog right there on the spot. Right there on the spot. And you do not be so dumb that you invite these things into your house. That's what it boils down to.
Give him a pill during feeding time. Then last month, a 4-year-old was who was killed by her family's pit bull while she tried to give him a pill during feeding time. Then last month, a 4-year-old was attacked and now faces months of reconstructive surgery.
Wait a minute, what did that say? Sorry about that. This is crazy. Did y'all see that?
Attacked and now faces months while she tried to give him a pill during feeding time. Then last
A spoiled, rotten dog lives here. Okay.
month, a 4-year-old was attacked and now faces months of reconstructive surgery. The difference between these 2 cases is that the dog involved in Friday's attack was up to date on all vaccinations and was asked to be put down by its owners. Now, we did some digging and talked with Animal Care and Control about last month's incident, and they say that one is a little more complicated. The dog we've now come to know as Mickey was in his own backyard when police say 4-year-old Kevin Vicente wandered in unattended and took the dog's bone away. The owner did not put up a fight to have this dog taken, but because Mickey was not licensed or vaccinated, the policy is to keep him quarantined for 10 days.
The boy went into the backyard and took the dog's bone away. Man, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That little boy, why would he walk up to a dog, try to take its bone? This dog simply saw a vulnerable target and attacked. Simple as that. Now these people, these dog nuts, fought to keep this dog from being euthanized. They made a Facebook page, right? We'll get into it in the follow-up story. This is a crazy, crazy story right here.
Now, during those 10 days, a huge support group has band together to save this dog. This is a Facebook page called Save Mickey, which already has over 42,000 likes. There's even
42,000 likes. And this was what, maybe in a day or whatever? These people are on code. They band together immediately. They have a whole lot of influence. Listen, I cannot wait until we reach this point where as soon as something happened like this, we're on it, calling for these mutts to be euthanized, and all the while, nonstop, calling for these mutants to be banned in all states. That's the only solution.
A lawyer now representing this dog at a hearing on March 25th. And Nohe, a lot of people don't think this dog...
The lawyer decided to represent the dog, to keep the dog alive. Complete lunatics, people. We are surrounded by lunatics.
should be put down because it was in its own backyard and most likely felt threatened at the time.
This is one of those.
No dog feels threatened by a child. No, y'all gonna stop that. Y'all gonna stop that. No dog, especially a big dog, feels threatened by a child. Cut that out. Dogs see children and they attack because they know children are not adults. They know children are weak and vulnerable. Now, this is the follow-up story. You see the title? They gave this mutt life behind bars, which is basically a pampered life that our tax dollars are going to support.
A judge finally rules on the fate and a final
home for Mickey the American Bulldog. Mickey attacked a 4-year-old boy back in February, and for the last 2 months the dog's been locked up. ABC 15's Navita Forgani was in court today, and Navita, the judge wanted to make sure Mickey never hurt anyone again, so I understand that she sentenced him to life behind bars.
Yeah, this is a first for MCSO Katie. Today in court, the room was filled with only Mickey supporters. Not a single person showed up to support the little boy that was mauled by the dog. Mickey.
Now, see, that's part of the problem as well. Nothing but supporters showed up. See, we don't even have a real presence in the real world. That's a part of the problem. I mean, they're talking about this like it was some type of justice or punishment. That the judge sentenced the dog to life behind bars. You heard her say the judge wanted to make sure this dog couldn't hurt anyone else. This ain't no punishment. This is a reward, basically.
Will now spend the rest of his life in Sheriff Joe's MASH unit, never to be adopted. Soon, Mickey will leave the home he's had for the last 2 months and walk down these halls to cell 3.
So how more secure can you be?
Mickey will have his own private cell.
I think the decision is fabulous.
Supporters believe Mickey's...
Okay. The dog nuts are happy about this. So why mention it as if it's punishment? They're happy about it. And this is, again, it's part of the problem. They only have dog nutters to put the camera on, to give a microphone to. Right? That will change.
I think the decision is fabulous.
Supporters believe Mickey's finally getting the justice he deserves.
Mickey didn't deserve to be there for the last few months.
They called it justice that this dog was sentenced to life behind bars. Did y'all see the child that this mutant mutilated? This is disgusting. These people should be afraid to show their face in public. Wow. How disgusting. What disgust. I told you, these are subhuman. These are subhumans. All dog lovers. They're subhuman. And they all engage in this type of nuttery. That's part of what defines them as a dog lover. They, without even thinking about it, they pick up the nuttery.
Didn't deserve to be there for the last few months.
MASH at the First Avenue Jail is where animals rescued by MCSO are housed. And this is where Mickey will finish out his sentence.
Mickey will have good food, have 24-hour room service, have great exercise up on top of the roof.
You see that? This ain't punishment. It's rewarded. The dog doesn't know that it's in prison. And that's why these nutters are happy about it. This is insane. All because they say that the dog was on its own property. The boy wandered into the backyard. They're saying that that makes the attack justified and nothing should happen to the dog. This was a toddler with no ill intent. Toddlers can't have any ill intent. And if they do, what are they going to do? It's not like this was a proven theft or thief that was coming there to steal something. Like I said, under no circumstances should toddlers be stabbed to death, have their faces torn off. Don't tell me that they deserve it just because they wandered onto somebody's backyard. Unbelievable. We're going to make these people afraid to show their faces. After being engaged in something like this, they're not going to want to be engaged in behavior like this. This is sickening.
Have great exercise up on top of the roof and live a great life.
I think that Mickey finally will have justice that he deserves.
While everyone at this hearing supported Mickey, critics have said the dog should be put down for attacking this 4-year-old boy whose eye is still stitched shut. Kevin spent more than a month in the hospital after he was injured in his face and hand, scars he may have for the rest of his life. And Sheriff Joe says that while he is happy that Mickey is coming to MASH, he hasn't forgotten about Kevin. He does plan on looking into possible criminal charges against the dog's owner and the person babysitting Kevin.
There you go. These people are lunatics. Let's see what else they had to say. I see there's about 14 more seconds to this broadcast.
Yeah, meantime, that 4-year-old boy attacked by Mickey is still recovering. Kevin Vicente faces months of reconstructive surgery. His family is dealing with tens of thousands of dollars in medical bills. Thanks, Navita.
Man, I will not be a victim. I will not be a victim. I will take the chance of being shot by a dog owner before I end up like that. That mutt comes charging at me. I'm within my rights, based on the law, to shoot it. And that's what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to defend myself to the max. We are surrounded by lunatics, people. Absolute lunatics. We need to understand that. I uploaded a short video in the members area today where I reflected on how these people are such lunatics that even after being mutilated, they still refuse to speak out against dogs in any way. I remember this woman who was attacked. She was a dog sitter. She walked into the home and was attacked. She's back in the news, and she still has not said anything against dogs. So not only are these people ignoring the threat playing Russian roulette with their lives and others. Even after what's supposed to be a wake-up call, having your face torn off. This woman literally had her face torn off. Even after something like this happens, they still have taken an oath to never speak out against dogs in society. They will dare not reflect on or criticizing their decision to be a dog lover. It was that decision that led to this mutilation. Sitting in the hospital for 2 months, you never reflected on that. You never said to yourself, I wish I had never been a dog lover. No. These people are so crazy. We saw it with Brooklyn Curry. Time and time again, we've seen it. People's child is mutilated. They still refuse to speak out against dogs in any way. Many of them will straight up defend the dogs. You especially find this with pit nutters. So be careful out here. Be prepared to defend yourself. We're literally surrounded by absolute bona fide lunatics. They've been conditioned to be lunatics. And many of them, I will say most of them, they don't see themselves as lunatics. They see themselves as normal citizens. That's the most dangerous type of person you could ever encounter. So stay safe, stay armed, and stay ready as we continue with this crusade.